Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 6 CE, Chapter 137 Iwagakure, Master Tsuchikage, otherwise, let's surrender. Down, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. After being slapped by Senju Hashirama, first Tsuchikage instantly turned into a bitter face. Because now the 5 major ninja villages have become 2 major ninja villages, and for the 2 major ninja villages, it was Konoha who annexed the other 3 ninja villages, so now it is he, Iwagakure, who confronts Konoha. Isn't this super dangerous? And, looking at the list of these Jonins and Chūnins in Konoha, it's scary, okay. Not to mention monsters like Might Guy, but monsters like Nagato Pain and Six Paths are scary too. If the entire planetary devastation is placed on top of Iwagakure, isn't it going to be cold? So, although I am very supportive of Onoki running away, leaving the group, and then refusing to belong to Konoha, after all, if he really did this, then Iwagakure would not have Iwagakure. But, this is also very scary. Because making this kind of decision, is to compete with the entire Konoha, not only with the current strength, but also with the Hokage of the past. First Hokage is sure that Kitahara Kaede has a way to summon first Hokage and second Hokage as well. And then there might be that Uchiha Madara. So, what is Iwagakure going to do? He is also very sad. Shonen Obito. Today's Obito couldn't hold back and joined the small group. Although Lin didn't speak much, as long as he could feel that Lin was still here, he felt that he had gained a lot. And, the current situation is very delicate for the ninja world. If Iwagakure also falls, then Konoha will become the dominant family, and even the ninja world can be unified. And that's probably why Nagato backed Kitahara Kaede. Nagato expects to use absolute strength and shut up all other ninja villages. All are prohibited from waging war. So, peace can be had. And although this method failed in the invasion of Konoha, it is not considered a failure, because the current situation of Konoha is to jointly use absolute strength to make other ninja villages surrender. In other words, Nagato has achieved his goal in a disguised form to some extent. And here he is, Youth Obito. Lin, what are you doing? Nohara Lin, me. Now I am opening the file sharing in the small group. Nohara Lin, there is a book here. Nohara Lin, it's a paradise for intimacy. Nohara Lin, I saw that Kakashi secretly read this book during the live broadcast. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Huh. Good color immortal. Wait a second. Kakashi, who was called out quickly. And Jiraiya, who found out that something was wrong, also quickly shouted out. Youth Obito. Beep. Nanohara Lin, Obito has been downloaded and completed Pro Hot Paradise. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Ah. Good color immortal. And Obito was not interested in these things, so even after the download was completed, he didn't watch it. But Lin has changed. Yi Yuan Lin. Wow. Kakashi now likes to watch such powerful east-west notarization. Shonen Obito. Obito then clicked on Heaven of Intimacy. Male. I really like you so much. Oh no, I love you, I like your hair. I hope I can be with you %%. Female. You suddenly said this kind of words. And the following is a description of the two people's transition from drinking tea to playing in bed. And this, isn't he the little Wangshu? Youth Obito. Yeah, it seems like a prophecy. Kakashi is a sullen pervert. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, 6th Hokage card happy. Absolutely not like that. I adore Master Jiraiya. 1. So Kakashi and Jiraiya died together. Unlike Kakashi's social death mood, 3rd Tsuchikage Onogi has the same mood as his first Tsuchikage-sama here. Feeling a lot of pressure. Ah, Onoki, let me out. Deidara was also caught when Onogi left Konoha, and then stayed with Iwagakure. You stay inside first, Onoki said. For this disciple, Onoki also had a headache. Deidara is very talented, clay bombs and so on, but she is a talented person, but she immediately betrayed the village and went to the Akatsuki organization. And the reason is, I see art in Uchiha Itachi. What kind of rhetoric is this? Of course, if it was before, Onogi would not care. As long as Deidara isn't dead anyway. But, now it's the autumn of Iwagakure's life and death, so Deidara is also a fighting force, so he has to stay in Iwagakure. Grandpa, how's the situation? And a female ninja with short black hair and a serious look appeared. Her face was very calm, but unexpectedly, the double fade was very long. This is Kuroto, the granddaughter of Onoki. Onoki once trained Deidara as the next Tsuchikage, but Deidara ran away, so he had to turn around and train his granddaughter Kuroto. Although not as talented as Deidara, Black Earth is still very obedient. Let Deidara stay, wait until he is willing to serve the village and then let him out. Then, Onoki said, have all the villagers made arrangements? There is still 1/3 that has not been completely evacuated, but after the all-night efforts of our Iwagakure ninjas, the dungeon has been created. But is it true that all the people have to go down to 60 meters underground to live? Haidu was puzzled. Yes, the order she received was to abandon the residents on the surface and go underground. It's like going to a complete refuge. Quote. Onoki, how should I put it? Because he is the same planetary devastation who personally met No Jout Pain 6 Paths in the small group. If I release it like this in Iwagakure, it will be cold. That's why I asked everyone to turn to the underground for refuge. But even that wouldn't be very reassuring. Because, quote. Actually, maybe I shouldn't be allowed to say this kind of thing. However, on Konoha's side, Impure World Reincarnation is constantly releasing dead ninjas. The number of ninjas who came out of the other side's dirty soil is already 8,000. And these 8,000 are also Chunin Jonin. Iwagakure used to have 10,000 ninjas against Raikage, but the people who came out of the dirt may not be as many. I doubt that our Iwagakure can really resist Konoha. So, giant, perhaps. Kuroto barely said that we, Iwagakure, should also surrender to Konoha. And at this moment, a shadowy Anbu quickly ran over. Chapter 138, A Prophecy Letter from the Kingdom of Ghosts. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. While the two were talking, an Anbu quickly ran over. Anbu saluted immediately when he saw Onoki. Master Tsuchikage, Anbu said, quote. Onoki. Although Onoki didn't like ostentation and things like that very much, he was still quite upset when his subordinates broke in without orders. You know he is very depressed now. If I knew it earlier, I would not have quit observing Kitahara Kaede. Small group. Because there is still first Tsuchikage there anyway, and now that I quit there, I don't even have the chance to get information from Kitahara Kaede or Konoha. Result, what I saw was that my village was digging down to survive desperately, and then moved the activity site to the bottom. Dig 60 meters. If ordinary shadows ask their villagers and ninjas to do so, then they must rebel. But he is third Tsuchikage, taking over from Lord second Tsuchikage. Yes, seeing Konoha's crazy Impure World Reincarnation, he already regretted it. Because even in the 5-Dai Ninja Village, oh no, because of the disappearance of Cloud Shinobi Village, now there are only 4 Dai Ninja Villages left, so in the current situation, the remaining 3 Dai Ninja Village formed Konoha, so even if Iwagakure did not lose absolute power because of his governance, their strength is n times that of other ninja villages. 343. But now, it doesn't work at all. Therefore, Onoki wondered if he was hitting a stone with a pebble. Master Tsuchikage, and Anbu said, you asked us to send people to monitor Kurigakure and report to people from San Shinobi Village. Third cage of San Shinobi Village was taken by Impure World Reincarnation. And now the body of second Mizukage in Kurigakure was also found, and second Mizukage's Impure World Reincarnation was carried out. Second Mizukage seems to be dissatisfied with being filthy, but was beaten up by Might Guy, and now he is also on Kurigakure's territory and started to lead Kurigakure's people to dig out his subordinates in his era. It's not good for us. Anbu almost showed a bitter expression and was about to cry directly. When third generation returned to Iwagakure, they told everyone that if they did not resist Konoha, their Iwagakure would be swallowed. How can this be? So Iwagakure is all soldiers, full of fighting spirit. However, as the days passed, they were on the one hand turning the inhabitants underground in a temporary battle. On the one hand, I also got information about Konoha. Then what I got was, Konoha's continuous Impure World Reincarnation gave out the strength of Jonin, Shadow. It's scary, so this Anbu has no confidence. Onoki, you know, second Mizukage is also a formidable person, but now second generation can't beat Might Guy, so he becomes Konoha's thug. Can only passively join Konoha. And taking Konoha's people to the tomb of first Mizukage seems to be Konoha's tyranny, but the addition of Mizukages also increases Konoha's power. So, can Iwagakure really still fight? Onoki also became suspicious. But things have been done. Come, he can only grit his teeth. And now Anbu is telling him these things. Isn't it just to make him feel stressed? Or, just go and surrender? At that time, I found out that Mizukage suddenly betrayed and joined Konoha, so he was standing on the opposite side of Konoha alone. Temporarily out of breath or wanting to preserve himself, he directly withdrew to observe the Kitahara Kaede. Small group. Now that I think about it, maybe it's softer, it's okay. You can't beat Kitahara Kaede anyway. But another Anbu broke in unruly. Master Tsuchikage, I got a message. This Anbu began to salute. Onoki, if it's second Mizukage being filthy, or first Mizukage being filthy then I already know. It's not like this, but the color on Anbu's face this time is obviously different from the previous one, and his face is filled with the joy of encountering rain after the Emperor's opening. Our Iwagakure seems to be able to survive, said this Anbu. How to say? Onoki quickly stepped down from the chair. Konoha received a special letter that predicted the death of Konoha's 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede. Then Konoha is busy with this matter now, so he probably has no time to pay attention to us. This Anbu said, so, now we have a break to breathe. Really, but Onoki had already come in front of Anbu, grabbing Anbu's collar with one hand. He stared straight at Anbu with his eyes. If it's fake news, no, it's real news. This Anbu said, this letter is from the Kingdom of Ghosts, and the Kingdom of Ghosts produces witches from generation to generation. Witches have the power of prophecy. And now the Miko of the Ghost Country predicted the death of Konoha's 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede, and then passed on the message. This Anbu said, and the information about the death prophecy of the witches in the Kingdom of Ghosts has never been deciphered. Or, it is 100% credible. If I am lying about the information, then I am willing to die on the spot. This Anbu also swore. Oh who, seeing that Anbu was so sure, Onogi sat back in his chair. He looked up. God bless me Iwagakure. Grandpa, will the threat of our Iwagakure be relieved just by the death of Kitahara Kaede? Kuroto asked. You don't understand, Onoki said. Konoha is strong not because he gathered so many people, but because Kitahara Kaede is strong. The previous 5th Mizukage has always believed that Kitahara Kaede has power beyond the previous generations of Hokage. 1 inch. Facts have proved that he has this strength. But, if he dies, then the whole Konoha will disintegrate. Onoki said, I see. Black Soil nodded, but death, isn't it meaningless to Konoha? Onoki was stunned for a moment. Because they can continue to pollute the soil. Haidu said, didn't you just go to 2nd Mizukage? So even if Kitahara Kaede is dead, you can get him out of the dirt. Onoki. Deo. Yes. The old man who had just been appeased suddenly felt hopeless. Chapter 139. The Ghost Kingdom mission starts. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Konoha Village, Nation of Fire, outside the Hokage office building. At this time, there are several gorgeously dressed people around, and these are the names of the big countries with noble status, but that was before. The current Konoha has accommodated Sand Shinobi Village and Kurigakure, and Cloud Shinobi Village is gone. So for them, now that Konoha has become a huge monster, it will definitely affect the past model of one ninja village and one country. However, for them who are absolutely insufficient in combat power, what they need now is not to fight for their own interests but to maintain their current status. Everyone knows that Cloud Shinobi Village is gone, and then the daimyo of Thunder Kingdom rushed over to seek protection and reconciliation, and contributed -6 floors of their own property for this. In the end, he got permission from the daimyo who would not deal with the Land of Thunder. At that time everyone was laughing at him, saying that he was going to shrink 6 layers, and now, the names of the Land of Water and the Land of Wind are all gone. The ninja villages of the 2 big countries are now surnamed Konoha, and of course they. Song Neng also came to ask for blessings. Because of the formation of the new ninja village, but Konoha has not taken any measures against their daimyo, but no does not mean no, so they immediately surrounded them. But Kitahara Kaede didn't have time to deal with them, so they had to wait. Finally, the daimyo of the Land of Water, the daimyo of the Land of Wind, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, which has been put on hold, found that Anbu came over. This is how Lord Baiyuan treated you all. This Anbu said. At the same time, the respective documents were returned to each daimyo. The daimyos refer to the practice of donating 6 floors of family property by the daimyos of the Land of Thunder to gain understanding and friendship. Therefore, they also filled in the share they want to donate on the credentials. The first person to receive the documents was the daimyo of the Land of Winds. I was saved, said the daimyo of the Kingdom of Wind. The condition I gave was to donate 7 floors of my property to obtain the status of the daimyo of the Land of Winds. As a result, 5th Hokage only approved 6 floors. Saved. The daimyo of the Country of Wind said, I'm saved too. The daimyo of the Country of Water also breathed a sigh of relief. I submitted a 6-story property, but Mr. Kitahara only approved 5 floors. The name of the Country of Wind. Why do I need to get 6 floors while the daimyo of the Land of Water only needs 5 floors? It's not fair. It's just that he didn't dare to say such words. After all, this place is outside Konoha's Hokage office. If it is a slip of the tongue and then thanks to a layer of family property are directly eliminated, then it will be cool. So he looked at the daimyo of the Land of Fire who was grimacing. Yes, waiting outside with the 2 of them was the daimyo of the Land of Fire. It stands to reason that if Konoha grows stronger, then the name of the Land of Fire will also rise. But none, because it is said that 5th Hokage also has the purpose of 6th generation. When Kakashi took office, the daimyo of the Country of Fire stopped the agreed document. So get on with the 2 new Hokages. This deserves it. The daimyo of the Land of Wind and the daimyo of the Land of Water looked at each other. Although I am losing money now, but the daimyo of the Country of Fire is so stupid, so it is not certain that they may be the daimyo of Konoha in the future. After all, both Sand Shinobi Village and Kurigakure belong to Konoha now. So aren't their names also belong to Konoha? So maybe it can replace the Country of Fire as Konoha's daimyo. The daimyo-sama of the Land of Fire. And Anbu handed the document to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Let me see. The daimyo quickly took the paperwork. Then open. He yelled. But when the 2 other daimyos turned around, he quickly closed the document. Don't want to, Anbu said. If you don't agree, Lord Baiyuan said that we can talk about it. No, I am willing, said the daimyo of the Fire Nation. Where can the Fire Country daimyo continue to oppose? Because after the end of the Chūnin exam and the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village, he submitted the paperwork, considering his willingness to donate the property of the 3rd floor. But it was rejected at that time. He is also tough. As a result, soon came the news that Sand Shinobi Village and Kurigakure also belong to Konoha. So is it worth it? And the daimyos from the Land of Water and the Land of Wind have also come. Although Iwagakure has not fallen yet, but Konoha is so strong now, it will be a matter of time before Iwagakure is conquered. So, who will become Konoha's daimyo may have to change. So with this in mind, he waved his hand and changed the 3-tier family property to 5-tier. Asking for flowers. Now the 8-story property is approved. The raw ones will be taken away 3 floors. And this kind of thing. He glanced at the daimyo of the Land of Water and the daimyo of the Land of Wind. My Fire Country daimyo supports Konoha, he said. With that said, he immediately turned and left. And this turning around means that the era of the daimyo of the Land of Fire has withered. Sarutobi Ubd. The Fire Nation daimyo would lose so much. After thinking twice, it turned out that Sarutobi's son Asuma came to serve as his bodyguard in the past, making him feel that Konoha was dying in cold, and Hokage's son came out to carry the shoes. It's the end of the power of the daimyo. Several daimyos dispersed immediately after taking the paperwork, because they have to go back to their big country, and then deliver the goods they promised to pay. As for the guards to protect these, they turned around and the ninjas from Impure World Reincarnation followed. It is responsible for guarding, and it is also responsible for transporting the money back. Konoha instantly became rich. On the second floor of Hokage's office, watching the three daimyos leaving quickly below, Kakashi complained. When he took over Hokage's position from third generation, Konoha's bill was only more than 100 million points. Then, still owed 60 million to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. But now, when these daimyos bring their property over, there will be close to 10 billion in cash. Ninjas, do you still need to do quests? You can retire happily. I want to retire too, Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi said hastily. Although we have money, we still need to build, and Iwagakure, isn't it Uchiha Madara's problem? Kakashi responded quickly, and I'm not going to retire, I can fight for another 50 years. Kakashi said, after all, if Kitahara Kaede lays down the burden now, who will shoulder the Otsutsuki era? Is he Kakashi? Cannot be done, he can't even beat Nagato. And then an Anbu knocked on the door and entered. My lord, 5th generation. Hyuga Hiyashi would like to invite you to visit Hyuga's house. Chapter 140 Hyuga Hiyashi's request. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Hyuga Hiyashi's invitation. Kitahara Kaede put both hands on the table, and Hiyashi was a bit abnormal since the last meeting when Nagato surrendered and joined Konoha, and seemed to want to talk to him specifically. But eventually Hiyashi gave up, and these days Kitahara Kaede thought that Hiyashi would come to him again, but never did. The result flashed to the present. Kitahara Kaede looked at a large stack of rearranged ninja materials on the table. These ninja profiles are re-edited profiles after the Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation ninjas from Konoha, also from Sand Shinobi Village, and Impure World Reincarnation ninjas from Kurigakure. In the case of Y Ninja Village, Kitahara Kaede only needs to ask the other party to be cage level to be eligible for dirty soil. So now second Mizukage is dirty. But turning to this village, north, 170, Yuanfeng is still very tolerant. A ninja of Chūnin's level can also filth. And if the relatives complete the task perfectly and reach enough contributions, then they can make an exception to reach the level of Genin. Greatly inspired the ninja community. After Sand Shinobi Village and Kurigakure joined Konoha, Kitahara Kaede got 10,000 White Zetsu, so he used White Zetsu to replace Impure World Reincarnation. On the one hand, it is to replace the filthy sacrifices of those 4,000 people and increase their strength. And, the White Zetsu is a very interesting creature, probably because it was a human more than 1,000 years ago, so it has long since disappeared from the perspective of longevity theory. However, they have all changed from ancient humans to what they are now, but they can still be restricted by the seal scroll. So they are like people after Impure World Reincarnation, can be carried directly on the scroll, or even a scroll seal. And so made a very convenient contribution to the cause of Impure World Reincarnation. At the same time, in the past, ninjas whose strength declined due to filth could only be demoted. But, after White Zetsu is used as a sacrifice of the dirty soil, the strength of these people can reach the 8th floor of the peak period. Then their original Jonin and Chūnin identities are immediately well deserved, so their positions have been promoted after being dropped. Currently, it is already Chūnin and Jonin of Konoha Village Bright. At the same time, you can meet your relatives from the past again, and their relatives can live with them again, so is there anything you don't want? No, and he also arranged for ninjas from the Hyuga clan, but the body of Hyuga Hazashi was not found among them. So, Hiyashi should have something to do with his younger brother Hyuga Hazashi. Kitahara Kaede took the hand towel handed by female Anbu and wiped it. As Hokage, Anbu who belongs to him is divided into a special guard team, and there is also Anbu who is divided into life care. Anbu, who takes care of life, will pay attention to his physical health, and will also be responsible for his needs in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. It seems a bit hypocritical, but is it reasonable? It is reasonable, because in Konoha's ninja composition in the past, a large number of Chūnin first went to the Anbu team instead of going to the battlefield. So now there are so many Chūnin in the dirt, and many of them are members of Anbu. Some of them are related to the existing Anbu, and some are related to their seniors, so even if the Anbu didn't speak, they are still very grateful to Kitahara Kaede for not forgetting their Anbu's sacrifice. Not to mention, the surrender of Sand Shinobi Village after Kitahara Kaede took office, the addition of Kurigakure, and the credit of Penultimate for the destruction of Cloud Shinobi Village. Then the current Konoha has condensed into such a large scale. These are not what the past third generation projects can do. Cloud Shinobi Village is in trouble, and third generation is soft. Cloud Shinobi Village wants to me Hinata, third generation makes Hiyashi take the blame. And now, Cloud Shinobi Village wants to make a fuss. Sorry, there is no more Cloud Shinobi Village. Not even the Impure World Reincarnation, their ashes were thrown away. A strong and powerful leader makes subordinates look good. I'm going out for a while, Kitahara Kaede said to Kakashi, who was trying to find information, after wiping his hands. Okay, Kakashi said weakly, And Kitahara Kaede walked out of the office, and there was a processing office outside. There sat a beautiful woman in a blue dress with bare shoulders. That's Mizukage Terumi Mei, but she has now become a housekeeping staff. As Kakashi speculates, if the three villages merge, then things must explode. That's exactly what happened. Without the help of Terumi Mei, Kakashi would be dead. Now Kakashi has to deal with the key files after Terumi Mei and others have filtered out a lot of debris. So Kakashi's work is not so tiring. But it is still very hard. Because the transaction has tripled in an instant. And Sand Shinobi Village has a lot of things. The living environment of Sand Shinobi Village is harsh, and considering these, some ninjas from Kurigakure were specially transferred there. They can use water style, and can help Sand Shinobi Village's water problem every day. And this part of water style's ninjas are the people of Impure World Reincarnation. People of Impure World Reincarnation can eat or not, but their chakra is unlimited. This infinity does not mean that their chakra is endless, but that they can recover quickly after use. Therefore, these ninjas of Kurigakure's Impure World Reincarnation are hardworking wells. As long as you are responsible for the water, you are done. However, even the talented Terumi Mei was amazed to see such a lightweight arrangement by Kitahara Kaede, which achieved great effect. It turns out, can ninjas still use it like this? Not only can 5.0 come in handy in combat, but it can also be used for such livelihood assistance. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. And Kitahara Kaede just glanced at her, and then tapped with both hands, using the body flicker technique to leave. With his intuition, he felt that if he walked past Terumi Mei, he might be entangled by her. He doesn't think that Terumi Mei is a person who is willing to endure hardships and stand hard work. He will agree to assist in various government affairs together. Really, after working for a while, Terumi Mei lightly stretched her waist. She gently rested her chin with one hand, and looked at the closed office door. Why isn't little Kitahara Kaede coming out? It would be nice if I could ask him to have dinner with me today. Chapter 141 Hyuga Hanabi has grown up. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kitahara Kaede went to the homes of the Hyuga clan, the most prominent of which was their ancestral home. And only the patriarch's family can live here. The Hyuga family is an old group of Konoha. When they first joined Konoha, they were just newbies, but the Senju family dissolved in the village. At the same time, after the Uchiha family disappeared, their family became very important. And the Hyuga family is also proud of their own family. But they represent pedantry. Because the white eyes of the Hyuga clan can be used by anyone, they are very concerned about the boundaries of their blood succession, so they extended the system of the clan and branch house. The main thing is to impose caged bird restrictions on the branch house, and then force the branch house to protect the people in the clan. At the same time, even if the people in the branch house are captured or dead, caged bird will also destroy Bion, so as to prevent Bion from falling into the hands of the enemy. Plus, for added protection, normally, members of the main family of the Hyuga clan do not have to join the Genin team, but go through their own training and then take the Chūnin exam. This is learning about the inheritance of one's own family, and also protecting oneself. Because, if a team of 3 graduated from the ninja school followed a Jonin teacher to perform the task, then it would also be dangerous. So it's better to cultivate yourself. And considering this background, so Hinata will be allowed to participate in the normal Genin team. Obviously Hiyashi's side is under pressure. Master 5th generation, please go here. When Kitahara Kaede came to the ancestral home of the Hyuga clan, a person dressed as a white-eyed maid came to greet him immediately. Kitahara Kaede followed in the maid's footsteps. He knew this maid who took care of Hinata when Hinata was little. And when the two of them walked through the corridor and past the yard, they could hear some noises. It seems that someone is training shuriken. Looking there is a little girl with black hair and white eyes who is less than 1.2 meters tall, training shuriken hard. Probably due to the bonus of having white eyes, her shuriken is not bad. That's Miss Hanabi from Hinata, said the maid. Kitahara Kaede nodded. Then he stopped and glanced at Hanabi, who was working hard to train the accuracy of the shuriken. Kitahara Kaede walked over. You are Hanabi, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote exclamation mark quote. The little girl who was training herself was stunned for a moment. Then turned around. Are you a 5th generation master? Kitahara Kaede has never seen her, but she seems to have seen a picture of Kitahara Kaede so she can recognize her. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. I am 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede. Oh, Hanabi nodded slightly. Then he ran up to Kitahara Kaede all at once. Then can you give me special training? My sister suddenly became so powerful, and I want to become too. Hanabi said excitedly. I have been observing my sister all the time, and her strength has risen in an instant. My sister said it was all thanks to you. FFLX. Hanabi placed his 2 fleshy little hands on the left arm of Kitahara Kaede. ABJ. However, just as she got on, she immediately found that Kitahara Kaide's clean sleeve was blackened, and quickly took it back in embarrassment. Then she looked pitifully at the maid behind Kitahara Kaede, who handed her the handkerchief. She hastily wiped her hands nervously, then looked apologetically at the handprints on Kitahara Kaide's arm. It's okay, Kitahara Kaede said. The traces on the sleeves have a bit of iron color. It should be the appearance that Hanabi has directly practiced the shuriken to the pulp. He doesn't dislike hardworking people. It's okay to want to be strong, Kitahara Kaede said. But not now. Your father is looking for me. Oh, Hanabi lowered his head in frustration. But she is not noisy. It is more important to know about her father. That's all. Kitahara Kaede looked at little Hanabi. Just a little help you. Kitahara Kaede said, and Hanabi also met Kitahara Kaede's eyes at this moment. I also saw blood flowing from Bayuan village. And the pupils also became scarlet. It's just that before I can speak, I find that I have come to a special space. Welcome to my world, said Kitahara Kaede. No matter how many years have passed and how much time has been spent inside, it is just a moment outside. Okay, that's amazing, Hanabi said in surprise. Then, if you want to become stronger, start special training. Kitahara Kaede said, your sister spent 77 years here to reach the standard she is now. And Hanabi you, Kitahara Kaede paused, but Hanabi spoke hard, I sure wouldn't spend that much time. Is it? Very energetic. So, Kitahara Kaede blinked, and in front of Hanabi suddenly appeared a 1.65 meter tall girl in an orange robe. This girl has beautiful straight black hair, fair eyes, and clean skin. There is obviously no trace of makeup, but it is bubbling beautifully. This girl is wearing clogs and just standing there puts a lot of pressure on little Hanabi. Little Hanabi suddenly became tense. This is what the future you can grow into, says Kitahara Kaede. If you can easily beat your future self, then you can become stronger. As that's so, little Hanabi instantly became elated. Then, but, Hanabi said, Master 5th generation, are you really not lying to me? What? Kitahara Kaede looked over. The little Hanabi circled around the big Hanabi in the orange robe. 553 and as she turned, big Hanabi winked at her. Ah, but the little Hanabi ran towards Kitahara Kaede directly, this big Hanabi is so beautiful one. Why do I feel that she seems to be more beautiful than my sister when she grows up? Yes, Hanabi who grew up in Boruto is very beautiful, Kitahara Kaede said in his heart. But now Hanabi has a look of disbelief. Kitahara Kaede said, whether it looks good or not, I don't think you can ask me. If it's Hinata in front of me, then I'll definitely say she's the one who looks good. And you're here, I'd say you're the prettiest. Hanabi paused. The words of the 5th generation adults are so casual, it seems that they are afraid that my sister and I will make trouble for no reason. Yes, because this is the experience of Kitahara Kaede. If a girl asks you who is more beautiful between her and XX in front of you, if you tell the truth or lie, then they will definitely be angry, and then they will push you on the bed, and then let you have a good look at one, let's see who is beautiful. In this case, the time of the day can only be spent in bed. Obviously not energy efficient. Chapter 142 Uzumaki Mito joins the group. Hinata, your father is a bit fierce. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Beep. Observation of today's share Kitahara Kaede. _, small group open. Welcome everyone to start speaking freely. Today's 3-hour mission to observe the northern wind has already started. Closing square bracket. Video is on, and when Kitahara Kaede was instructing Hanabi, the system also made a sound. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Big pillar Hanhan, ha, I was also liberated today, Konoha, what has become of Konoha now? Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are in a hurry. Dazuzi Hanhan, there is no way, because Konoha is developing very well now. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Shuhei ask about the development of Konoha, then you are asking the right person. Shuhei, labor and management are the clearest. Kurama. It's just becoming Konoha's Jonin. Do you need to be so proud? Shuhei, even if you want to be, you can't be. Shuhei. Anyway, we are in the old man of 6 paths, can't we just stay there? Shuhei. And now the old man of 6 paths is gone, so is it wrong for me to find a new owner to protect myself? 8 Tails. That's right. 8 Tails agrees, yes, although Shuhei's behavior looks embarrassing, but there is no embarrassment. Like it, isolated and helpless, so not only Killer Bee died, but itself was eaten by Nagato-controlled ghetto statue, the 10 Tails. Now I can only make a pitiful bubble when the small group appears. Isn't this miserable? So, if there is an option to join Konoha to seek asylum in front of it, then it will support and join even if it has no face. So, 8 Tails is realistic. No, one Funbuki in the ninja world. And Terumi May suddenly called out. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Original Mizukage, what's wrong? Number. 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, nothing. Terumi May spoke hastily. No, 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. By the way, Kitahara-kun is now in the Tsukuyomi space again. Number. 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, then who is this big and small white-eyed girl? Who? 6th Hokage Kakashi. This dark-skinned little girl is Hyuga Hanabi, the younger sister of Hyuga Hinata. Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh. Because I have seen Kitahara Kaede and Hinata's special training before, and Kitahara Kaede made Hinata a Jonin without changing his face, so everyone understands. But, who is this new white-eyed girl? And, Senju Tobirama. She looks great. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede has a good eye. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama also has aesthetics. Senju Tobirama. Even though I'm single, it doesn't mean I don't understand people's beauty and ugliness. Senju Tobirama. This white-eyed girl is indeed very beautiful. Good color fairy, Let me judge, then the girl in the orange dress, her appearance is not inferior to that of Gang Yu when he was young. Big Zuzi Hanhan, good guy, is Gang so pretty? Senju Tobirama. After all, you are not ugly, brother, and sister-in-law is also beautiful. Kurama. Shuhei. 9 Tails, why are you upset again? Kurama. Nothing, first generation's wife Uzumaki Mito is my first generation calendar. 8 tails. That's how it is. And 9 tails crossed his displeased claws and continued to lie on his face. For the dead like Senju Hashirama Senju Tobirama, this small group can bring them back to life. Communication and dialogue can be renewed, and the same is true for it. Because, now it is still sealed in Naruto's body, so it is only in a sealed state, and in the sealed state, it cannot communicate with anyone. Even if I want to try to run away, but Kitahara Kaede is so strong, so I still run away. But unable to escape, was sealed again. Therefore, the current state is a time when it is relatively comfortable. And Uzumaki Mito or something, go. Hearing this name, Nine Tails felt displeased. Beep. However, at this moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt. In view of the small number of active people in the group. So a new member is added in particular. Closing square bracket. The member is a relative of a member of the group. Closing square bracket. Welcome, Uzumaki Mito, the daughter of the patriarch of the Uzumaki clan from the Uzumaki country, joins the group. Closing square bracket. Welcome to observe Kitahara Kaede. _, small group. This group is also known as Wanji chat group, which can connect the past, present, and future. Closing square bracket. At Uzumaki Mito, because of her gentle and generous character, she got a special title, Mrs. First Hokage. Closing square bracket. At Uzumaki Mito, come say hello and put your husband in the group. Closing square bracket. Beep. Senju Tobirama. Ah, this. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Is this okay? Kurama. This is fine too. Uzumaki Mito, Mrs. First Hokage. This is. Tobirama, and 9 tails are here. Big Pillar Han. Mito, it's me. Mrs. First Hokage. Is it Hashirama? Big Pillar Han. Yes, I am under this title. Hashirama. Dazuzi Han, I never dreamed that I could see you again. Uzumaki Mito. Indeed, I thought you just left like that. Big Zuzi Han, sorry, I died too early. Uzumaki Mito. Your title is well deserved. Big Zuzi Han. Ah, this. Senju Tobirama. Uzumaki Mito. I didn't expect to see Tobirama here. Senju Tobirama. Sister-in-law. Kurama. Hmph. Uzumaki Mito. 9 tails is also there. Kurama Li Wang Jiao Shuhei. Is this the Uzumaki family who take turns, and the 9 tails who fight hard? 8 tails. Isn't that good? Maybe Killer Bee can join the group someday. 4th Raikage I think Killer Bee is better not to come in. 3rd Raikage yes. 4th Raikage. After all, our Cloud Shinobi village is gone. Shuhei. 8 tails. Well, everyone must forget that there are still 2 lowest level group members in the group. But, Uzumaki Mito. Let me take a good look at the specific situation. And when Mrs. Mungshin First Hokage checked the rules of the small group, Kitahara Kaede had already completed the special training for Hanabi. Hyuga Hanabi immediately felt the light again. Then she noticed that Kitahara Kaede was already wiping her eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan bleeds every time it is used. Chapter 143 Hanabi. I only feel bad for Gigi, it's so scary about your girlfriend. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. I'm sorry. Little Hanabi hurriedly came to Kitahara Kaede, and Kitahara Kaede had already wiped his eyes, and the blood would not continue to flow. He blinked lightly, and when he opened it again, his pupils were black. Sharingan is put away, here it comes. No problem, Kitahara Kaede said, it just looks scary, but it doesn't hurt me. But, little Hanabi still felt that he was asking too much. If you don't feel sorry, then keep getting stronger, Kitahara Kaede said. Become stronger, then protect your older sister. Hanabi nodded seriously. There is actually a white strip of cloth tied to her forehead, and the words, come on, are written on the strip. It seems to be used to motivate myself. But everyone knows the real situation, because of the Hyuga family's clan and branch house system. Therefore, as the daughter of the patriarch, the elder sister will be the heir of the clan in the future. As the second daughter of the patriarch, she is regarded as the heir of the branch house as required. And the future is to protect sister Hyuga Hinata. Hanabi accepts this fate, and at the same time wants to make 303 stronger. And now, I got the power from the 5th Hokage, Kitahara Kaede, then it must be, to protect my sister. I will definitely protect my sister, Hanabi said. Then, but Hanabi's hand finger lightly met up. This pose is familiar to Kitahara Kaede because it is a habitual movement of Hinata in the past. He knew that at this time, he only had to be responsible for listening. Really, Hanabi seemed to be a little confused and said, that, Brother Feng. This is what Hanabi called Kitahara Kaede after the Tsukuyomi space. Kitahara Kaede has conceived of possibly marrying Hinata, so there is no objection to this name. So he accepted her name. And Hanabi continued, that, Brother Feng, you helped me improve my strength like this. If my sister found out, would she be angry? Hanabi said, after all, sister, after all, can be scary sometimes, she added. And the elder sister mentioned here becomes scary, so it should be Black Hinata. But BECJ. Relax, Kitahara Kaede said, only a second has just passed. And now there is nothing, how could your sister be angry? Kitahara Kaede said, that's it. Hanabi then lightly took Kitahara Kaide's hand, but considering that he was being called over by his father, he quickly let go. Kitahara Kaede went to the hall where the Hyuga clan received guests where Hyuga Hiyashi was. However, because the attitude of the Hyuga clan is relatively high, there are generally not many people coming. The dust in the center of the living room seems a bit big. But Hiashi was already sitting there. Kitahara Kaede walked over. My lord, 5th generation. And Hiashi seemed to be sitting alone in a daze, turned around quickly after hearing the sound, and then bowed to Kitahara Kaede. No, Kitahara Kaede said, if he married Hinata, then Hiashi would be the father-in-law, plus in the past, Hiashi didn't stop Hinata from contacting him. So he should be considered a good father-in-law. No, but Hiashi said, etiquette cannot be lost. Obviously, writing is also a somewhat pedantic person. There is no doubt about his loyalty to Hokage. Think about it too. In the past, Cloud Shinobi Village deliberately came to kidnap people, and when 3rd generation was very soft, they asked Hiashi to pay for his life. Hiashi really considered suicide. FFLX. For Hokage, the big reason why the Hyuga clan can develop, is that they are very obedient. Quite loyal. If you want to kill the patriarch, you will almost die. From this point of view, the Hyuga clan is actually more comfortable than the Uchiha clan. Because they are pedantic, they are foolish and loyal. Opening parenthesis. The Hyuga clan is too weak. If there is not a Tenseigan in the original book, then the blood succession boundary of the Hyuga clan is actually the weakest blood succession boundary. Because God has given you X-rays and perspective eyes, which can observe from a long distance and act as human telescopes. Result, what you take is not some long-range attack or shooting, but some melee combat. And the only long-distance attack move is 8 trigrams air palm. Also, very demanding, so, completely wasted his blood succession boundaries. Kitahara Kaede looked at it here, and considered adding long-range attack strike ninjutsu to them, such as Thunder Shield. But now Iwagakure has not been defeated, so it is shelved for now. But the purpose of today's Hiashi should be Hyuga Hazashi. And just as Kitahara Kaede thought about it, Hiashi crawled down and said, please save my brother, Hyuga Hazashi. Hiashi pleaded, I did not confine the filth of Hyuga Hazashi, said Kitahara Kaede. And now there is no filth for his sake, there is no Hazashi's body. And even if it's not a corpse, even a strand of hair can be filthy if it remains. After so long in the filth, Kitahara Kaede has discovered the corpses that the filth needs as long as they can provide DNA to confirm that it is the person. So even a single hair can be filthy. I have all these things. Hiashi said, however, and there's Hazashi's dead body too. When the original Cloud Shinobi village found out that Hazashi's white eyes had been destroyed, they didn't take the body away. Then, he paused for a moment. I buried Hazashi herein. That means it's buried under this hall. The purpose is to remind me every moment that I am dead despite the first experience. Quote, and now, it's time for him to be resurrected. Hiashi said, and everyone's eyes fell on the dusty hall. So, Hazashi's body is here. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. I'll go. Big Pillar Hanhan. The Hyuga clan is quite fierce. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I was also taken aback. Uzumaki Mito. At Senju Hashirama's younger brother, who are you? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I am Uchiha Madara's younger brother, Uchiha Izuna. Uzumaki Mito. As expected, is Uchiha Madara more important in Hashirama's heart? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What? Uzumaki Mito. No, nothing. Chapter 144 Hyuga Hazashi, aren't twins pretty good? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Everyone in the small group was surprised that Hiashi hid the body of Hyuga Hazashi, which he could not find, in the living room where the guests were staying. But Hiashi went on to explain. You all know that Cloud Shinobi Village came to establish diplomatic relations in the past. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. So it was the time when Cloud Shinobi Village sneaked into Hyuga's house on purpose and wanted to get supercilious. Senju Tobirama. I also have the impression that Hyuga Neji challenged Kitahara Kaede, followed by Might Guy. Might Guy. It should be about that time. Might Guy. The people from Cloud Shinobi Village took advantage of the peace talks to come to Konoha, but the leader Jonin ran to the gathering place of the Hyuga clan. Might Guy. Then this Jonin wanted to abduct Hinata, but was discovered by Hiashi, and then Hiashi killed him. Might Guy. Generally speaking, this kind of immoral thing must be the fault of Cloud Shinobi Village. Might Guy. However, Cloud Shinobi Village continues to launch a ninja war on the grounds that Mr. Hiashi's actions are a breach of the peace talks. 6th Hokage Kakashi. At that time, the border of the Land of Fire and the ninjas of Iwagakure were also eyeing 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then 3rd generation was worried that Konoha would be finished in the ninja war, so he personally went to persuade Master Hiashi to choose to sacrifice himself. Senju Tobirama. Sarutobi is really too soft. Senju Tobirama. According to the situation at that time, it means Senju Tobirama. But the Uchiha clan was still there at that time, right? Might Guy. Yes, the Uchiha family was still there at that time. Senju Tobirama. Hey, my heart really hurts. Yes, the disciples taught are not only useless, but will only hinder the village, and even, the patriarch of a family in his own village will be asked to die. Doesn't this chill the hearts of other families who follow Konoha? Namikaze Minato. According to what Guy said before, Hiashi didn't die, and then Hiashi's younger brother, Hiashi's twin brother committed suicide instead of his elder brother, right? Namikaze Minato. After all, they look exactly the same. Might Guy. Yes, that's it, and this Hyuga Hizashi is also Neji's father. Might guy, Neji hasn't come out yet. At 3rd Raikage, I at 4th Raikage, I, at 1st Tsuchikage. You guys are really badass. 3rd Raikage I, it's none of my business then. 4th Raikage I am only for the normal development of the village. From my Cloud Shinobi village point of view, it would be beneficial for us to do so at that time. 4th Raikage I, so I am from the perspective of a decision maker. Big Pillar Hanhan, so your Cloud Shinobi village is gone. 4th Raikage equals I, Shuhei. This really makes me laugh. Uzumaki Mito. It turns out that something like this happened in the village after I died. Uzumaki Mito. At Tobirama, the disciple you chose, may be really not very good. Senju Tobirama. Sorry, sister-in-law, I regret it too. Senju Tobirama. Brother gave me the village, and I worked hard for it, but I didn't expect that the result would be like this. Might guy. Hey, my Neji hasn't come out yet. After all, it's such a big deal. No, one Fanbuki in the ninja world. At Might guy, this may not be the case. No, one Fanbuki in the ninja world. My Kitahara-kun has known about Hiashi and Hizashi for a long time, and among the quotas he gave for Impure World reincarnation, the exact name is Hyuga Hizashi. No, one Katabuki in the ninja world. So, maybe this is a chance for Hiashi Hizashi and Neji to relax. Dazuzi Hanhan, that's right, it's really not good to let the brother-in-law stare at or hate his wife all the time. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, you guys can actually understand some human feelings. Dazuzi Hanhan. Izuna, what do you mean? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Obviously I am the elder brother's younger brother, but it seems that at the elder brother's place, the time he stays with me is not as long as the time he spends with you. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Isn't this what it should be? Because Madara and I are friends. Senju Tobirama. Oh, it's a friend. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Yes, you can treat this as a friend. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Hey, what do you mean by this? Might guy. At least it must be a close friend. Just like Kakashi and I, the lifelong friendship. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, Nohara Lin, it is really enviable to see that the relationship between Kakashi and Might is still so good. At Obito. Right, Obito, Shonen Obito, really, at this moment, outside Konoha, Obito is sitting on the tree. His spiritual power and soul power are very strong, so it can support him to put his soul on the reality side, but at the same time he can join the small group. But looking at Lin's statement, not only is Obito not interested or bored. Yes, obviously he gave Kakashi the important Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. As a result, Kakashi, this guy, not only failed to complete the task of protecting Lin that he had promised, but also just like that, became irreplaceable best friends with others. Really, makes him sick. It makes him feel like the hard work and training he put in when he was a teenager in order to let Kakashi be accepted again, even when it rains, he is trying to improve himself. It's just stupid. Oh, this kind of person Kakashi is not worthy at all. And on the sidelines, Hiashi stood in front of Kitahara Kaede. His emotions were not very high, as if he had fallen into a deep memory. His face will look slightly older than those of his peers. But this is also a manifestation of his inner entanglement. I was sad after Hizashi died in my place. Or mixed feelings, Hiashi said. When Hinata was arrested, the 3rd generation asked me to hand over the body. This is for the sake of the village. Since we have joined Konoha, of course it is up to the individual and the village to choose the village. But it was special at that time. I had a twin brother who looked the same as me. And if I die like this as the patriarch, the elders of the clan cannot accept it. Although the elders are also persuading me to consider Hizashi instead. After all, we both look the same. But I never made up my mind. At this time, I received the news that Hizashi committed suicide. Hizashi left his last words, which said that he hated the branch house system of the main family, but he didn't commit suicide to protect me from the main family. He committed suicide because, as a younger brother, he wanted to protect his older brother. Quote, then, so, maybe it was me who was weak at the time. Hyuga Hiashi wiped his eyes with the long sleeve of his clothes. So, I beg you, Kitahara-kun, Impure World Reincarnation my brother Bashin. Chapter 145 Hyuga Hiashi's Death and Life. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Hyuga Neji got the position of Chūnin, and at the same time the relevant office below Hokage notified him to go and get the matching clothes of the ninjas above Chūnin. That is, the fishnet underwear with the Konoha logo and the green vest suit. Then there are special black sandals. Among them, you can choose to wear the underwear of the fishnet or not, but you need to wear the green vest. After all, this is the sign of becoming an official ninja who can serve as the backbone of the village. And Neji was told to pick it up. Tien and Shaoli congratulated him. But to Neji it was very confusing. Because he didn't abstain to Miss Hinata during the Chūnin exam. Why can I still be promoted to Chūnin? Congratulations Neji. But the congratulations from his companions made him accept it. And I can probably speculate about it. The current Konoha is a reintegrated Konoha, so the strength of the ninjas needs to be redivided, and the positions of the senior ninjas of the previous Impure World reincarnation have also changed. In the beginning, because the power of the dirt was not enough, it could only be downgraded, but this time it was improved, so it got back the original level. Coupled with the addition of San Shinobi Village and Kurigakure's ninjas, replanning the strength of the ninjas must be put on the agenda. It would be superfluous to hold some Chunin exams on 14th. So, does he mean that his strength is still recognized by Kitahara Kaede? Neji. Although he is not particularly happy, Neji still feels good to be promoted and recognized. Then, Master Neji, the Patriarch wants you to go to the living room. Neji returned to the Hyuga clan and was told so. Neji is from the branch house. His father is Hyuga Hazashi, the younger brother of Hyuga Hiashi, the patriarch of the clan. And his identity is the person of the branch house. Then it is impossible to get such a title. But he is great. He is a member of the branch house, and the people of the branch house need to protect the Zong family, and the strength of the Zong family will be stronger than that of the branch house, because many physical martial arts masters will not be passed on to the branch house. However, Neji is a genius. It is a genius that only came out of the Hyuga family in 10 years, like revolving heaven that would not be taught to him, he learned it. He taught himself. For example, 8 trigrams air palm, which he would not tell him, he also explored and learned by himself. Therefore, he is respected because of this excellence. But, what's the point? After all, I'm just a person in the branch house. And the father is gone. Neji doesn't think he is a father boy, but, he really can't accept his father's death. He still remembers when he was 4 years old. In the morning, my father and I played snowball throwing together. Obviously just so happy. Result, it's so pitiful, Tuan has to be vaccinated against cage mating at the age of 4. Accepted caged bird, as a genius but can only be the bodyguard of the clan, and then, what attacked him again was his father's suicide. This kind of thing, he doesn't admit it. Then, Neji, you're here. Hyuga Hiashi stood at the door. Master Kitahara is here, Hiashi said. Then, he filtered out your father, Hazashi. At this time, Neji was standing at the door. From this angle, you can see a person sitting upright in the room, looking meticulous. But there is a cold and gentle breath on his body. The smell made Neji hesitate. Because this breath is familiar and strange, and finally overlaps with the shadow of my father in memory. Neji. The man originally had his back to Neji, but after hearing the sound, he turned around. Turn around. The goal is to look very similar to Hyuga Hiashi, but much younger. The face of this figure has scratches of the logo. And that's the hallmark of the people of Impure World reincarnation. It shows that this person is indeed a person who crawled back from hell. He stood up. It sure is Neji, he said. Father, Your Excellency. Neji looked a little dazed. Yes, it's me, Hazashi said. I didn't expect that Nadime's ninjutsu could pull me back. Neji, seeing you grow up makes me satisfied too. Quote. Neji, isn't your body missing? Neji said. The list of Hazashi's Impure World reincarnation to be carried out in the village was posted, so Neji also saw it. But, because Hazashi's body could not be found, so I had to give up. Because I hid up, Hiashi said. Quote. Quote. Neji, why hide it? However, Neji's mood changed as if the bottom line of his heart was touched. Not only is he greedy for life and afraid of death, but he didn't even give me his father's body. Not like this. Regarding this matter, Hiashi said, I have undeniable faults, but, about Hazashi killing me, I have an opinion. Hiashi said, Hazashi, I wanted to say it a long time ago. I don't need your life. You were protecting me, but I am a brother. So I will protect you too. As he spoke, black blood dripped from the corner of Hiashi's mouth. This is poison. He actually took poison himself. Brother. Hazashi was also taken aback. That's what I'm trying to say, I thank you for dying for me in the past. But I'm also a brother. Number 013 So this matter has been bothering myself. Quote. Ultimately, all I could think of was, Hazashi, I give this life back to you. Speaking like this, Hiashi's spirit has deteriorated and he is on the verge of death. But Hiashi smiled contentedly. Then he struggled hard and glanced towards Kitahara Kaede. Quote. Quote. Kitahara Kaede. What should I say? He thought it was crazy that Hiashi would hide Hazashi's body in the living room. And now, in order to get rid of the fact that his younger brother took his life for him for so many years, his practice has turned into returning his life to his younger brother. It's really, absolutely, Hinata, your father is really a bit fierce. And when Kitahara Kaede left the Hyuga clan had become very subtle. Because the younger brother of the current patriarch, Hyuga Hazashi, has joined the Impure World reincarnation, and because there are already too many people from the Impure World reincarnation in the village, this does not arouse people's rejection. But, a new situation has appeared, that is, the patriarch of the clan. Hyuga Hiashi has also entered the Impure World reincarnation himself. That is, he died and then came back to life. Quote. The general Hyuga clan looked at him in bewilderment. Because what did the patriarch do to die and then come back to life? But everyone could see the relaxed expression on his face that was finally relieved. So, what happened? Chapter 146 Prophecy from the Kingdom of Ghosts, this kind of thing. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. When Kitahara Kaede left Hyuga's house, he didn't see Hanabi, but saw Hinata coming in from outside. But, the old man who had just met each other was dead. Kitahara Kaede still avoided Hinata. After all, it would frighten little Hinata to suddenly talk about the other party's father so fiercely. So he left Hyuga's house using the body flicker technique, but the small group didn't calm down. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, pinch my face. Senju Tobirama. Namikaze Minato. To be honest, I was surprised. Namikaze Minato. This is even more surprising than seeing Hishi hide Hisashi's body in the reception room. Might guy. Same. Master Hiashi is too fierce. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, I was surprised. Youth Obito, but there is nothing wrong with thinking. Youth Obito. Because his younger brother died for him, he felt that he couldn't accept it, so the best way is to return this life to his younger brother. Shonen Obito, so Hyuga Hiashi's behavior is understandable. Nohara Lin, as expected of you, Obito, you are still so upright. Shonen Obito. No, Lin, this is no integrity, but the basic truth. Because Hyuga Hiashi is worried all day long because of his younger brother's death in his place. So the whole person is close to the edge of madness. And here, because of Lin's death, his life has no color. So the goal is to create a world where Lin can live in peace. Change the world. This is him, and in the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of thinking is crazy. So, Lin, the crazy person is not Hyuga Hiashi, but him. It's him Uchiha Obito. Obito's heart was crying, but no one heard it. Kitahara Kaede patrolled the village directly after leaving Hyuga's house. The composition of Konoha is increasing rapidly. Although people from San Shinobi Village and Kurigakure have been transferred, most of them still need to come to Konoha to report. After all, this is the center. And he happened to meet Temari, who had already finished reporting. What a coincidence. Kitahara Kaede said. Well, what a coincidence. Temari's cheeks were reddish. Grandma Chio has become Konoha's official Jonin. Also got Konoha's green Jonin vest. Temari's heart beats when she thinks of Chio grandmother's words when she came to pick up the clothes with her. Temari, you are not like us. I made an agreement with Kitahara Kaede before that if he can take care of Akatsuki's problems, then San Shinobi Village will be attached to him. Looks normal, doesn't it? But not like this, because after San Shinobi Village joined, he immediately arranged for the ninjas from Kurigakure to go to San Shinobi Village to fight against the drought. That means he has been taking care of your emotions. So maybe he doesn't hate you. I don't need to say what it means to not hate. In other words, that is to say, this is taking care of her. Does she still have a chance? Temari's cheeks turned crimson instantly. Are you okay? Kitahara Kaede hurriedly stopped her, putting his hand on Temari's forehead. Quote! But it was like steam was rising from Temari's head. I always feel that I can just let it go like this, but Temari will continue to be so hot. So Kitahara Kaede had to pull her aside to rest. And the live broadcast in the small group did not end. Everyone was still immersed in Hyuga Hiashi's crazy behavior, and Kitahara Kaede went out to avoid Hinata and met Temari and reacted. But Terumi-May suddenly had other reactions. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. Although it is not very good to say it now, I think some guys are a bit too much. Senju Tobirama. What happened? Although Terumi-May was Kurigakures Mizukage before, everyone can see that she has belonged to Konoha. Although it seems that I want to pursue Kitahara Kaede, but with Hinata here, I don't have to worry about her. But Tobirama already considered her a trustworthy Konoha. Not to mention that the current Terumi-May also helps Kakashi handle government affairs. For him, who had to deal with a lot of government affairs as second Hokage in the past, he still has a good impression. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world. When I was sorting out the information just now, I found a letter that was not right. Number 1 Maple in the ninja world. The source is the country of ghosts. Big Pillar Hanhan. Country of ghosts. Uzumaki Mito. The country of ghosts is located in Konoha, and it used to have some connection with the country of Uzumaki, and it is said that the rulers there have been witches for generations. Uzumaki Mito. It's better to say that witches have been born for generations over there, and witches have special powers. Uzumaki Mito. On the one hand, it can seal demons by sacrificing itself, on the other hand, it also has the ability to advance. Uzumaki Mito. And their predictive ability basically predicts who will die. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Oh, is it so strong? Senju Tobirama. My sister-in-law said so, but I remembered come. Senju Tobirama. I seem to have also received a document from a witch from the kingdom of ghosts. Big Pillar Hanhan. Nanda. Is it a prophecy Tobirama you? Senju Tobirama. No, it is prophecy that the elder brother will die. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. At that time, I didn't take it seriously, and then Uchiha Madara came back to attack Konoha, and then I had a decisive battle with you, big brother. Senju Tobirama. Brother, although you won Uchi obtained Wave Madara, you also passed away in a few years. Senju Tobirama. So now that I think about it, the witches in this ghost country are interesting and capable. Big Pillar Hanhan. Then Hara Mizukage, quickly take a look at what is written in the documents of this ghost country. And what is prophesied. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world. Then let me read it carefully. No. 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. Alright, the priestesses in this ghost country are bastards. Namikaze Minato. No. 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world. Because the first sentence of the priestess document in the kingdom of ghosts is 10 days later, the news of Kitahara Kaede's death from Konoha. Big Pillar Hanhan. More than. Senju Tobirama. Kurama. Shozuru. Hey, what happened? It's so scary. Will Kitahara Kaede die? Is it the people from Otsutsuki? Are they coming to catch me? Shuhei. Don't say such a terrible thing. Chapter 147 Miko Shion. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Shuhei. Hey, don't say such terrible things. It looked like Lai Shuzuru was very nervous. And this, isn't it nonsense? Shuzuru just abandoned San Shinobi village and switched to Konoha's side in order to get the blessing of Kitahara Kaede. And if Kitahara Kaede is cold, does it mean that the era of Otsutsuki has come? Will it be caught? It is now a wild-tailed beast. It is a collection of exposed chakra, so the people of the Otsutsuki family will definitely be regarded as, woo, they will be regarded as apples, and then they will be eaten directly. Drop it. Super scary. Shukaku doesn't want to repeat the fate of Eight Tails, so it just called out come. Shuhei, so this kind of thing is fake. Shuhei. Kitahara Kaede will die or something. This kind of thing is a lie, isn't it? Shuhei, now that Konoha is getting stronger, other small countries are worried about being closed in, so they deliberately released the news, right? Senju Tobirama. There is some truth to this point of view. Tobirama did not deny the proposal of Shuzuru. 313. Because in the midst of surviving in the cracks, some small countries or ninja villages will do whatever they can. Just like what my brother told him, there used to be a ninja village called Taki Ninja Village who was worried that Konoha would attack them, so they dared to assassinate them. He is called the eldest brother of the ninja god. What is the name of the person who assassinated the eldest brother in Taki Ninja Village? Tobirama can't remember clearly. After all, he has so many things to deal with, but the only thing that can be confirmed is that some people will use unscrupulous means. So, the Kingdom of Ghosts here sees that the ninja world is about to be unified, so in order to obtain their own interests, it is possible to do something. But, the probability is not high. After all, according to Uzumaki Mito, there was a prophecy from the Kingdom of Oni before the death of first Hokage. It means that the other party only informed this prophecy in advance out of kindness. Whether she will accept this prophecy is up to Konoha. Senju Tobirama. In short, do a serious investigation. Senju Tobirama. Now the identity of the witch in the ghost country, and the accuracy of the opponent's prophecy, etc. Senju Tobirama. At Jiraiya, at Kakashi, at Terumi Mei. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world. Got it. Let me investigate this kind of thing. Therefore, the documents from the land of thinking that prophesied the death of Kitahara Kaede handed over by the emperor were sealed as the most important secret. On the other hand, Konoha released a more rigorous confidential mission obtaining information about the current priestess of the ghost country. The bounty is 30 million. Brave man, and the speed with which the task is completed is astonishing. How should I put it? Nagato, the members of your Akatsuki organization are also very unique. Kakashi complained, because the person doing the task is Kakuzu. While Kakuzu is from the Akatsuki organization, Kitahara Kaede did not list him as Konoha's elite Jonin before considering Kakuzu's status as a bounty hunter. After all, this guy is very dangerous and has a bad reputation. Putting it on Konoha is like discrediting himself. But Kakuzu was released to Nagato to continue acting as a member of Akatsuki. And this time the task was taken by him. He has now filled out the information, and then came to receive the reward for the task. I have a headache too, Nagato said. But Kakuzu should have restrained himself. Nagato added, actually he was right. In fact, Kakuzu has been very restrained. You must know that there is Asuma in Konoha village, who has a bounty of 25 million in the gold exchange, and Asuma is weak, so Kakuzu tried hard to restrain his love of money several times, and then tried to calm down hands who love money themselves. In the end, I didn't do the gorgeous betrayal of my teammate in Konoha, and cut him off for the bounty baby. So now it is acceptable to just do tasks honestly to make money. And Kakuzu quickly sent the information up. It was also at this time that Aster's information was presented. Aster, from the country of ghosts, the family has been witches for generations. The country of ghosts is a country that has no ninjas, but is inherited by witches. Miko will give advice to ordinary people, and witches have unique and powerful powers. Most of the power in it is prophecy. That is to say, foreseeing, predicting dreams. The last maiden's name was Maitreya, and this year's maiden's name is Aster, the daughter of Maitreya. Aster was raised to be said to have greater power than her mother Maitreya Miko. At the same time, because she is a witch, she is well protected, and she is guarded by a group of macho guards with a number of about 300 people. According to some people, Master Z1 is very indifferent and doesn't get close to anyone. At the same time, speaking means that the death of the other party has been predicted. Aster has predicted 99 times from birth to now, and 99 times are the death of others. 98 of them have been effective, and these 99 times predicted the death of Kitahara Kaede. Kakashi passed it on to Terumi Mei soon after reading the information. Terumi Mei also frowned after reading the information. The reason is simple, it's a big deal. Calm down, calm down. From Nagato's mouth, it can be confirmed that Kakuzu loves money, so he cares about the task, so he will not fool people, because it may be refunded. So the information on this document should be correct. In other words, the accuracy of this Aster Maiden's prophecy is very high, 100%. So, Kitahara Kaede here, is he really going to die? The matter is too big. Terumi Mei said, we have no way to solve it, so we should submit it to Kitahara-kun for decision. I thought so too. Kakashi nodded. It's no use panicking now that things are big. So the final plan really can only be submitted upwards. Then, 30 minutes later, Kitahara Kaede was called to the Hokage office building, because there are Kakashi and Terumi who can work, so Kitahara Kaede doesn't come here very often, at most once a week. At that time, only the important matters that have been selected will be dealt with. It's very simple. Got power. Sorry if everything is in your hands. While she has no doubts about her ability to handle things, Kitahara Kaede doesn't see this as an easy solution either. Because it is impossible for any pet pig of the ninja family to think, he needs to be named for such trivial matters as asking for a name. So it is very important to arrange Kakashi and Terumi to pick and sort. Then presented. In front of Kitahara Kaede there is only, the prophecy that you are going to die. Chapter 148 The movie version of the world, the death of Naruto. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. 2 encrypted documents appeared on Kitahara Kaede's desk. One is a death prophecy book sent by Z1, a witch from the land of ghosts. And the other is about the credibility of the Miko of this ghost country. Kitahara Kaede quickly read it. Then, who collected this information? Kitahara Kaede said, it's Kakuzu from the Akatsuki organization. Kakashi replied seriously. Nagato made a guarantee that the accuracy and authenticity of Kakuzu's mission is verifiable. So did the bonus go to him? Kitahara Kaede said, someone has been arranged to do it, Kakashi said. They took over the position of third generation, and third generation didn't do everything by themselves in the past, but separated into different departments, such as fulfilling tasks and so on. Both Kakashi and Kitahara Kaede felt that these departments could be kept, so they continued to make it work. And now I have written a note from Hokage asking Kakuzu to withdraw the money. Then arrange for someone to intercept it, Kitahara Kaede said. Only half of the winnings can be cashed out to Kakuzu. Why? Kakashi asked curiously. Because he gave incomplete information. Kitahara Kaede said, let him investigate the sprites. Quote. Kakashi. Monsters. Yes. Kitahara Kaede said, give him the direction of the investigation. After the investigation is completed, not only will he return half of the seized bonus, but an additional 10 million will be added. Yes, although at a loss, Kakashi resigned himself to doing it. After all, this matter is very big now, and he has no right to decide. Then it is most correct to listen to Kitahara Kaede now. So, after a circle, in the evening, Kakuzu came back, and he submitted new materials. Kakashi didn't look at the document but handed it over to Kitahara Kaede, and obediently went back to his chair. But, that's not to say he wasn't curious about what the sprite in Kitahara Kaede's mouth was. Talks. Beep. Observation of today's share Kitahara Kaede. _, small group open. All group members are welcome. Closing square bracket. Today Kitahara Kaede's 3-hour live broadcast starts. Closing square bracket. Then, as a member of the group, he also saw this information about sprites. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, how do you pronounce the word sprite? Senju Tobirama, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Would you mind reading more books? This is also called Hokage. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. These two characters are Guemo, Wangliang. Big Pillar Hanhan, Wangliang. Kurama. This is the meaning of ghosts and ghosts. Shuhei. Nine Tails, do you have such a wide range of knowledge? Kurama. Hmph. Namikaze Minato. Well, Kurama is also a reader. Kurama. I always feel that Minato, you mean something. Namikaze Minato. No, how to put it, I am actually very happy. Namikaze Minato. Because Nine Tails is actually so strong. Kurama. Hmph. Shonen Obito. Obito on the side just pays attention silently every time the small group starts, and then doesn't talk much. After all, there is not only Minato in this group, but also Nine Tails. These are the existences where he was almost exposed in the past. Fortunately, Nine Tails didn't recognize him. Otherwise, he probably won't be able to continue here, and there is only one reason for being here. Nohara Lin, that is to say, the witches in the Kingdom of Ghosts not only have the ability to prophesy, but also have to be responsible for sealing demons and goblins. Namikaze Minato. According to the information, the Miko of the previous session, that is, the Miko Makari, sacrificed herself to seal the monster called a monster. Dazuzi Hanhan, but if this is the case, it shouldn't matter. Big Pillar Hanhan, after all, the last witches are gone because of the seal. Then the seal should be very strong. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you don't want a crow's mouth. Good color fairy, yes, far this statement is a flag in the eyes of us scholars. Big Zuzi Hanhan, Number 1 Fambuki in the ninja world, it turns out that there is such a reason for the Kingdom of Ghosts. No, 1 Fambuki in the ninja world, and, this sprite seems to be quite good. Asking for flowers. Number 1 Fambuki in the ninja world, from the information, although it is made of stone, it has the function of breaking and then repairing itself. Namikaze Minato. This is like Impure World reincarnation. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, yes, then it has continuous combat power and destructive power. If they make a fuss and push towards Konoha. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, even if our personnel can be evacuated, various buildings are likely to be destroyed. Namikaze Minato. And according to the investigation data, there are tens of thousands of stone soldiers that sprites can drive. Namikaze Minato. This strength should not be underestimated. Senju Tobirama. Your analysis is reasonable. Senju Tobirama. Let's see what Kitahara Kaede does now. %. What will Kitahara Kaede do? Kitahara Kaede spreads out the material, skimming through it. In this step of obtaining information, the source experience of sprites is not much different from the original work. And the information about Miko Aster is not much different from the original. But the difference is that what she predicted was not Naruto's death, but his Kitahara Kaede's death. This is what makes Kitahara Kaede a little bit concerned. Is this Aster's prophecy wrong, or? This means that the theatrical version of the world has opened. As for the thing about being predicted to die, well, Kitahara Kaede won't be worried. Not to mention that he has Impure World reincarnation on hand. If necessary, sacrifice Sharingan and use Ayanagi, or use fairy spells, or let Nagato use Rinne Tensei to revive, etc. It is that he will be predicted to die. This kind of thing is impossible. #Ba. Miko Aster's prophecy can only explain one thing. The composition of this world is more complicated than imagined, and it may not only include the ninja world, but also connect to the theatrical version. So, in other words, dragon veins and the like may also appear. The essence of the dragon veins is a collection of chakra. Although his own chakra is enough, he thinks it is okay to increase it a little. If it is like this, then let him come to the theater version for a while. Chapter 149. Why didn't no one find out that the ghosts can be fed to Miko? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. After quickly finalizing the prophecy sent by Miko Aster, Kitahara Kaede already has a plan. And now he is not the only one here, although Kakashi is very well behaved on the side, but he also pays attention to Kitahara Kaede's reaction. Especially for second generation, Tobirama also said that it depends on how Kitahara Kaede handles it. Don't worry too much about prophecies, Kitahara Kaede said. Although I want to say that, you are still worried. It can be confirmed that Miko Aster does have the ability to predict. However, this does not mean that what she predicted must be correct. The witch's prophecy is not by looking at the crystal ball, but by predicting the dream. In the dream, they may only see one or two fragments, and then arbitrarily determine a certain situation. However, in terms of specifics, I have to observe on the spot to draw the conclusion of 437. So, Kitahara Kaede said, I'm going to go to the land of ghosts myself. Hey, Kakashi said quickly, are you sure you want to go there in person? Kakashi's mood was a little flustered. Definitely. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Senju Tobirama. It is indeed good to see it in person, but it is too dangerous. Senju Tobirama. The notice sent by the witch is that she saw the news of Kitahara Kaede's death in the Kingdom of Ghosts. Senju Tobirama. So the normal approach should be to stay away from the ghost country as much as possible. Namikaze Minato. I think so too. Senju Tobirama. At Kakashi, why don't you go? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Hey, I'll go. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, what are you afraid of? It's not about sending you to die. 6th Hokage Kakashi. And the scene, something I cared about, so I got to be there. 1 Kitahara Kaede said, and what is related to precognition is the information of monsters. I'm a little interested in sprites. A sprite, Kakashi said, but that's just stone soldiers. Even if there are really thousands of them, then our current Konoha is not afraid. After all, there are so many ninjas from Impure World reincarnation. Yes, although the group is discussing the threat of the monster's army, even Tsurumime is talking about the loss of the building, and there is no such concern about the personnel. Because, if only one is immortal and the body is constantly resurrected, who wouldn't? Don't the ninjas of Impure World reincarnation have the same traits? Moreover, ninjas know ninjutsu and physical skills, and because of the characteristics of Impure World reincarnation, chakra's recovery is very strong. So, not even loss. Then even if there are more stone soldiers, you are not afraid. So, Konoha is actually not cowardly. That's right, Kitahara Kaede said. But I didn't say I wanted an army of sprites. Anything crispier than white zetsu isn't interesting. So, what you want to get is? Kakashi was curious. I want to get information about the future, Kitahara Kaede said. Since Miko Aster can predict my death, although it is not accurate, it also shows that she has the ability. So, if she is allowed to devour sprites, then the ability of prophecy can be improved. So, let her make predictions at this time, so the accuracy and scalability can be used. Kitahara Kaede said, if Konoha adds another god who can predict, I think it will be very good. Also, I also want to make her prophecy something. Kitahara Kaede said, Kakashi. Kakashi. So, Kitahara Kaede thought, to get a sprite, doesn't it need the ability of the sprite to drive the stone soldiers of the puppet, but to prepare to feed the sprite to the Aster? The purpose is to strengthen the ability of Aster's Miko. ! Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan, I go, every time little Kitahara Kaede always surprises me. Dazuzi Hanhan, I actually thought of feeding the sprites to the witch. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'll go. The old man's heart is really jumping with fright. Senju Tobirama. Well, I was shocked too, but well, Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaide's proposal is really interesting. Senju Tobirama. As a scientific researcher, I really want to test what will happen if I feed the sprites to the witch. Senju Tobirama. First of all, since Maitreya Miko can seal the sprites, it means that the Miko has the same power as the sprites. Senju Tobirama. The reason why I say this is because magic can only be defeated by using magic. Senju Tobirama. From the past to the present, including the stories of Kage and Sage of Six Paths which were recently acquired from the Great Toad Sage. Senju Tobirama. In the end, let Sage of Six Paths, who also has the power of Kage, defeat Kage. Senju Tobirama. So Kitahara Kaede proposed to feed witches to sprites. I think it will work. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world. I think it's okay too. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This guy's thinking is really jumping, but I think this explanation is feasible. Namikaze Minato. Feasible. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Feasible +1. Yes, no one said that you can't feed sprites to witches. If you think about it this way, you will find that what Kitahara Kaede said makes sense. And a boss who is not very strong and troublesome. If he becomes an enemy of Konoha in the future, then why not just let it be absorbed? So, this is indeed a very good processing result. Kakashi immediately expressed his loyalty to Kitahara Kaede after he got the advice from second generation. Since this is the case, then this time, please take me with you. Kakashi said. 4.2 He is a quest madman. Apart from not being as good as Jiraiya, he is the person who has done the most A-level quests in the village before. I didn't tell you not to go, Kitahara Kaede said. It should be said that there may be slightly more people going this time. He lightly shook the bell on the table, and after a while Terumi brought up a large stack of ninja information materials. Only for Kitahara Kaede to choose. And Kitahara Kaede took out a pen, ticked all the confirmed candidates and wrote down their names. Generally speaking, if you do one task, you only need one class. And here a class refers to a guide Jonin and 3 Genin. Of course, the current standard equipment cannot be so ordinary. So Kitahara Kaede's choice is. Chapter 150 Destiny is for breaking. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. In the original book, Konoha went to the Kingdom of Ghosts because of the mission sent by the Kingdom of Ghosts. At that time, the protagonist team was used, and then the Neji team was added to assist. But now it's different from the predicament where no one can use it. There are too many people who can use it now. In addition, the current Konoha has sufficient funds. Anyway, if you don't have enough money, you can go to those big names to continue to squeeze. Then what needs to be considered is not waste, but practicality. Kitahara Kaede looked again at the village list. Konoha's elite Jonin including and beyond Kakashi level, Terumi, Hoshigaki Kisame, One Tail Hyphenation Point Shozuru, Nagato Pen 6 Paths Konin, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Fugaku, Yuhihong, Yuhijinhong, Hataki Shigeru Shuo, 3rd Cage, Red Sand Scorpion, Chidai Granny. Jonin of Konoha. Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Shiranui Genma, Maruho Kosuke, Mitarashi Anko, Yamanaka Haichi, Akamaiki Choza, Narashikahisa, Morino Ibiki, Hyuga Hiyashi, Might Die, Momo the land will not be cut again, Loquat Shizong already filthy, Gara, Baki, Samui, surrendered to Konoha. Konoha's Chūnin 14. Hyuga Neji, Tenten, Rock Lee, Goko Tetsu, Azumo, Uruka. Konoha's Genin. Inazuka Tooth, Aburame Shino, Yamanaka Ino, Narashikamaru, Akamichi Choji. These are people who have a name and are considered popular, and many of them who are not marked are either from Impure World reincarnation or have very low popularity and can only be passers-by in the original book. And now the situation. Kitahara Kaede quickly picked the roster. Uzumaki Naruto. Kitahara Kaede remembers that in the theatrical version of Naruto's death, Naruto's bottle is indispensable. Then come 1-1 first. And Neji squad. Use it. But because it is a trek through mountains and rivers, girls should pass first. Then Neji and Shaoli also use it. And Kakashi has volunteered, but Kakashi's output is very doubtful. B4. It is good to use Nagato, but although Nagato has all the abilities of Pen 6 Paths, he is used to manipulating puppets, and it is troublesome to follow directly with his body. And if you just use Tiandao Pain, Tiandao can't be too far away from him, so it's not very convenient. So, people who still have strong output. Might Guy or Kisame. Kitahara Kaede finally put Kisame on the list. So Kakashi quickly passed the list to Anbu, and asked Anbu to notify the personnel to gather. The time is now in the evening, but the time for the staff to travel is 7 o'clock in the evening. It can accommodate everyone to come after dinner, and Kitahara Kaede found that he seemed to have misjudged the motivation of the members. He originally gave them time to eat, but after the notice was issued, they all gathered at the meeting point at 5 o'clock. And Naruto held a large scroll with both hands. Bayuan-kun, you are here, hurry up, let's go to the task quickly. Naruto said. His words seemed excited, and his spirits were high, and the reason is very simple. When Pain attacked the village, he wanted to help, but in the end it didn't come in handy. Instead, as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, he had to evacuate. And then finally got the permission to come back, and what I saw was that Mr. Guy killed the quartet. Well, at this moment, he finally understood the insignificance of his own strength, and could only watch Mr. Guy fight from a distance. And then, got to listen to Nagato's story together. Result, I found myself unable to do anything other than be dumbfounded. So, for Naruto, he was going to be autistic, but he received a message from Anbu that Kitahara Kaede was going to take him on a mission, and then he didn't bring Sasuke. Isn't this exciting? So he ran right away. Quote, Kitahara Kaede. This scroll is, Kitahara Kaede said, this one, it was given to me by Pervy Sage. Naruto said. Say it's okay to summon the toads from Mount Myoboku. Then Nagato, Konin seniors and senior sisters also have them. Naruto said. His hands hugged the big scroll, although it wasn't the only thing, but he was also very happy. After all, he didn't get many people who would give him something. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said. It seems that Jiraiya's side also has ideas. Before that, she had been working for Mount Myoboku, but now she finally wants to live for herself. Well, a little use of Mount Myoboku is also possible. Then just give the resources of Mount Myoboku to his disciples. Isn't this, well done? Make the most of everything. Kitahara Kaede also likes it. But you are too exaggerated. Kitahara Kaede said, at least you can have a meal. No, Naruto said. Isn't the content of the mission already said, to assist you to go to the ghost country to capture the monster called the demon? Although we haven't been together for a long time, I know you are a person who doesn't like to cause trouble for yourself. So since it's a mission, it's a very important thing. So, I've already eaten Bingliang pills. I don't have to prepare my meals tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, Naruto said. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Namikaze Minato. Woo, my Minato is really sensible. Good color immortal. Naruto often makes people feel distressed. 760. Namikaze Minato. Well, Mr. Jiraiya, thank you for teaching Naruto the summoning technique of Mount Myoboku. Good color immortal. What's the matter, you are my disciple, and Naruto is your child. Good color immortal. Speaking of it, it's because I haven't taken care of him all the time. After all, you're not here either. Namikaze Minato. Thank you very much, Teacher Jiraiya. Shonen Obito. Obito looked at the two indifferently. And what he thinks is that Naruto has been treated too much, but so has he himself. When Naruto was born, Naruto was given 3 detonators. But this child seems to have never been blackened until now. Strong in some ways. You're exaggerating, Kitahara Kaede said. When ninjas do tasks, they sometimes need special handling. Why? Quote. So you're here too. Kitahara Kaede knew that Naruto was easy to tame, and all the other members were present. There was Neji with bandages on his hands, and Kakashi who lightly pushed the forehead protector, and then there was Hyuga Neji with white clothes and black hair. Chapter 151 Hinata, Mr. Feng is going to meet the witch. Black Hinata. Don't be afraid. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Seeing that Kitahara Kaede finally stopped talking to Naruto, Hyuga Neji who had been waiting hastily spoke up. Thank you for the previous incident. Neji said. Saying so, he who was arrogant and beaten before obediently lowered his head. My father was able to revive the impure world reincarnation, and this matter is indispensable. Neji said with a serious face. It turned out to be about Hizashi. Before, Hiyashi asked Kitahara Kaede to go there, and then there was a dirty Hizashi on the scene, and then Hiyashi returned his life. And looking at it now, the conflict between Hiyashi and Neji has also disappeared. That's why Neji's attitude is now becoming friendly. So, Kitahara Kaede said, do you know why I chose you to join this mission? The core of this mission is to catch sprites, and the goal is to feed the witches. The witch has the ability to predict. Then it's destiny. Didn't you always believe in fate? Then let me tell you, luck can be broken, Kitahara Kaede said. As long as you are strong enough, fate can't stop you either. Then, let's go, everyone, Kitahara Kaede said. Good. X5. Kakashi, Neji, Lee, Naruto and Kisame in dark blue dried persimmon followed. Speak come. For ninjas, ninja running is the way they move, at speeds between 50 to 200 kilometers per hour. So this is without transportation. However, vehicles can also be used, but it is a summoning beast that can fly. And Kitahara Kaede also has summoning beasts, such as Shuzuru. But, Shuzuru's big belly makes people doubt whether he can move at high speed. So at this time, there really is a lack of a summoning beast that can move easily. Thinking of this, Kitahara Kaede looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was walking forward with a serious face. 9 tails is sealed in Naruto's body, so he is called the 9 tails human calendar. And the words of 9 tails are super cheats in the original book and in the current history. At the same time, 9 tails still has hands and feet, and runs very fast. So if you can control 9 tails to act as a means of transportation, then maybe it will be more convenient to move. As for whether depriving Jinchuriki of 9 tails will cause death to Jinchuriki, just use the fairy spell. Mount Myoboku has always hidden such useful things, it is a pity not to use them. So, however, 9 tails can be removed from Naruto's body with almost no damage. Naruto looked over curiously. What's wrong? Is there a flower on my face? No, Kitahara Kaede said. In fact, he was really thinking about what would happen if he stripped 9 tails from Naruto. But isn't the reason why Naruto is powerful because of the plug-in 9 tails? For the time being, let's put it at Naruto's place first. But Namikaze Minato still has half of the 9 tails, and the half can be deprived at any time. Kitahara Kaede thought to himself. Xiao Li, who was on the road together, also looked at Neji. He breathed a sigh of relief. Because Neji finally had a smile on his face. Neji, I want to challenge you next time. Xiao Li said. Hmph, then it's up to you to catch up. Neji said. At the same time, Neji's agility also became faster. As a genius born in the Hyuga family in 10 years, he is certainly not just at this level. Wait for me, Shaoli immediately chased after him. And Kakashi looked at Kisame beside him. It's the first time that we will travel together like this. Speaking of which, this is our more formal meeting, Mr. Kisame. Kakashi said, you're being serious. Ganshi Guishong said, also, we're on the road now, so it's better to preserve some energy. So I don't recommend talking on the way. Kisame said, Kakashi, okay, it really is honesty. So several people quickly rushed towards the direction of the ghost country. And in Konoha's place, so comfortable, Hyuga's house, Hyuga Hanabi, the second daughter of the head of the Hyuga family, stretched. After stretching, she put her hands on the table beside her, watching her sister's movements. Her older sister, Hyuga Hinata, is learning to knit a sweater or scarf. Probably due to lack of proficiency, weaved for a while and then dismantled it, and then weaved it again. Sister, but Hanabi's face was filled with a smile, like a flower bud suddenly blooming. I heard, Brother Feng is on a mission. Yeah, Hinata nodded. He told me about this and said that he would not be in the village in the next few days. Hinata's mind is on the scarf. According to the habit over the years, she knew that Kitahara Kaede's birthday was in winter. She gives him presents every year. This year is no exception. But soon, I heard from family members that if they are dating boys and girls, they will give some things that they may make themselves as gifts. Because this means that courtesy is light and affection is heavy. But even so, friendship is the most important thing. So what's the point? Then show your sincerity. So she chose to knit a scarf. After all, knitting a scarf is cumbersome and requires patience, followed by wrapping it with love. So she started to study. But it seems to be a bit difficult. Hinata untied the thread again at once. At this time, Hanabi continued, and Brother Fang's mission this time seems to be related to some witch. Sister, is this really all right? The Hanabi said in a big kid. What is the problem? I trust Feng-kun, Hinata said. After all, Hinata had just spoken, and the pitch of her voice changed a bit, and her short black hair suddenly turned into long hair with a shawl. Jowda's the momentum of the whole person is completely different. Ah, it's Hei's sister. Little Hanabi quickly changed his words. Sister hehe, call me big sister, Black Hinata said to his younger sister. Sister, then my sis, Brother Feng is going to see Anne, Hanabi repeated. Aren't you worried? Hmph, of course. Black Hinata said, I really believe in my Lord Feng's coldness. Or, don't think I'm bragging, I think his mind is on me, so how could he change his mind? Impossible, I still have that confidence. At the same time, Kitahara Kaede and the others have arrived in the Kingdom of Ghosts. After submitting Konoha's documents, they met this witch who has the ability to predict. It's so beautiful. Kitahara Kaede also gave a reasonable evaluation when she saw the other party for the first time. Chapter 152 Naruto, you are going to die. Nani, superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Come this way, please. I didn't expect 5th Hokage-sama, who can get Konoha Fang, to come in person. The person in charge of receiving Kitahara Kaede and the others is the leader of a maiden's escort team, a young man with clear facial features wearing glasses. Although people are visual creatures, you can probably tell the character of the other person with just a quick glance. This little brother should be the captain of Zewan's Macho Guard group or something. I am Kitahara Kaede, said Kitahara Kaede. Considering that the purpose is to use the power of the witch for his own use, so before coming here, Kitahara Kaede gave the ghost country enough face, so he came here wearing a Hokage robe. Even for a small country like our ghost country, I heard that Konoha is now in full swing. Ah, of course it doesn't mean that we are against you, but that it will bring peace to the ninja world. The glasses boy said, so, we admire yours. Where, said Kitahara Kaede, this is the course of history. When the world is divided for a long time, it must be united. If the several ninja villages can live in peace, then there is no need for unification. But the fact is that there have been 3 ninja world wars, and the big ninja villages who have power just want to cannibalize other ninja villages and expand their own power. Eventually it became the 113 status quo. In the past few decades, none of the villages have benefited, and all their strengths have been greatly damaged. These words are very flavorful. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Senju Tobirama. Kitahara Kaede's words are correct. Big Pillar Hanhan, hey. I originally thought that the 5 Darren Village 5 big countries stand upright, and then they can check and balance each other. Big Pillar Hanhan. The division of the tailed beasts is also thinking about the 5 big nations being stronger than other countries, and then the 5 big ninja villages can check and balance the development of other small ninja villages, and then the 5 big ninja villages check and balance each other, and finally condense to balance, and this balance is peace. Big Zuzi Hanhan, it turns out that this approach is impossible. Senju Tobirama. Alright bro, the point is how to live in the moment. Senju Tobirama. Our time has passed. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, so, Kitahara Kaede, Naruto, Kakashi, Kisame and Neji followed behind the glasses boy to the palace where the shrine maiden lived. Beb. It's so big here, Naruto said. Because he lived in the village since he was a child, and he didn't go out to do missions much, and the only experience he went out to do missions was to go to the impoverished place in the country of Naruto, so Naruto was still very surprised by the witch's palace in the country of ghosts. In the living room, Naruto sat down quietly, but with his 2 little hands resting on his knees, he was not very used to sitting upright, and seemed a bit out of place. Then please wait a moment. The glasses boy said, I'm going to report. Okay. Kitahara Kaede nodded, and everyone waited quietly. Wait a little longer. That, Baiyuan-kun, this maiden has such a high style. Will she really help us deal with sprites? Naruto said. Apparently Naruto didn't know they would be here because Miko Aster predicted Kitahara Kaede's death. Kakashi glanced at Kitahara Kaede, and Kitahara Kaede nodded with his eyes closed. So before Zuin came, Kakashi explained, actually, the first reason we came here is that Miko Zuin from the land of ghosts predicted the death of Kitahara Kaede. Nani? Naruto was taken aback, and everyone except Kisame was stunned for a moment. It appears that Neji's side was not told the truth either. Kakashi continued, in addition to being able to seal ghosts and monsters, the witches in the kingdom of ghosts have the special ability that only witches have. And there is only one priestess in each generation of the ghost country. And the witch's power seems to be transmitted. As long as new witches are born, the abilities of old witches will soon go downhill, and they will disappear completely in 10 years. Kakashi said, and these are the details that Kakuzu got through the grapevine. Oh, Naruto hurriedly put his knees together and listened carefully. Therefore, the power of the witch is so magical. Quote, Abu, that's not right. Percent. Naruto said again. So this witch has such a strong power, but in the end she prophesied death. How? Does this mean that Baiyuan-kun, you will die? No. This is too exaggerated. Naruto felt exaggerated. Because, Kitahara Kaede's fairy magic spell will turn into that appearance. Mr. Guy, who is almost weathered, has been rescued, and the result, will die. This kind of thing is simply unimaginable. Then, die in 100 years. Naruto said. He felt that the prophecy might be a prediction of a normal lifespan. No, Kakashi said. Just 10 days. No, 1 day has passed now, so it will be 9 days later. Quote. Naruto. It's too exaggerated. Naruto stood up all of a sudden. If it is said that Mr. Kakashi said that the power of the witch made him feel very novel, but now he thinks it is impossible. Because how could Baiyuan-kun die? Naruto said. Yes, and Neji thought so too. But soon, his eyes widened to Kitahara Kaede. Because he remembered what Kitahara Kaede said to him before he set off, which was, break fate. In other words, his main purpose of coming here now is to, break fate. The ability to break precognition possesses such a powerful force. Quote, Hoshigaki Kisame, but Kisame sat quietly on the side. His body was too big to sit upright, so he put his shark muscles behind his back and sat against the wall. He is a person who is not very good at talking with others, and at this time he agrees with Naruto's words. How could someone who could subdue Pain's boss die so easily? So something must be wrong. Since something went wrong, it's not something he needs to consider now, he just needs to be responsible for receiving the order and executing it. Anyway, I got used to it in the past. And Xiao Li hasn't figured out the situation yet, so he is still in a daze. But such a thing is impossible. Naruto stood up. Come on. Then he was about to walk outside. Chapter 153 Naruto, you are going to die, Nani. Down, seeking automatic, seeking full order. For him, he can become a ninja like he is now, and then be promoted to Chūnin, and even have the opportunity to go up and then target Hokage, all of which are inseparable from Kitahara Kaede. So even if this kind of thing is a joke, he doesn't believe it. It's nonsense to predict such a thing, he said, but just stood and walked out, but saw a girl with snow-white complexion, like a winter snow girl, walking in with a golden laurel wreath. And the glasses brother who had gone to report earlier walked behind her. Don't you believe it? She probably stood outside for a while, so she heard Naruto and their conversation. So, her brows and eyes were lightly raised, her eyes seemed to have no waves, and she looked very cold. She looked at Naruto and said, and I just took a nap and had a prophetic dream. Uzumaki Naruto right, you will die in front of Kitahara Kaede, 450. In other words, Uzumaki Naruto, I also foresaw the news of your death. Quote, Naruto, Nani. Naruto jumped up straight away. But Aster did not stop her cold and calm prophecy. She looked at Kitahara Kaede and the others with calm eyes, and then said indifferently. It's not just you who I foresee, but also you. All of you will die in front of sprites. Is it? Everyone was pronounced dead, and Kitahara Kaede stood up. Yes. Aster also quickly found the direction of Kitahara Kaede. She said coldly, if you can't manage well, then it's better to give up Hokage's position earlier. Then you don't have to die early, the witch Ziwan said. She was wearing an orange dress similar to 12 singles, with long pink and white hair, and purple pupils. Judging from her appearance, she is a pretty girl, and she can be ranked among the top 3 in the Hokage world. What the hell? Naruto thinks Aster's temper is too bad. And what? Directly predicts the end of everyone. Quote, Kitahara Kaede, although Ziwan's appearance is very good, her attitude is indeed very bad. There is an absolute indifference. Since you have all come here and learned the prophecy, then choose to leave here. Ziwan seemed to have issued an order to evict guests. If you try to escape here as much as possible, then you may still have a chance. Otherwise, they will be devoured by sprites in the devil's country. Ziwan said. Talking like this, she walked to the upper seat in the living room, sat down quietly, and then closed her eyes and stopped talking. Kitahara Kaede glanced at the guy with glasses who was the captain of the Macho Guard. The little brother also looked distressed. Sorry. The little brother came out and said, Master Miko was very angry when she got up, so she said some serious words. Please forgive me, the glasses boy said. I'm not lying. Ziwan, who had closed her eyes just now, said in a cold tone. I had a precognitive dream again, seeing the future. But, Miko-sama, the glasses boy quickly saluted. If you directly predict the death of Lord Bayuan and his party, such a thing is unlikely. The members of the macho male guard group are all men, and they are all young men from the ghost country. This country avoided wars in the past because of the power of Miko-sama, so everyone is willing to serve the Internet Security Brigade. Therefore, every 15 to 25 years old, young men and women will join the macho male guard group. There is no complaint or regret in dying to protect Miko-sama. It seems to be very intimidating, but the glasses guy knows that everyone is an ordinary person, and they don't know ninjutsu, so they are not as good as Jonin. In terms of combat power, it can only be like a samurai. But the ninjas are very strong, and as Konoha, who ended such a long ninja melee and ended the confrontation between the 5 great ninja villages, the strength of their Hokage must have surpassed all ninjas in the past. So, it would be an exaggeration if such a strong person and all his subordinates disappeared in the kingdom of ghosts. I'm not lying, but Ziwan's tone towards her guard was also quite cold. It can even be said to be repulsive. Quote. Now everyone thinks Ziwan's character is terrible. What she said is that our group is here, and then we will fight against sprites, and then we will fail. Kakashi is an analytical ninja, so he immediately realized it. At the same time, I also complained in my heart. Because this Miko-sama looks indifferent, but she still delivered the message well. But, Kakashi looked at Kitahara Kaede again as if asking for advice. Because the current situation is very bad. Not only has it been predicted that Kitahara Kaede will be cold, but now the whole group has to explain here. Is that sprite really that easy to deal with? Kakashi felt a little uneasy in his heart. Snort. Aster looked at Kakashi calmly. And Kakashi looked at Kitahara Kaede, and after getting permission, he continued to speculate, and her prophetic dream is to see the sprites revived, and then we probably sacrificed to subdue the sprites. Or we were defeated by the sprites. I thought the same way. Kitahara Kaede finally spoke, and watching Kitahara Kaede answer, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief, then it means that he may not have guessed wrong. Kitahara Kaede said, your precognitive dreams are just seeing a fragment. Then there's no way of confirming that it's real. So, your prediction is not accurate. What? Hearing Kitahara Kaide's words, Aster immediately stood up. Are you saying my prophecy was false? Half false, said Kitahara Kaede. Because you don't know enough. You have predicted 99 times from birth to now. No, counting just now, it is 100 times, right? Kitahara Kaede said, the ones that were prophesied before were all people from your ghost country. Then they all died. 2.7 inches. But it's just your lack of knowledge. The people in the ghost country are just ordinary people, and their deaths are real deaths. But ninjas are different. To be honest, our goal here is to subdue sprites. So the death scene you saw is right, because my pre-plan is to use fake death to deceive sprites. It is very cunning and does not perform deliberately one click, and it probably won't come out. Quote. Aster, what are you kidding? Ziwan, who was already considered to have a bad personality, immediately went into a rage. As that's so, Kitahara Kaede looked into the other's purple pupils. Since you think it's a joke, then let's get real. I can resurrect the dead that you predicted. Kitahara Kaede said in a more indifferent tone than Aster just now. Then your 98 predictions of death are invalid. Chapter 154 Sexy First Hokage, translated online by Senju Hashirama. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Your 99 prophecies of death have been nullified. Aster, observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Senju Hashirama's brother. Kitahara Kaede really dared to say this time. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. The witch predicted death, and then he directly resurrected those who were predicted to die. This is a direct slap in the face. Dazuzi Hanhan, it's interesting, but I don't think the focus is on this. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you are finally smart for a while. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. What do you mean? Shuhei Hmph, this is known to labor and management. Shuhei, sure enough, I was deceived. Shuhei. Just now Kitahara Kaede said it. The premonition that the witch sees can only be a certain fragment of the future, so, because of the witch's cognitive ability, she may be wrong. Shuhei. For example, Kitahara Kaede Kakashi and the others are acting and then feigning death. Shuhei, but the witch has been in the kingdom of ghosts, and 14's cognition has been restricted, so I think they are dead. Shuhei, but the actual situation is acting. Might guy. I know this, that is, I am dead, but this is what I pretended. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So it was like this, just now I almost shook my heart, and sure enough, I am much stronger than Yuan Feng. 6th Hokage Kakashi. It is impossible to defeat the sprites. Good SX Immortal. Kakashi, you still have a long way to go. But the field of vision returned to Ziwan's body. Aster, you mean want to fight my precognition? Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, if you don't dislike being dirty, then you can start now. You only need to provide a part of the body of the person you predicted died, I guess there is no fresh hair, so a small piece of bone is also fine. Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Aster, is it the power of a ninja? Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, and Kakashi and the others listened for a while, and they also reacted. The resurrection mentioned by Kitahara Kaede should refer to impure world reincarnation. Impure world reincarnation needs a part of the corpse as a medium. Stop joking, Ziwan said. It's impossible for the dead to be resurrected or something. The real ability is mine, she said. Foretell the death of others. Then you're out of luck, Kitahara Kaede said. Have the ability to see the future, but all I see is this kind of sad thing. And if I'm not mistaken, some of the people who were predicted to die are among these guards. Quote. Aster. Then the previous 98 times all came true. Kitahara Kaede continued, so you have the ability to predict, but feel that this ability is very disgusting. And what is predicted is the death of others. So I hate this kind of ability. But if there is no witch in the ghost country, it will be easily invaded by other countries. So, we can only continue to accept the status quo. Prediction, but cannot change the outcome of others' death. So, I chose to be indifferent to people. Quote. That's right, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Quote. Although Kitahara Kaide's tone sounded gentle, Aster still maintained her indifferent attitude. Don't act like you see through me completely. I'm a cold person. It was born that way. And the first foreknowledge was my mother's death. As for the bones, the witches are directly cremated after death. There's no way there's anything left. So, no need for emotion or anything, she said. Quote. Quote. Everyone, even if he wanted to accuse her, but listening to what she said was too painful. Because, even if she wants to use impure world reincarnation, her mother Maitreya priestess is out of range. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Number 1 Feng Kui in the ninja world Hmph, this little girl is quite arrogant. Big Pillar Hanhan Tsunere. Number 1 Fengbuki in the ninja world, well, it means to be ironic, and it means to be straightforward. She must have been tempted. Nohara Lin, I understand this. Big Zuzi Hanhan, how do you say? Namikaze Minato. It should be said that the girl's heart is slender, and the Aster Maiden should be interested in Kitahara-kun's proposal. Namikaze Minato. Because pay attention to what she just said. She brought up the fact that her mother was cremated. Namikaze Minato. If you don't care about it, you won't bring it up. Big Zuzi Hanhan, so that's how it is. Nohara Lin, teacher, and I think the same. Moreover, although the mother cannot be resurrected, I think Miss Zuin has actually agreed to Kitahara-kun's proposal. Nohara Lin, as long as she is not an indifferent person. Dazuzi Hanhan, isn't he an indifferent person? Then here's the proposal, Kitahara Kaede said. I can spend a little effort to resurrect the person you predicted the death of 98 times before you. And this is the way of ninjas. And if it can be done, Kitahara Kaede said, but before he finished speaking, Ziwan stopped him. Finish it first, Ziwan said. It really doesn't look cute at all. After a while, the fierce male guards looked at Ziwan hesitantly, but Ziwan maintained an indifferent posture, and finally the captain, the brother with glasses, made the decision without authorization. Master Ziwan, I'm going to bring up the remains of Sudo-kun who was killed 3 months ago. Aster had no expression on her face, but she didn't stop her either. After all, if the conditions required by Kitahara Kaede are not met, then the other party can use the conditions to make an argument. He disappeared for a while, and brought up a bone in a short while. But considering that he was going to bring up the bones, he proposed to go to the backyard. But, no need, Ziwan said, just do it right here in the living room. If it's fake, then you ninjas from Konoha, leave the kingdom of ghosts. And when she said this, the rest of the macho male guards all showed helpless expressions. No problem, Kitahara Kaede said. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, haha, then I understand. Dazuzi Hanhan, according to what you said, this little Zuin girl is the arrogant one, that is to say, she is talking ironically. Big Zuzi Hanhan, then translate it. Chapter 155 Minato wins the title of friend of women with younger girls. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Accompanied by Aster's indifferent voice, Senju Hashirama in the small group, Konoha's first Hokage, started online translation. Big Zuzi Hanhan, then let me translate. Big Zuzi Hanhan, she asked to do it in the living room because she felt that it would be hypocritical to change the place, and at the same time it was disrespectful to those who died for her. Dazuzi Hanhan, it shows that she is not indifferent, but has guilt and regret for those who sacrificed for her. Big Pillar Hanhan, and if you fail to ask Kitahara Kaede and the others to leave, then you want them to avoid death and leave the kingdom of ghosts. Dazuzi Hanhan, so in fact, it is to use the words of Mr. Xiao Beiyuan to let them avoid danger. Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh, this little girl is really upright. Dazuzi Hanhan, isn't this personality pretty good? Dazuzi Hanhan, obviously powerless. I watched the 98 times of death that I predicted come true, but I still hope that others can avoid it for the 100th time. Dazuzi Hanhan, she is actually quite strong in her heart. Namikaze Minato. Yes, she is a very powerful woman. No, one maple blow in the ninja world. Namikaze Minato. Formerly Mizukage, what happened? No, one Fengbuki in the ninja world. Just now, I had an illusion that 4th Hokage seems to understand girls very well. Senju Tobirama. Isn't that right? He is the 4th generation, and the pronunciation of 4th generation is very interesting. Big Zuzi Hanhan, aha. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, you are so lazy. Well, 4th generation, the pronunciation is connected to Yongdame. Beep. At this time, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh huh, is there another message? Does it mean that someone is going to join the group again? Da Zuzi was already familiar with it. Shuhei, just a tailed beast. Although Shuhei doesn't have a good relationship with most of the tailed beasts, he thinks it's okay to be able to join his natal family in the camp. And if you can fool the other party to join Konoha, then will Kitahara Kaede think it is very important? Then take it seriously, and then work harder to protect it. Shuhei thought. Beep. At this time, the system has already given a response. Congratulations to 4th Hokage for his new title, Yongdame. Closing square bracket. This title has been automatically worn. Closing square bracket. Namikaze Minato. Yongdame this. Yongdame, why do I think this title is very subtle? Big Zuzi Hanhan, is it all right? Look, how long have I been carrying this title? Yongdame this, but first Hokage is a bit naive. Big Pillar Hanhan, Senju Tobirama. I think the title of Anika is reasonable. Senju Tobirama. Very suitable. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, I also think it's suitable. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Suitable. Honest Ba Dumplings, suitable. Kurama. Suitable. 8 Tails. Appropriate +1. Shuhei at 8 Tails. Don't mess up the formation casually, it is suitable. 8 Tails. Suitable for +1 too. Shuhei, that's right. 4th Kage. Suitable +1. 3rd Raikage A suitable +1. 4th Mizukage Yagura. Appropriate +1. Uzumaki Mito. Suitable +1. Big Pillar Hanhan. Dazuzi Hanhan, hey, you guys are going too far. Dazuzi Hanhan. And Mizukage, Kage, movie, why do you think I'm stupid? Also, Mito, why don't you? 4th Mizukage Yagura. After all, there is no Hokage who is so generous to distribute tail beasts to each ninja village. 4th Mizukage Yagura. I really can't figure out how to distribute all the strength of my own village. Senju Tobirama. Look, silly ex Mizukage thinks so, Onijia, you really are. Big Pillar Hanhan, this. I was hoping that everyone would be peaceful. Senju Tobirama. Then you have to choose your partner carefully. Separate the tailed beasts, do they match? 4th Mizukage Yagura. The other moviegoers had to shut up. The line of sight returned to Kitahara Kaede and the others. Then let's get started, Aster said. Her expression remained indifferent, but when the glasses boy took out the skeleton of his companion, her expression changed directly. It seems to be a little scared, but it is forced to hold on. And Kitahara Kaede took out a scroll. With a slap, a person with a whole body in white came out. Oh, this is White Zetsu. For the small group and Kakashi they are already numb. After all, Kitahara Kaede has taken out more than 8,000 White Zetsu as materials for Impure World reincarnation. So now everyone just thinks that this is a normal operation before doing Impure World reincarnation. This is, but they are used to this scene, and the people in the Kingdom of Ghosts are not. The fierce male guards froze for a moment, and almost shouted come to escort them. Ziwan was also taken aback, but she tried her best to maintain her superficial composure. What is this? It's synthetic. Kitahara Kaede told a white lie. If you tell the other party that this is White Zetsu and can be regarded as a human being, then the other party may fall into a tangle of reason and reason. And Aster looked at White Zetsu. White Zetsu was sealed to the scroll in a coma state, so it wasn't scary for a while. Then, Master Bayuan, I want to put the bones in. The glasses brother was still holding the bones of his companion. Just put it on the ground. Then you leave, Kitahara Kaede prompted. The guy with the glasses hurriedly followed suit and backed away. And Kitahara Kaede stands in the zone. Impure World reincarnation. His hands are clasped together. And the body of White Zetsu on the ground moved, as if his body was covered with pieces of gray paper, and in the stack of papers, a sound of Li Jiao Jiao sounded. Oki. It seemed to be screaming, but soon, the white face turned into a member of the Macho Guard. Not only the face, but also the costume on his body, which is the same as that of the glasses boy. And there is a saber at his waist. The glasses boy widened his eyes because he saw the word, Q, engraved on the opponent's saber. Because this is the other party's name. Yagayuke. But didn't the saber mean that? It was split in two with the death of the companion and then abandoned. This is. Lu Shengui opened his eyes. Resurrected. Wait a minute. Down patrol. This Lu Shengui was still a little confused, but he quickly discovered Zuin. Miko-sama, it's great that you're fine. He saluted quickly. From posture to tone, he is one of the dead guards of the Macho Male Guard group. Chapter 156 Kushida's famous scene, Aster Society's death. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Where I am, how should I put it, is a road, the sun is shining brightly, and the road leads to the front, but no matter how I walk, I can't see anything. Then, I want to turn around, but I can't see anything. The weirdest thing is that when I want to go back, I find myself standing in the same place I started. So I just kept walking and walking. Quote. I don't know how far I've walked, but when I realized it again, I found out here. So, the lucky guy who got the Impure World reincarnation reported his experience in the afterlife world, and then said, did I get a chance to be resurrected? Sure enough, if you believe in Miko, you can gain eternal life. I hope that Miko-sama can continue to let me serve in the guard group. The guard knelt down. He obviously died once, but he still wants to continue to protect NV Dapping. Aster. Dazuzi Hanhan, this guard is very loyal. Senju Tobirama. Yes, not like some of my stupid apprentices. Konoha on the other side. Duck Farm. Third Hokage was looking at the sky, and after a while Danzo also came over. Go a little, Danzo said, it's a little wet in here, it's just a dry place, I'm going to take a rest. Well, third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the dry tobacco. Then third generation stepped aside, and Danzo crouched beside him. There are no chairs here, so he can only squat. But Danzo seemed to be uncomfortable, so stood up. Wood style. He made a chair using wood style and sat on it. ... Quote. And third generation stared at him with straight eyes. You really use wood style without any scruples now. Danzo could use some wood style because of the Sharingan plus wood style cells transplanted from first Hokage. Naturally, wood style's level cannot be compared with Yamato's, but it can use some. However, he hadn't used wood style before. Anyway, the teacher knows everything. Danzo said. Besides, my life is like this. There's no more waves, he said. The current Hokage has no place for me. Quote. Quote. Third generation. You were still nostalgic for the position of Hokage until now. Third generation realized that he had been misjudging Danzo all along. He did not expect Danzo to have such a strong and deep obsession with the position of Hokage. Ah. What can you say about a guy who got the Hokage job and held it for over 30 years, Danzo said. Quote. Third generation was speechless. Yes, what is not available is the best. It's like he has a bunch of grapes, Danzo wants it very much, but the grapes in his hand are actually sour. So third generation squatted aside, looked at the sky and continued to smoke. Then, actually, I thought about passing on the position of Hokage to Kitahara Kaede, said third generation. Because Hokage's position is really difficult to take. It's up to young people to take on the responsibility. Third generation said, now Sand Shinobi Village and Kurigakure belong to Konoha. Just one Iwagakure away, I just don't know when Kitahara-kun will fight Iwagakure. Ha ha ha. Third generation laughed unabashedly, which is rare. I'd really like to see the expression of that old guy from Iwagakure, Onoki. Now it must be. It's super scary. I'm afraid Kitahara-kun will hit you. Once upon a time, he also had a taste of this feeling. Third generation laughed. Up. It seems to be proud of it. Then it's none of our business, Zhang said. To be precise, as long as Konoha is not you, anyone can manage it well. Third generation. Danzo, are you angry with me? I'm not complaining, Danzo said. But tell the truth, Sarutobi, Sleepy Yexia is in your hands. It's you who have always been so cowardly, and then anyone can bully Konoha. Danzo said bluntly. Hey, Mitokado Homura looked at them and sighed slightly in his heart. They are close to 70 years old, but they still have to work, and if it is for the village, it is fine, but now it is, atonement. Ah, Mito, come here for a down. And Kaharu's voice came. Get Danzo over here quickly. His Sharingan isn't working, these ducks are not good at all. Quote. Quote. Mitokado Homura. So Danzo, who was resting, was called over again. Since Sharingan can raise pigs, they found that it is also possible to raise ducks. However, the disadvantage is that ducks seem to be relatively strong resistance to Sharingan, so it is easy to fail. Then it's time to bring Danzo over again. The other side. Since the success of the first Impure World Reincarnation's ninjutsu, Ziwan was very silent, but soon the Glasses brother read her meaning, so he began to arrange a guard group to take away the people who passed away after receiving the news of Ziwan's death. The bones were dug up. In fact, the Glasses brother is planning to take Kitahara Kaede to the cemetery. The land of ghosts is not very big, but people gather together, so there is a special cemetery. The corpses are concentrated, so it is obviously more convenient to take Kitahara Kaede there than digging it over and taking it there. And then brought so many bones to the Shrine Maiden's palace. This is really a bit indecent. So he proposes. But Aster refused. What she said was no big deal. So, the Glasses brother had no choice but to follow suit. In other words, he is also very excited. There is nothing more joyful than seeing old friends and seniors revived. And, as the person who has been guarding Aster, he also understands that his master is a person who dislikes bluntness. Otherwise, everyone won't be guarding her all the time. So she should be very happy to see that the dead can come back. Whether heading to the cemetery, or right here in the palace, Kitahara Kaede doesn't matter. All he has to do is practice ninjutsu. Impure World Reincarnation. Forbidden Technique. Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation. From day to night, in the evening, a total of 98 Impure World Reincarnations were completed. Although there are traces of ninjutsu and digging on the ground, plus the smell of some previous bones, it makes my nose a little choked. But what is interesting is the intuitive picture now. Because, there are 98 Impure World Reincarnation members in the meeting room. None of them have different experiences, most of them are members of the Macho Guard. There are also some ordinary people, with different gender and age distributions. Are we resurrected? We are willing to continue to be loyal to Miko-sama. After describing their own afterlife, they quickly understood what happened, and the Impure World Reincarnation members of the escort group began to swear an oath. But, snort, Ziwan said, her tone was cold. That is to say, are you willing to continue to be members of the escort? Yes, a large part of the members of the escort group nodded. Then you are all dereliction of duty. Ziwan said in a cold tone. Your job is to protect me. And then you died once. And now, I don't need you anymore. The girls, Ziwan announced coldly. Why is this? The guards froze for a moment. There are only 300 members of the escort regiment. And you were resurrected. Are you trying to crowd out other people's right to be loyal? Ziwan said in an unreasonable manner. So, you are all fired. Chapter 157 Kushida's famous scene, Aster Society's death. Middle, seeking automatic, seeking full order. You are all fired! Exclamation mark question mark. The resurrected fierce male guard group was very confused. That, Master Miko, we can still hold the knife, and feel more powerful than before, said a guard. Yes, I feel like I have become stronger. Another guard said the same. Of course, white Zetsu is used as the base after all. No need, Aster said. Chotaro, drive them away. But Miko-sama, the glasses boy was taken aback and wanted to plead. Drive them away, I don't want to say it again. Ziwan seemed very stubborn. The attitude is still unreasonable. Naruto said while holding his feet. Because Kitahara Kaede is going to carry out the action of Impure World Reincarnation, Naruto and the others can only stay on the sidelines. And Naruto was lying down while waiting, sitting, now hugging his feet. Originally, I just wanted to take a look, but found that Zuin looked cold all day long, so I couldn't help but complain. He didn't forget that the so-called Miko-sama said the words that they were all finished, and then frightened them. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, Minato. You are a friend of women, but your son's emotional intelligence is not enough. Yongdame. Well, Shodai, you actually made fun of me too. Yongdame, However, Naruto's emotional intelligence needs to be tempered. Shuhei, right, I can even translate the words of this witch. Shuhei, it's right to come anyway. She fired everyone, and then translated, she didn't want them to continue working. Shuhei, in other words, she feels that it is enough for them to die for her, and now it is time to go back and embrace life and have their own life. Shuhei, so what she said is to give everyone freedom. Shuhei, obviously, it would be fine to just say it directly, but he actually acted so hard. Shuhei, you humans, it's really strange. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, I probably felt that I predicted their death, but I couldn't do anything. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, then suffer for such a powerless self. Nohara Lin, then she is really a very gentle witch. Uzumaki Mito, he is a good boy. Senju Tobirama. But if this is the case, then we can get down to business soon. Big Pillar Hanhan, business. Senju Tobirama. Didn't you forget Anika? Kitahara Kaede came here for a purpose. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It is to feed the sprites to the witches, right? Before she made a slip of the tongue and was ridiculed, but now Izuna seems to speak a lot more cautiously. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes, I almost forgot. Senju Tobirama. Hey, brother, what do you want me to say about you? Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, Tobirama, because I was distracted, and Big Pillar Hanhan, then the next thing is, the little Kitahara Kaede got the favor of the witch, and then asked her to assist him in capturing sprites. In other words, let her accept the power of sprites. Dazuzi Hanhan, and the ultimate goal is to let her join Konoha. Dazuzi Hanhan, although this girl has a unique personality, she is not a bad child, and she also has the power of a witch. Dazuzi Hanhan, it's really good to join Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Well, her ability to predict may bring extraordinary power to Konoha. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Con 1. Senju Tobirama. Kakashi, what is your attitude? Are you dissatisfied? 6th Hokage Kakashi. No, you listen. At this time, everyone hurriedly continued to look at the video screen. Then found out. Assist you in capturing sprites. This kind of thing, I reject. The sprites were sealed by my mother with her life. Asking for flowers. So, how can I help you? I reject. Miko Aster actually directly refused the request. You must know that this is not about joining Konoha, nor is it devouring the sprites, it is just helping everyone deal with the sprites. Quote. Kakashi said hurriedly. Didn't we avoid all your 9 death predictions? Then it doesn't work either. Miss Witch said. Or it's up to you. It's none of my business. Kakashi. Kakashi had no choice but to look at Kitahara Kaede again. He is too old to scold or hate, and he doesn't know how to deal with little girls. Although he likes teacher Jiraiya's QR Heaven very much, he is still very busy dealing with little girls. Are you sure you want to do this? Kitahara Kaede said after receiving Kakashi's request to change sticks. You said in the prophecy, let us leave, then we can avoid dying in the hands of monsters, right? Yes, this is what Z1 said, and she does not deny it. Then, you already know that sprites will come back to life. So it's not us who are going to capture sprites, but sprites are about to run out. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, we can only catch them. So, if you reject us, Kitahara Kaede said, then you have to face the sprites alone. And if you are half-baked, if you can't complete the task, then your ghost country was preserved by your mother using the life seal sprites. So, are you trying to trample on your mother's value? Aster, you actually threatened me, not a threat, but telling you the reality. You are not young anymore. It's time to shoulder the burden of adulthood, said Kitahara Kaede. It was obviously just simple words, but these words made Kakashi, who had repeatedly asked Kitahara Kaede to replace him, instantly blush. Chapter 158 Kushida's famous scene, Shionsha's death. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Things were resolved quickly. Ziyuan has a bad personality, but she is actually a girl with a good heart. This point, you can get a glimpse of it from the original book, and then analyze it from her performance. According to Kitahara Kaede's analysis, this Shion is after all the heroine of the theatrical version of Naruto's death, so of course it can't be too bad. So, to deal with her, just use this method. Although a bit rogue, but she cannot refuse. Oh, it's actually possible to rest here for a night. Abu, that lady's attitude is really terrible. And Naruto changed clothes and took a shower and said, Ziwan has accepted the news that the sprites are about to be resurrected, and for the sake of 340s, her mother would not let her sacrifice in vain, so she asked Kitahara Kaede for help, and she also contributed to help deal with the sprites. The plan is to start action tomorrow, but for today, rest first. She arranged everyone in her palace. The palace is very large, it is a symbol of the ghost country, and it is also an act of respect for the witches by the citizens of the ghost country. And the result of this is, the reception is very good. Not only is the food delicious, but there is also a large public bath, and this is the first time Naruto has been honest with everyone. But the only depressing thing is that Mr. Kakashi still wears a mask in the shower. Naruto, who has always been curious about Kakashi's real face, feels anxious. And several people changed into loose and comfortable bathrobes. Naruto said while lying on the tatami. The world already has beds, but most people still prefer to make beds on the floor. As for a historical palace like a shrine maiden, the room is of course also tatami. Open the closet, then take out the quilt and spread it on the ground. This is the bed, but Kitahara Kaede has a lot of people, so it doesn't matter if they sleep together in the same room. After being entertained, the sky has darkened and brightened. The environment of the ghost country is very primitive. From the yard, you can see the dense sky like a spider web. The stars are really so bright it's kind of gross. But this kind of quiet life makes people feel good. Naruto fell to the ground and looked at the sky, and soon he found that there was a figure moving. It's so late, where are you going? Naruto saw Kitahara Kaede walking out of the house. And that's not the direction to go to the toilet. I forgot that I have something to tell. So go find the shrine maiden, Kitahara Kaede said. Is it? Naruto said. Well, if I can be of any use, I will definitely use you when the time comes, Kitahara Kaede said. Hey, Naruto didn't feel like he was being used. What a silly boy from the landlord's family. Sorry, Miko-sama has already gone to bed. Please wait for a moment. I have sent the maid to call Miko-sama. The glasses guy was still on duty outside, and his impure world reincarnation companions were all expelled from the palace and went home. Probably because Master Ziwan has agreed to fight against the sprites with Konoha's distinguished guests, the glasses brother worried that everyone still has a grudge against Ziwan, so he said, Master Bayuan, please forgive me. Miko-sama's character is actually not like this. I know, she must be a good boy. It's just that she wants everyone to go back now. I think, she also wants to return her life to everyone. 17. Besides, she should be in a very happy mood. The priestesses in our ghost country have two abilities. One is that all of them use themselves as a price to seal the sprites, and the other is not the same. Master Maitreya and Master Ziwan are both able to predict. And Maitreya-sama's foresight ability has a wider scope. Master Ziwan's predictive ability, because it all predicts death. So she's probably sad. Everyone was looking forward to the witch's prediction, but what was predicted was death. So this kind of thing. No one wants to, but Master Ziwan has to continue. The glasses brother said, well, maybe I've said too much, but Master Ziwan is a good boy, that's for sure. She has a good heart. And when the glasses brother explained, the maid who went to report had already returned. Sorry, Master Kitahara, Miko-sama has fallen asleep. She said to see you again tomorrow. I will get up early. The maid reported truthfully. Quote. These words are not standard. What does it mean to fall asleep and then send a message? Isn't it just that she hasn't fallen asleep yet? It is clear that it means that the witch is unwilling to see people. Kitahara Kaede, no problem. Kitahara Kaede said, he didn't intend to continue to entangle with Ziwan. Anyway, he came here just to tell her some precautions when she was acting to the monster tomorrow, and tomorrow would be too late. I'm very sorry. The glasses boy apologized deeply. It's okay. Kitahara Kaede said back, I also know Shion who has power is not a bad boy. With that said, he walked forward under the moonlight. The palace is huge, and Kitahara Kaede soon found that he seemed to be a little lost. In the far corner, there seemed to be a voice. It looks like someone is kicking a tree or something. And then there was some abuse. And his eyesight is very good, so he could tell right away that it was Zi Yuan who was said to be sleeping. Z2 Yuan and 40 Fen was a bit self-willed, but she was kicking a small tree. It seems to be insulting. That is to say, venting emotions. Understandably, some people are stressed out, so it doesn't hurt to send in a bit. But, how much do you think you know me? What cooperation? That's coercion. What can I say to subdue the sprites? I just need to be responsible for helping them, but everyone knows that sprites can only be sealed with the power of a witch, so do you want me to die? Kitahara Kaede that BCH. Kitahara Kaede. Well, this can't be regarded as not hearing. Chapter 159 Do you want to get a fingerprint too? Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Kitahara Kaede that BCH. Mingming is younger than me, what do you know about me? This kind of guy. Z1 scolded people and then kicked the tree. As soon as she appeared on the stage, she was evaluated as a bad character. And now it is also confirmed. As for the reminder from the glasses boy, Z1 is a good boy who doesn't know how to express emotions. There must be something wrong with this impression. Kitahara Kaede stood aside with her hands folded, watching the Aster kick the tree. Or watching Aster kick the tree and scold the tree is Kitahara Kaede. Aster probably only has the spiritual power of a witch and has no physical improvement, so she got tired after kicking for a while, but the scolding lasted for a while. Then, click, Kitahara Kaede stepped on the branch, controlled the strength so that the branch made a sound that could be heard by an Aster with an ordinary girl's physique. Z1 quickly stopped moving, and then looked over. Kitahara Kaede hands up come out come. Z1, Aster. Now Aster has bathed and is wearing an orange bathrobe 14, but she is still wearing underwear. She was wearing clogs. The strap of one of the clogs had come off. She dragged the clog and walked towards Kitahara Kaede for a few steps, but soon, the clog that had lost the strap became a burden, so she directly wore a foot came over. Did you hear that? She came to the front of Kitahara Kaede. Would you believe me if I said I didn't hear you and just came here? Kitahara Kaede raised his hand, as if to show his innocence. But, Z1 suddenly leaned forward. She has big breasts. No, that's not the point of focus. Kitahara Kaede noticed that her eyes became fierce. It should be said to be fierce and evil, and this look is very similar to the expression of I can't hold back that I showed today. In other words, she looks nasty, but it doesn't mean that she is absolutely unilaterally gentle, and the nasty elements are genuine. You don't seem to be afraid, Kitahara Kaede said. What are you afraid of? Z1 said, it doesn't matter if you heard it. Anyway, I have a bad personality, and even if you tell me, no one will believe it. Aster said calmly, but things seem to be true as she said. You must know that Naruto said at the beginning that Aster has a bad personality and a bad attitude. So her performance was worse. It seemed that everyone thought it was normal. But, is it? Kitahara Kaede, without changing his face, would clone. There was an Aster beside him. And this Aster number 1 went to the side of the tree and kicked the tree. How much do you think you know me? What cooperation? That's coercion. What can I say to subdue the sprites? I just need to be responsible for helping them, but everyone knows that sprites can only be sealed with the power of a witch, so do you want me to die? It was like a live broadcast directly to Z1, and the content of the live broadcast was her actions just now. Wood-style doppelganger, and another Aster appeared beside Kitahara Kaede. This is Aster 2. Zuin number 2 walked over to the tree, and started kicking and insulting the tree. Wood-style doppelganger. Bei Yuanxiang has 3 Asters. The third Aster also started to move. Then, wood-style doppelganger. Fourth Aster. Z1. Are you a devil? You are so devilish, Kitahara Kaede said, although I don't think I am a heartthrob, but as long as people exist in the world, they cannot be liked by everyone. Aster's thin lips moved once. How can you forget what happened just now? She said in a cold tone. Promise to request, Kitahara Kaede said, cooperate with me in acting in front of the monster. That's what I want to say, but because of impure world reincarnation, you have already agreed to cooperate, so it's meaningless to just ask for it. So, Kitahara Kaede said, lend me some of your shrine maiden power. Aster, no, the rejection was really quick. Then can you accept that the scene just now is known to everyone? But maybe that's not a threat. Anyway, you don't want to have an image all the time. Kitahara Kaede said, Aster, because people around me kept dying, I went to the village to use the ability to predict, but all I could do was predict the death of the other party. Then nothing can be done. Then she kept her distance from everyone. But, indifference does not mean that the heart must be cold. In other words, Aster still needs face. Especially, because of Kitahara Kaede, the dead people have been reincarnation by impure world, so, the sense of guilt and despair in her heart has actually been reduced a lot. Then the other suppressed emotions in the heart will slowly recover. So, the ice in her heart is actually breaking. Then the thing called shame naturally came back. Especially, as the daughter of the respected witch Maitreya, she needs to maintain the dignity of the witch. It's a curse. I need the power of the witch, said Kitahara Kaede. This is the power of 203 that does not belong to the ninja system, and I am a little interested. Then your ability to predict also needs to be strengthened. So, tomorrow, I will go to the sprites, and at the same time, I need you to absorb sprites. Then increase your own strength. At last, join Konoha, Kitahara Kaede said, and that's pretty much the purpose of this mission. But, Z1 suddenly took 2 steps forward, and the distance between the two seemed to be less than 10 centimeters. And Kitahara Kaede watched Shien's eyes lift up, coming. Her eyes became indifferent. You're asking too much, so you disagree? Kitahara Kaede asked. Disagree? Then aren't you afraid that your childish behavior just now will be exposed? Scared, Z1 admitted quite directly. It's surprising how direct she is. So you promise? No, Z1 said, and then she added, my behavior just now is very embarrassing. You can also play it in a loop like this, but what if everyone doesn't believe you? What do you want to do? Kitahara Kaede asked, but Aster held Kitahara Kaede's right hand. You said, if everyone came over and saw this scene, would you still be able to explain all your actions clearly? Aster took Kitahara Kaede's hand with both hands. And this is the second time that Kitahara Kaede has felt the warmth of a woman. Chapter 160 You don't know anything about ninjas. Seeking automatic. Although Kitahara Kaede is based on the original work, and at the same time, with his own observations and temptations, he can make Zuin's actual character very bad, but he has a good evaluation in his heart. But just take the subtle touch feeling on the back of her hand now, and then add her light slightly lifting at this moment, and then lightly bite her lips. This is an expression that seems to be shaken, but actually shaken. The result was still a slight calculation error. Ziwan seemed to have more shame than he imagined. Bang bang bang. This is Aster's heartbeat. Immediately increased the speed. That is to say, she was only on the top for a while and then made such a move, but she was actually panicked inside. Now that she has realized that she made a rash and unsure move, then don't do it in the first place. Really, girls are creatures, very complicated. But because it was the second time that a girl hugged her, Kitahara Kaede thought it was okay to stay for a while. But he didn't move. Ziwan seemed to have finally found a sense of peace from the tension. Presumably to Aster, Kitahara Kaede's reaction now seems to be shocked by her. And the other side, really are, it's amazing. In the distance, Kakashi and Naruto are standing on the tree, and Naruto is crouching on the trunk. He is no ordinary Naruto. The chakra system is normal, so part of the chakra can be accurately separated, then adhered to the soul, and then directly nailed to the tree. Miko's palace is very big, and Kakashi and Naruto can see far from high, but their eyesight is not so good. And Xiaoli couldn't see it even if he climbed to the top of the palace. But don't be afraid, because in their mission this time, they brought a telescope. That is the white eye that is useless when it is usually turned on, and it is useless when it is useful. White eyes can see through X-rays of other people's shadow clone or avatar, or chakra system, acupuncture points and so on. It also has the ability to see beyond a kilometer. So Neji rolled his eyes directly, and the effect of his eyes made him see Kitahara Kaede and Aster in the distance. And Neji is recounting what he saw. For example, it retells that Kitahara Kaede actually used the wood-style avatar to directly demonstrate Master Aster's kicking of trees live. Absolutely nothing. They all sympathized with the possible death of the Miko. Although Naruto felt that Shien's attitude was very bad, but it was really miserable to die like this. And the few of them will appear here to take a peek. The reason is very simple. Kitahara Kaede went for a long time, and because of worry and curiosity, several people wanted to keep up. Then, Neji rolled his eyes and confirmed the location of Kitahara Kaede at once, and never thought about it. How many of them still saw the death of Miss Miko? The current situation is not good. Quote, Kitahara Kaede seems to be subdued, Neji said with a pale face. Nani? And Naruto directly stood up. That witch is so strong. Isn't she only good at prophecy? What trick did she use? Naruto said. Quote. Quote. Neji. It's not easy to say, Neji said. I didn't expect Kitahara Kaede to be trapped. Did this trick actually work for him? Still, he really deserves to be a boy. Neji said hesitantly. Kitahara Kaede's weakness. What is it? Kakashi also stood up speaking, squinting his eyes and looking ahead. But unfortunately, he couldn't see that far away. Only two figures could be vaguely seen far away. And it can't be his fault. He finally used Kamui when Pain attacked the village before. And then, very depressed. Vision has decreased. That's why Uchiha Itachi almost went blind to deal with Sasuke at that time. The side effect of using Mangekyo was too strong. So he can't see that far now. But he can't ignore it. Now observe Kitahara Kaede. Small group is closed, so everyone can't directly see the scene around Kitahara Kaede through the small group. But Kitahara Kaede is very important to Konoha Ninja World, and to the future Otsutsuki era. And now, he has a weakness. Isn't this super scary? So this is what Kakashi has to master. Well, this. Neji could feel Kakashi's inner urgency from the state of Kakashi on one side. But how would he say that? What do you ask him to say? Do you want him to say that Miko Aster used the attack strike? This is girl attack. And in the courtyard. Got it. If I scream now, you lose credibility in an instant. Aster said, but she probably didn't get Kitahara Kaede's begging for mercy yet, so she didn't let go of his hand. But her underwear might be too hard. Kitahara Kaede pulled her hand away. Then try screaming, he said. Remember what I told you. You know nothing about ninjas. It's just you in the kingdom of ghosts, you only know a sprite and only know the power of a witch. But this world is the ninja world, Kitahara Kaede said, and this kind of simple framing it can be cracked casually. Saying so, he lightly closed his hands. Boom. A barrier that even Aster could feel felt appeared around it. This is an enchantment made using chakra. You can scream all you want. People outside can't hear it, they can't even come in. Kitahara Kaede said, so your framing is useless. Hey, a color of shock appeared on Ziwan's stern cheeks. Quote, so, I don't know anything about ninjas. And that's your weakness. Kitahara Kaede said, and the other side, so, how's the situation? Kakashi already wanted to get out of there and go to the small courtyard where Kitahara Kaede and Chien were. And Neji hastily stopped him. It seems that I was wrong just now. Kitahara Kaede is fine, and he also made an enchantment. By the way, what kind of enchantment is that purple enchantment? Ms. Kakashi, Neji of Xian's asked. Because the relationship between Might Guy and Kakashi is very good, so Neji's sentence Kakashi teacher is also correct. And Kakashi doesn't like others calling him too much, which makes him feel that he doesn't get rewarded for nothing. So Mr. Kakashi is just right. The purple enchantment. Brother Kazi thought for a while. The purple enchantment should be 4 red yang formation, and this requires 4 cage level people with other strengths to stand in 4 directions and cast it at the same time. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Kakashi said, this is an enchantment that should only be used when encountering a super powerful enemy or something that needs to be protected. Quote. Neji, yeah, Yuan. Neji nods, is it really that scary? It is obviously an enchantment that needs to be released by 4 other cage level people at the same time. In the end, Kitahara-kun, 5th generation master, are you just here to pick up girls? Neji remembered a sentence. Kitahara Kaede said to Aster that she knew nothing about ninjas, and he knew nothing about ninjas now. Chapter 161 Run, Sprites, Naruto is all around. Superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. I don't know if 4 red yang formation is just for girls Kitahara Kaede, but the adults of 5th generation are attracted by girls. The next day, it was a comfortable sleep. Kitahara Kaede stretched, and the time was 9 o'clock. Then let's go to the Shrine Maiden's living room now. Kitahara Kaede said, if there are no problems, then our cooperation with Miko will begin. Okay, Naruto had already gotten up. I'm fine too, and Neji and Xiaoli are also ready. While Neji's mood is inexplicably low, the others are high. After all, for Xiaoli and Naruto, the chances for them to carry out this kind of S-level task. Not to mention very few but not at all. After coming here, I have been a cloud viewer for a day. Wait a moment, but yesterday, Kakashi had vision problems and found that if his eyesight continued to decline, it would be very bad, so he got up in the morning and thought for half an hour, and finally he couldn't help it. Baiyuan-kun, can you post a piece of that immortal spell for me? Kakashi saw that Baiyuan school was about to go out and quickly blocked it. To be honest, when pain invaded Konoha, my Sharingan was used too much. 470, so the visual acuity of the eye is reduced more, Kakashi said. Kitahara Kaede, speaking of which, Mangekyo Sharingan will make you blind if you use it too much. This is something I forgot. Kitahara Kaede took out 2 Senju charms and handed them to Kakashi. Kamui's ability can continue to be tapped. It's a skill that can hurt even Otsutsuki, Kitahara Kaede said. Oh, hearing this, Kakashi's fighting spirit was ignited, and Kitahara Kaede handed Kakashi 2 out of a stack of Senju charms. Kakashi. Kakashi, why, obviously, you can give Guy dozens of cards, but for him, you just give them one by one. Kakashi was a little depressed. But his strength is low, let's be more cowardly. 9:30 in the morning. Kitahara Kaede and the others returned to the living room, and after the glasses guy cleaned up all night, all the smells of mud and bones in the living room have disappeared. Apparently, they're also grateful that their mates are back from Pure World reincarnation, but the drawing room stinks like that. Thanks to them, now Kitahara Kaede and the others can easily negotiate with Miko Aster-sama. Then, because Z1 has seen the power of ninjas, she has become much more talkative. But, Miss Aster was very curious. Why do you think sprites will recover? Then, why do you think I can absorb it? And this question Kitahara Kaede can answer her. First, the revival of sprites can be known from the history of your kingdom of ghosts, the mission of witches has always been to seal sprites. And your mother Maitreya priestess is the best among witches. So no matter if it's an arithmetic sequence event, then you will encounter it. Bai Yuanfang said. Second, the witches specialize in sealing sprites. Whether the power of the two can be absorbed together is just my curiosity. It still needs to be practiced. I see. Miko Aster nodded. Although she didn't know about the arithmetic progression, or the random world, etc., she was told from birth that she would fight sprites in the future. FFTLX. This is her mission, also a curse, but now that the ninja is powerful, he can get the assistance of the ninja, then it is the best. She is not that great, but she also hopes that she can easily overcome the sprites. Can, she said, since this is the case, then follow what you said, cooperate with you first. Thank you. Kitahara Kaede stood up, and spoke. And the other side, in the deep cave ancestral hall where the sprites were sealed, a ferocious aura of the ancient city seeped out. Owner. A few dragon suits appeared in front of it, and these dragon suits were the aura and power it left on them before it was sealed. The purpose is also to make them act, and then destroy the seal of Miko Maitreya. And now, it really comes in handy. It's not the same as before, this time although the witch Maitreya's power is very strong, the power of the seal is still weakened because of sabotage. Then it also recovered early. And what it thought was right, although the witch is powerful, as long as it is given enough time, it can still break free from the seal. So, it is now about to be restored. Around the cave, the ground cracked open, and thousands of terracotta warriors appeared. The terracotta warriors began to march. And this is influenced by sprites. Sprites can manipulate these stone statues, and damage them can also restore them. And that requires very little power from it. But these stone men can bring great disaster to other people in the ninja world. Feeling the vibration from the terracotta warriors outside the cave, several subordinates became excited. Master, The era of sweeping the 5 major powers is coming soon. Us, finally looking forward to this day. I also asked the master to unify the 5 great powers. Pacify the 5 great ninja villages. The subordinate knelt down. Don't worry. Sprites, however, are cautious. Go and deal with the witches first. I sensed it, and Konoha's ninjas also acted. Then, Sprite said, I always feel that my heart is beating non-stop. My 6th sense tells me that there seems to be something wrong. However, as long as the witch who can harm me is dealt with, then it doesn't matter how strong Konoha's ninja is. Yes, several subordinates nodded immediately. Then asked the master to grant us strength. Now we are only close to Jonin's strength, and we can't reach Kage level. Hmph. The sprite snorted, and then several streaks of purple smoke entered the subordinate's body. In an instant, their bodies became fatter. I always feel that the mood becomes irritable, and at the same time, the strength becomes stronger. Chapter 162 Run, Sprites, Naruto is all around. Down, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Sprites are 5 subordinates in total. But these are ninjas, but ninjas from Chūnin village. His ninja village was destroyed very early, so a Jonin took the students in his class to find other ways to restore the village. So, met sprites. Then it became a puppet of sprites. They regard the sprites as their masters for the simple reason that they peeked aside when Maitreya Miko sealed the sprites. Then it was also with the help of the power of sprites that he maintained his youthful state. And that's how Sparsi feels. Then feeling the progress of youth and life, they earnestly carry out the tasks of monsters. Every 3 days they will pour dog blood into the ancestral hall where monsters are sealed. According to the sprite master, this can weaken the seal. Of course, during the period, the 5 of them also considered that since they had obtained part of the power of the sprites, they should start with Shishanyu. But soon they were discouraged. Ninja War, 5 Darren Village, 5 Great Country. Still don't get involved, their strength is not enough. So I can only wait for the sprites to wake up. And that's it for now. 16 years. How many 15 years of life? Finally, it is coming to an end today. Teacher, and the 4 subordinates looked at their mentor Jonin. Rush. As long as you complete the mission of the monster and kill the witch, then from now on, we will be the only ninja village in the ninja world. Yes, their own strength is not enough, but catch sprites. Some people may say that it would be better to use this kind of demon power. But can it be used or not? And now, it's just running errands first, says tutor Jonin. Target, Miko. Yes, accompanied by the figure of the teacher Jonin, the figures of the 4 disciples behind him also fled away at a high speed. This is a speed they have never experienced in the past. Compared with the power obtained from the monsters in the first 10 to 6 years, this power directly allowed them to break through the shackles of Jonin. And this is the strength of other powerful Kage-level powerhouses. Teacher, a disciple said, I see, I saw the witch's palace. Sure enough, it's still so luxuriously built. Our ninja village is gone, but such a gorgeous palace has been built in such a small place in the country of ghosts. Several people seemed aggrieved. Several people found a group of people wearing Konoha's forehead protector heading for the palace. Then the gatekeeper just checked the information and let them in. Do it. Instructing Jonin here, it is remembered that the first task is to deal with the shrine maidens who can pose a threat to the sprites, and then the ninjas who can ignore Konoha. 182. Now their strength has been improved, so 2 tasks can be done together. Quote. And Konoha's ninjas seem to react at this time. But the speed of the subordinates has been improved by sprites, which is not comparable to that of Konoha Shinobi. And the teacher Jonin also found the witch Aster. Miko Aster found something bad and seemed to want to escape, but how could Jonin give her a chance? If you want to blame, just blame yourself for being a witch. The teacher Jonin stabs the heart of the Miko Aster. And the other side, almost at the same moment, sprites who put their power on their subordinates saw this scene. It tenses the mood instantly, peace of mind. Then, in the depths of the kingdom of ghosts, the ancestral hall of sprites is sealed. Boom, the cave burst out instantly, an extremely intense black ominous beam of light. And this is the performance of the terrifying breath completely bursting out. There is no longer my nemesis in the world. Miller, your strength is very strong, but I only broke your seal by raising 5 humans in captivity. And now, your daughter is still dead in my hands. The world no longer has the power to control me. Humanity, all become my slaves. Yes, this is the truth of sprites. As for supporting the subordinates to build their ninja village or something like that, it didn't think about it at all. Asking for flowers. They are all just cannon fodder subordinates. Destroy it. Sprites didn't hide anything, and started the journey directly. Large areas of the ground were cracked, and then a large number of terracotta warriors were condensed. And these terracotta warriors and horses have obtained part of the power of sprites and the ability to act. And now, it began to invade in the direction of Konoha Shinobi Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages. Boom. And at the time of Aster, who was teaching Jonin to stab the sword maiden among the subordinates of the sprites. These humans are really weak. Several subordinates also returned after killing people. Bloodlines are everywhere. Not only Konoha's ninjas, but also the macho guards in the witch's palace were also dealt with by them. It should be said that our strength is too strong. Jonin, the teacher, said. And these words made several disciples laugh. Then the master's task has also been completed. The teacher Jonin continued, so the next step is to target Konoha. The teacher Jonin spoke, then frowned. Didn't I tell you guys? The teacher Jonin turned around, but saw a blonde boy. It was really fun to kill me just now, said the blonde boy. Teacher, and the other disciples found that there were actually several people standing behind the blonde boy. These people are smiling and looking at them. And these people, aren't they the ninjas of Konoha? Bang bang bang. Also at this time, the corpses of the various macho guards on the ground, slammed and turned into a blonde boy. But soon the bang disappeared. Is it a clone? Jonin, the teacher, was taken aback for a moment. Could it be that all the people in the Shingdong are clones? No, isn't the avatar gone as soon as you touch it? Jonin, the teacher, was stunned. This is a multiple shadow clone. Idiot. Naruto Rasengan fed up B. Chapter 163 Nine Tails are strong. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Quote. Naruto's Rasengan is a whirling chakra with a touch of blue, like a tailed beast bomb. The teacher Jonin had not had time to react to being hit. This is, why can I hit the cage level other me? Jonin, the teacher of the subordinate of the sprite, was surprised. And others were also surprised. Do you have cage level? Don't treat cage level as Huxia cabbage. Naruto's Rasengan has completely beaten the opponent to the ground, and the surrounding clones all disappeared. Explanation. Everyone in the palace is pretended by Naruto's shadow clone. All Naruto. That is to say, this is a scene where all the people in Mikohaka are removed, and then Naruto uses the multiple shadow clone surgery to fill. Then these shadow clones use the 263 transformation technique, and then disguise themselves as the Shrine Maiden's macho male guard group. Shadow clone is used, including Miko Aster. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, what is this scene called? Dazuzi Hanhan, the subordinates of these monsters have been deceived. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I was also stunned at the beginning. Big Pillar Hanhan, let's not talk about the macho male guards of these witches. Big Pillar Hanhan, then it is impossible for Kitahara Kaede and the others to be killed so easily. Big Pillar Hanhan, the result. Namikaze Minato. As a result, there are Naruto outside, right? Namikaze Minato. My family's Mingbao is really good at acting. Namikaze Minato. It took me a while to realize that this is a game. Then lie to sprites. Namikaze Minato. A puff of purple-black smoke appeared on the body of the teacher Jonin just now, and then disappeared. Namikaze Minato. It should be that the sprite put a part of its power on the other party, and then noticed the witch was killed. This matter, that is to say, has been deceived. Senju Tobirama. The analysis is correct. Who would have thought that the outside is not some witches or macho guards, but it's all Naruto, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This sprite was deceived so miserably. Yes, it was so miserable to be cheated. Who would have thought that Kitahara Kaede proposed to co-act with the Miko, but the result is that instead of acting together, everyone withdraws. Then replace it with Naruto. Naruto is a, serious person. Everyone didn't expect that he even played Z1 very well. Just now Naruto's shadow clone installed Aster's escape, I gave it 7 points. Kitahara Kaede said, if you give too much, I'm afraid you will be proud. Well, Naruto rubbed his head, so I came in handy. Naruto said in a daze. Of course, Kitahara Kaede said, it is possible to separate out so many clones, and then they can hide the ghosts, and then reduce the casualties to 0. So, Naruto, you did a good job in this acting project. Hey, Naruto continued touching his head. He just wanted to come in handy, so, now it's done. But, Kitahara Kaede looked at the 5 fainted ninjas, then at Kakashi and Hoshigaki Kisame. Then I will leave it to you to ask for specific information. After asking, we have to start attacking sprites, Kitahara Kaede said. Understood. X2. Kakashi and Hoshigaki Kisame nodded. There are 2 people, one is Anbu who has worked for 10 years in the past, and the other is an assassination member who has done it in the past, so for this kind of prying out of secrets. Things are very skilled. After a while, Kakashi and the others brought information. These 5 people came from a Shounen village that had been destroyed long ago. Then I happened to witness the mother of the witch Aster seal the monster, but they were bewitched by a part of the soul of the monster. In the end, it is used by the other party. 15 years of dog blood was poured on the sealed place to weaken the power of the seal. And just recently, Master Sprite woke up. However, it has not yet fully awakened and needs to kill the witch who can threaten it. This information is about the same as what can be inferred, and they took refuge in Yao Yao, who promised to destroy all ninja villages in the future and then re-establish their ninja villages. About this point, it's not wrong to rely on the strength of others, but it's the most stupid thing to fail to see the facts. Kitahara Kaede says, then put your palms together lightly. And Kakashi ordered to deal with these ninjas. Then the rest is easy, Kitahara Kaede said. The sprites have been deceived, and they should have fully awakened. Quote. Full awakening, how is that possible? However, after hearing what Kitahara Kaede said, the real Miko, Ms. Aster, stood up. How is it possible for sprites to fully wake up? Even if it lasted for 15 years, it was impossible to completely lift the seal. You know, the last time it was me. The seal made by my mother, Aster said, but Kitahara Kaede shook his head. Of course you can fully wake up. Those ninjas and you both made a mistake, Kitahara Kaede said. That's why you didn't find out. The kingdom of ghosts, she is a witch of flowing water, but she is a sprite of iron. Quote, how can a guy who has always existed and been sealed all the time be so simple? It's like Konoha's 9 tails. Kitahara Kaede said, also the alternate Jinchuriki but the iron 9 tails. 9 tails is the strongest tail beast, its power is beyond your imagination. It just doesn't show, but it doesn't mean it has no strength. Oh, Naruto is 9 tails Jinchuriki. He thinks that Kitahara Kaede is trying to imply to him that if he is not strong enough to be 2.1, then he can create. Help the power of 9 tails. And at this moment, observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 8 tails. Hello, 9 tails, Kitahara Kaede thinks highly of you. Shuhei, I don't like to hear that. I don't agree. 8 tails. Shuhei, admit it, 9 tails are very strong. Kurama. Hmph, Shuhei. The master of labor and capital praises you, that's your attitude. Kurama. I don't want him to boast. Shuhei, why? Is it bad to be the owner's pet? You can still get protection. Kurama. Because you are weak, you feel good. Kurama. I'm not fine at all. Shuhei. Huh, good color immortal, if this is the case, I can understand it. Shuhei. How to say. Chapter 164 9 Tails. How scary, Kitahara Kaede. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Everyone in the small group discussed the strength of 9 tails. Although Shuzuru expressed dissatisfaction, Jiraiya explained. Good color immortal. If 9 tails is the strongest, then Kitahara-kun will use the power of 9 tails, and Shuhei will. Is a pet. Shuhei, damn, labor and capital are so strong, but in the end they are just treated as a pet. Shuhei, being a pet, is pretty good. 8 tails. Shuhei, you are too cowardly. Shuhei. Then you are outside. If Otsutsuki comes, I will be a living target, how dangerous. Shuhei. At 9 tails, why don't you run outside too? Kurama. Me, if I come out, I really want to come out, but that kid Uzumaki Naruto will be gone. Namikaze Minato. I can't agree to that. Might guy. Isn't there a fairy spell? This thing can revive people. I have used 20 to 14 pieces. Everyone, you are different, but, because of Might Guy's interruption, everyone suddenly discovered something. Senju Tobirama. Using the fairy spell, our impure world reincarnation may allow Naruto to avoid the fate of death when the tail beast is pulled out. Just like Gaara before, Senju Tobirama. With impure world reincarnation, Naruto has no ability to reproduce. Namikaze Minato. Hey, Senju Tobirama. So let's look at 9 tails. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, that's the only way to go, and I don't see 9 tails have any strength. It's one hand. Dazu is very honest. When Uchiha Madara hit Konoha with 9 tails in the past, he used true several thousand hands, which gave 9 tails a hand, but is it 9 tails or got caught? So, for him, 9 tails is not very strong. Kurama. You guys, did you give me a hand? You still have 999 true several thousand hands. Big Pillar Hanhan. Haha. Kurama. But, in the virtual space, the sole body of 9 tails is floating. It is the strongest tail beast. It actually got such an evaluation from Kitahara Kaede. How to say this? Feel neither happy nor sad. Because, of course it does. If it burns up, the power of the 9 tails can be lent to others. Then, if you are desperate and at the cost of it, then, you can make people enter the state of heavy particles. By that time, I'm afraid he will be invincible in the world. But, the price is my own life. So, 9 tails doesn't want that day to come. So it has never said or indicated that it has this strength. It's horrible, Kitahara Kaede, and the outside world here. So, Kitahara Kaede said, then let's start to act. I will go to the sealed shrine of the sprites with Aster. And Kakashi, you acted according to the original plan. Yes, Kakashi had no objection, and, because observe the existence of Kitahara Kaede, small group is a member of the group, he can also see Kitahara Kaede in their tracks. So you can rest easy. So he nodded in response. So, Kitahara Kaede looked at Miko-san to the side. Then it's up to us to act, Kitahara Kaede said. Aster, how do you want me to act? Shall I seal the sprites? But I will die this way. Miss Miko said honestly, and the honest expression is also very clear. In the past, after the witches sealed the sprites, their bodies would weaken rapidly, and then This is something that everyone in the ghost country knows, and Ziwan also learned some information from looking at the classics and the manuscripts of the witches. And at that time, all the witches chose to get married quickly, and then give birth to the next witch. That is to say, it is not a marriage urge, but a must get married, and then complete the task to leave blood. The manuscripts of the witches are full of complaints, or despair. And for Aster, a curse. How terrible. It's not for you to seal it. Kitahara Kaede said, same as I said at the beginning. You are responsible for absorbing it. Aster, absorb. Absorb the power of sprites. Yes, since your priestess power can be sealed, it can be confirmed that this is something similar to the same source. Same source, East-West. It was the first time for Ziwan to hear this saying. This is my speculation, Kitahara Kaede said. Magic can only be defeated by using magic, and Yumiko can seal the sprites and say. It shows that you also have the power of sprites. Quote, It's like, in the ninja world of the past, the great Toad Sage needs to use the power of Kage's son to seal Teru Yoruichi. Oh, Z1 nodded. Actually she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand ninjas, and of course she doesn't know who Kage is in the ninja world. But she 630 felt that, this Toad was unreliable. How can I tell my son to seal his mother, isn't that, too filial? Then it's time to act, Kitahara Kaede said. The sprites who got the false information should start to act. If you don't look for it, it won't be at the ancestral hall. And there's another reason why it's strong. That's why it didn't come to kill you. It doesn't mean it's afraid of you, but, it just tells others that you belong to it. Weakness. Quote, in reality, it probably isn't afraid of you anymore, Kitahara Kaede said. Hey, you are so. Z-Wan's purple pupils widened slightly, are you so cunning? Who knows, Kitahara Kaede said. With that said, he put one hand on Z-Wan's shoulder, then let's start to act. First of all, we use ninja running for ninja operations, and although you have the power of a witch, your physical fitness is only a ordinary people, so you can only be carried away by me later, said Kitahara Kaede gentlemanly. Aster did not refuse. Anyway, what happened last night is much bigger than the current scale. So this contact is nothing. Chapter 165 Aster, could it be that you are very strong? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. The sprites have been revived, and everyone has started to act. Kakashi took Naruto and the others to carry out the planned action, while Kitahara Kaede took Aster to the north. The ancestral hall cave where the sprites are sealed is in the territory of the ghost country but in the north direction. Aster is on Kitahara Kaede's back, feeling the wind from both sides. Say, is this the speed of a ninja? Z1 asked curiously. As an ordinary person, or someone who was placed in the witch's palace, she actually has little knowledge. There is even very little time to go outside, and going out is just a routine on the streets of the ghost country. But being yourself, feeling the wind, feeling the freedom, is unique. And now, not only did she feel the wind, she even felt that she had touched the wind. Because Kitahara Kaede's speed is too fast. It's just average speed, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Aster, didn't you say that the sprites are about to run away after being resurrected? So, why are you still using normal speed? Z1 asked. It's too fast and you may not be able to stand it. Quote. Kitahara Kaede said, I sensed the sprite's position, it didn't move, so I'm not afraid. Perception. Aster was curious about the word. Sixth sense. No, Kitahara Kaede said, it's the perception of a ninja who is a perception type. In the consciousness of a perceptual ninja, it's like a map appears in the brain, and then the object of investigation will appear. In the map, quote, and when I intercepted the subordinates of those monsters just now, I remembered their aura. And now I'm searching for the breath of sprites. Then found 3,555 auras. Aster, 3,555 sprites. To be precise, there should be 35,554 terracotta warriors and then one sprite. The distribution of power is different, Kitahara Kaede said. So I can confirm that the sprites haven't moved. Then don't worry, you can take your time. Quote. Aster, a perception ninja can do this. And in the small group at this moment. Big Pillar Hanhan. Tobirama, here we come. Ms. Miko asks if the perception ninja can do this. Senju Tobirama. Hmph. Senju Tobirama. Of course, don't underestimate the perception type ninja. I am the perception type ninja. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama is a ninja who can directly close his eyes, and then he can perceive and distinguish the position of the enemy. Big Zuzi Hanhan, right, he is indeed my younger brother. Finding out that Hashirama referred to him as his younger brother, Izuna felt that he had to speak. And he also felt that he had discovered something terrible. So he spoke. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. By the way, don't you think it's cute? Big Pillar Hanhan, what? Senju Hashirama's younger brother regarding the fact that Kitahara Kaede is actually a sentient ninja. Big Pillar Hanhan. The perception type ninja means that he is not very good at attack output, but he is very strong in perception and then is an auxiliary. Help. This is Tobirama, and Tobirama is the same. He can't do true several thousand hands like his big brother, even Shinsu can't do it with many hands, but he is researching forbidden ninjutsu is a generation of geniuses. The tech tree is a bit crooked. But, so is Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede is a sentient type ninja like him. And then what do you do? Assist. Assist. Willwood style, you say this is auxiliary. You can pinch the crane, you said it is a support. Everyone. Shuhei. He is a perceptual ninja, I eat dirt on my head. It was obviously a very loud flag, but no one in the group mocked Shuhei. The reason is simple, if Kitahara Kaede is so strong, and then only sentient ninjas, then other ninjas should quit. There is no reason. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world, so, let's assume that he fools girls by default. Namikaze Minato. Speaking of which, the relationship between Mr. Kitahara and Ms. Zuin seems to be better than yesterday. Namikaze Minato. At Kakashi, did anything interesting happen after yesterday? 6th Hokage Kakashi. I have to say what happened. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Last night, Kitahara Kaede went to Zuin to discuss the sprites, and finally, met. Z1 kicked the tree and spoke ill of him. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then he caught him straight. Big pillar Hanhan, haha, so cute. Then, in a place unknown to Z1, she lay dead on the gun club. Aster was also brought by Kitahara Kaede close to the sealed shrine. The reason why we say that it is time to get close to the ancestral hall instead of going directly to the ancestral hall is because on the way to the ancestral hall, a large group of soldiers and horses. The figurines were cut across. Make flat roads into valleys. Then the terracotta army guards here. Confront Kitahara Kaede and Aster. Aster, these are the terracotta warriors, sprites can drive them, and then they can automatically restore even if they are broken. Very scary, but sealing the monsters can stop them. Z1 said, and some of these contents are what my mother told her, and some of them are the information I got from the manuscripts of the witches I read. Yeah, Kitahara Kaede replied. Then, Z1 continued, and then turned her head. Speaking of which, your performance is very calm. Could it be that? I'm not afraid. Oh no, don't you mean you are very strong? Z1 asked, are you strong? Kitahara Kaede has never been asked about this kind of thing, because aren't many things obvious for money? I am 5th Hokage of Konoha. And I look younger than you, Kitahara Kaede said. But why do you think I can be 5th Hokage? Hereditary, Aster said. She is hereditary as a Miko. It would be fine if it was hereditary. Someone will take the blame for Konoha. Kitahara Kaede said, but I'm not. So, what do you think I rely on? Kitahara Kaede said, rely on what? Z1 asked. Fist, of course, Kitahara Kaede said, and he put Shion down gently. These terracotta warriors are all made of clay. When I saw the terracotta warriors and horses, I remembered that I made clay figurines when I was a child. Kitahara Kaede said, so I want to pinch too. With that said, his hands folded together. Wood-style flower tree realm comes. Wood-style wood giant technique. Chapter 166. You call this a clay figurine. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Accompanied by Kitahara Kaide's light drink, there was a tremor. The reason why it is said to be accompanied by his voice is because he has no seal. The valley below is tens of meters deep. A dark forest suddenly appeared, the roots of huge trees broke through the ground, a large number of hundreds of meters of trees spiraled and grew, and it was the arrival of the flower and tree world that suppressed the terracotta warriors that occupied the entire valley. Aren't they destroyed and restored? Kitahara Kaede said. Then don't destroy them. Catch up and lock up and that's it, Kitahara Kaede said. And now, we can move forward. He said. The trunk of a tree with a diameter of 10 meters closest to them suddenly bent and fell, filling the valley ditch. Kitahara Kaede held out her hand to Aster. Aster still fell into the silence just now and didn't react, but when she saw Kitahara Kaede reaching out her hand, she held it subconsciously. It was only when she was being led from one end of the tree trunk to the other that she realized it. Wait a moment, aren't you super strong? Z1 wanted to spit like crazy. Because, if he had known that he was so strong, then he would be able to seal 240 monsters by himself. What else do you want her to do? But things are not that simple. When Kitahara Kaede walked from this side of the valley to the other side of the valley along the tree trunk they built, there was a tremor behind them. Move. It turned out that the trunks had condensed into huge tall wooden giants. Wood giants are that earthy color, but powerful. Also very high, a full 18 meters, and these are all made up of readers who voted for flowers in the early stage. Of course, because Kitahara Kaede just used more than just one ninjutsu. But two, the flower tree world is coming. Wood giant technique. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, it's my wood style again. Senju Tobirama, brother, haven't you noticed? The wood style used by Kitahara Kaede seems to be more skilled than yours. Big Zuzi Hanhan, is that so? I think it's about the same. Dazuzi Hanhan. What do you think of Nine Tails? Big Zuzi Hanhan, haven't you experienced it before? Kurama. FK, why do you think of me at this kind of time? Kurama. I hate Uchiha Madara, I hate wood style. Shuhei, well, I have also experienced true several thousand hands. What did the labor and management say? Yes, Shuzuru took over Kitahara Kaide's true several thousand hands abruptly. Then, was hammered. Who would have thought that the opponent's wooden dragon could directly swallow its tailed beast bomb, and then the wooden giant would directly use the tailed beast bomb as a ball to hit? Is its tailed beast bomb shameless? These human beings, that's an exaggeration. But, now it has defected to Konoha and has become Kitahara Kaide's pet, so, it will definitely not eat true several thousand hands again. Shonen Obito. Obito was silent. Because of the Sharingan, he is not afraid of how strong the Nine Tails are. If the Nine Tails become stronger, then use the Sharingan to control and it will be over. But now he joins the small group, he finds out. Kitahara Kaede is so strong. How to fight this? Or, just stay like this. As long as he gets rid of what Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara have done to him, then he just needs to. You can see Lin here. It's not that he doesn't want to work hard anymore, it's that the opponent is too strong. A feeling of retreat appeared in Obito's heart. Nohara Lin, this is Shodai's wood style, it's wonderful. Along with Lin's voice, everyone found that the wooden giant of Kitahara Kaede directly opened the roof of the sealed cave. This is the meaning of directly breaking the old nest of sprites. Damn man guy, and two black dragons flew out of the cave with the lifted roof and rushed towards the wooden giant. Bump. The wooden giant wanted to reach out to grab the two black dragons, but the dragons passed right through it. And it can't catch. Cracks appeared in the wooden giant's huge body. Wood style. Wooden dragon technique. BEFB 010405514 Filu 122551511. And Kitahara Kaede made a wooden dragon again. But the wooden dragon was also quickly pierced by the two dragons controlled by sprites. Kitahara Kaede. Aster. The sprites are too strong. This kind of strength is not something I can seal. And Ziwan showed signs of retreating. You must know that the wooden giants and wooden dragons made by Kitahara Kaede just now are very hanging. But in front of the two powerful dragons controlled by sprites, it's like paper. So, what are you talking about absorbing the power of sprites? It's hard to say whether she can use the seal. So, even if you trick me and fool me now, my strength is stronger than your mother's, so it's useless. Ziwan said, you are right, sprites are cunning and powerful. And at this time, the two dragons of sprites rushed directly towards Kitahara Kaede and Aster. Aster put her hands on Kitahara Kaide's arms and closed her eyes. But in the range of the two people, a purple-white end with a diameter of only 1 meter appeared. And this is the enchantment formed by the power of her priestess. Boom. However, the two black dragons that could easily defeat the wooden dragon and the wooden giant just now were unable to pierce Ziwan's barrier. The enchantment ball began to vibrate. But it didn't break. Ziwan breathed a sigh of relief seeing this scene. Kitahara Kaede touched his chin. It seems that the ninja's chakra can't deal with sprites. You're only talking about this now. Ziwan said, it seems that all the seals of sprites have been released. It's not something I can handle. Ziwan complained, the world is going to become a monster. It's not that exaggerated, Kitahara Kaede said. You don't have to worry. This enchantment can block the attacks of sprites, right? Yeah, Ziwan nodded, but it won't work if you charge twice. I heard that sentence. Soy mujer. However, an obscure and ancient sounded. The surroundings of the cave completely disintegrated, the ground cracked, and the whole picture of the cave appeared. In front of everyone, a black flame stood in the air, and below, is a piece of lava, and that group of black flames, is the object that the daughters and daughters of the Ghost Kingdom need to seal for generations, demons and monsters. Looks like this is the sprite's body. Kitahara Kaede said, then follow the original plan. Lend me your strength, said Kitahara Kaede. Aster, I need to add your Miko power to my ninjutsu. This is what we talked about from the beginning, right? Kitahara Kaede said, well, is it okay? Ziyuan was not very relieved. Okay, Kitahara Kaede said, didn't we all talk along the way, use magic to defeat magic? Since it has been proved that the power of witches can deal with sprites. And my attack doesn't work, that's because I and the demon are two power systems. But soon, it becomes a system. Saying so, Kitahara Kaede took Aster's wrist. Chapter 167 Ninetales dies. Spooky, your strength is too strong, I have to seal you. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kitahara Kaede held Aster's hand so she could pass on the power of the Miko to him. If it is said that sprites are the illusion of human resentment and malice, then the power of the witch who can seal the sprites is added to chakra, and these things can be dealt with, said Kitahara Kaede. Aster lightly bit her lip. Then it's like it's decided. Her body emanated silver white light, and these beams entered Kitahara Kaide's body. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan. Oh, is this the power of the witch? It will shine. Big pillar Hanhan. Kitahara Kaide's wood style didn't work just now, I thought there was something wrong. Senju Tobirama. There is no problem with the wooden giants and wooden dragons just now, which shows that the power of the garden is not the same as our chakra system. Same. Senju Tobirama. In other words, is there something in this world that even chakra can't reach? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Hey, Senju Tobirama, why'd I hear that you seem a little uneasy? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. It's not that you think Kitahara Kaede will lose. Senju Tobirama. There is no such thing. Didn't he explain that the power system of sprites is different from ours? Senju Tobirama. What I am worried about is the appearance of sprites. Sprites are now sealed for generations by witches like Aster. Sealed. Senju Tobirama. But looking at it now, it's like parting from something outside the ninja world. Senju Tobirama. The power of sprites has not expanded yet, but what if other sprites appear in the future? Senju Tobirama. Then can we ninjas still protect our ninja village? Senju Tobirama. So, I am very curious about the power of sprites. Namikaze Minato. In other words, the unknown is the fear. Senju Tobirama. Well, that's the truth. Senju Tobirama. Minato, you are indeed very smart and talented. That's what I'm worried about, the sprite's power hasn't passed through. Analyzing, I don't worry about traces. Senju Tobirama. How about it, do you want to do experiments with me in the future? Namikaze Minato. About this. Kitahara-kun is not going to give me back the soul from Shinigami and then impure world reincarnation. What? Namikaze Minato. So probably not. Senju Tobirama. Also, you want to be with Naruto. Senju Tobirama. Sorry, as Sarutobi's teacher, I didn't teach them well. Namikaze Minato. Nadaime cannot be blamed for this. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Shuhei. Looks like I'm about to win. However, Shuhei suddenly called out at this moment. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted. Then, everyone notices that Kitahara Kaede's right wrist is holding the aster, but his left hand is raised in one-handed mudra. It's just a seal. Wood-style wood giant technique. Huge dark black wooden giants rise up again, and together, not one, but two wooden giants. Exclamation mark. The sprite's black flames burned indifferently. I thought it was something. It's just a ninja trick. Let's think about it. Konoha's first Hokage in the past also liked to play with wood. Sprite said, its two black dragons rose up again. Was able to break through wooden giants just now and still can. And the words that accompany it can confirm that it is indeed a monster that only lives for a long time. And it will also increase in strength with time. The sacrifices of the past shrine maidens, perhaps didn't get real feedback. Boom. But this time is different from just now. The two black dragons just now can directly blast the wooden giant and wooden dragon. But, boom. The wooden giant of Kitahara Kaede raised his hand and clamped the black dragon's head easily. Both wooden giants have the same movement. Catch the dragon. Their palms are huge, and they caught the two black dragons directly like they were catching a loach. Then use your hands hard. Bump. The two hands were pulled away, and the two black dragons who were looking at each other were directly torn apart. Ah, the Hokage of the sprite's body seems to be much dimmer. It seems that the two black dragons are its exclusive power, and the defeat of the black dragons has also been fed back to it. The sprites are a little wilted. It reminds me of a line. Watching the scene, Kitahara Kaede said, "What?" Seeing that the wooden giant is effective against sprites, Aster's mood is greatly relieved. So I asked curiously, "Your power is too strong, so I must seal you up." Kitahara Kaede said, "I want to say this line inexplicably." Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 8 tails. Why is this line so familiar? Dazuzi Hmph. I also feel very familiar. Kurama. You guys, Kurama. It was on purpose. Because isn't that the line that Senju Hashirama said when he sealed it? The 9 tails at that time were only controlled and driven by Uchiha Madara. Then Senju Hashirama used true several thousand hands, and let it go one-handed, but by the count he raised 999 hands. Asking for flowers. In the end, the Susanoo of Uchiha Madara's holster is gone, but Hashirama still says it's dangerous. Then, miserable, good color immortal, well, the mood of sprites is also very bad now. Yes, in everyone's field of vision, the sprites seem to have faded a bit. You guys are so deceitful. Sprite said, "You want to seal me again. To tell you the truth, I am the embodiment of human malice and evil. As long as you humans have negative emotions, then I can reappear. So, this is simply not the end of the seal." The sprite roared, "So," and Kitahara Kaede showed no mercy. He suddenly looked up. The sprites also looked over, only to see a group of people around the valley at some point. 0.0. And those people are wearing green vests, and then wearing Konoha's forehead protector. It's Konoha's seal class. Everyone, let's start sealing. Kitahara Kaede said. Then, everyone formed the same sealed spell. And Kitahara Kaede infused himself with the power of the shrine maiden who carried the aster. Together they formed the same sealing technique. But the sprite shook its body. "Didn't I say it, you ninjas to me?" Why? Its sound stopped abruptly, because the sealing technique suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and this light was similar to that of the witch who sealed it in the past. The power is incomparably close. No, it has chakra in it. But it made this power even stronger. Instantly swallowed it. The magma in the cave lost its vitality in an instant, and the surrounding terracotta warriors remained motionless. This is a manifestation of the fact that the power of sprites has been suppressed. And where the monster was originally, there was a black bead the size of a backgammon floating. It's very simple. This is the ninja world, so the ninja is the strongest. Chakra can't work on sprites, but it can be added with the power of which is related to sprites. And because of the local advantages of the ninja world, this unorthodox power will naturally be sealed. Kitahara Kaede holds the black beads in her hand. It will not be heavy, but it has a wonderful feeling. And this kind of subtle feeling should be the power that does not belong to chakra. It is a special power condensed from the negative emotions of human beings in the ninja world. He handed the beads to Aster. "Hand out come." Kitahara Kaede said 3. Chapter 168. The ghouls are sealed. Shinigami reappears, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Miko Aster stared in astonishment at the sprite that had been sealed and completely condensed into black beads. Then she watched Kitahara Kaede pick up the beads. Then place the bead in front of her. "Hand out," said Kitahara Kaede. "Stretch out your hand." Ziwan raised her fingers subconsciously. Her fingers were slender and white, and the moment her fingers touched the beads, feel immediately. A powerful and vast force poured into her body. It's obviously something from the outside world, but it's unbelievable, merged in the body. Then condensed into its own east-west. This process didn't last long and only lasted 10 minutes, but after 10 minutes, Aster raised her hands in surprise. I seem to be full of strength." Ziwan felt that she was full of 300 power. And she acted like that. If a sprite is a black mass, then an Aster is a dazzling light. Her body is glowing, like a princess under the moonlight. Even the dark night can't hide her light. There is light on her body. Quite interesting. Kitahara Kaede commented. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big pillar Hanhan, it's glowing. No, it's a complete memory of absorption. Big Pillar Hanhan. Looks like little Kitahara Kaede has done it. He said he wanted the witch to absorb sprites, and he really did it. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, from the results, yes, it shows that the power of the witch and the power of the sprites are actually a kind of east-west. What? Namikaze Minato. In the self-introduction just now, it said that it is the negative emotion of our human beings. Namikaze Minato. Miko is another positive emotion that suppresses this aspect of emotion. Namikaze Minato. Because all emotions are derived from human beings, so, can be converted in the end. Namikaze Minato. It seems that Kitahara-kun's practice has succeeded. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world, then it means that Miko Zuin has gained power, and then the ability to predict has been strengthened. Bar. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, by the way, this witch still won't let go of Kitahara-kun's hand. Nohara Lin, well, aren't these two well matched? Youth Obito. What's the use of pairing? Yi Yuan Lin. Obito, you can't say that. Youth Obito. My EQ is not low. As I said before, Kakashi must be a boring sexy wolf when he grows up, so. Isn't the file in the group now his favorite novel? 6th Hokage Kakashi. No, about this, that. Jiraiya teacher. Good color fairy, don't involve me at this time. Jiraiya began to rant. At the same time, he also thought what happened to the small group today. Why is everyone taking turns dying? Senju Tobirama. Well, from Kitahara Kaede's experiment, don't worry too much, the power of this part of the sprite still can't shake the status of the ninja. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. You really are too worried. Brother of Senju Hashirama, how could the era of ninjas end? Senju Tobirama. Although I have always doubted your IQ, this sentence is not wrong. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama, I have endured you for a long time. Senju Tobirama. Each other. Dazuzi Hanhan, well, don't quarrel, you are all my beloved brothers. Senju Tobirama. Anika, please be sober, I am your younger brother. Big Pillar Hanhan, but Tobirama, we are sorry Madara. Senju Tobirama. Don't mention that man at this time. Kurama. +1. The small group instantly became lively, and 6th Hokage Kakashi quickly took back his spirit and then put it in the real world. Because, it's not over yet. After Aster absorbed the sprite's power, there was no danger, but Kitahara Kaede made everyone retreat. All kept at a distance of 50 meters. Kakashi is in command of the sealing squad, as well as Naruto Hoshigaki Kisame, Neji, Shaoli and they retreat. What else? Naruto said curiously. He has already come in handy, and then the sprites were also caught. Although he was absorbed in the end, it should have been successfully completed. It's the right mission to start. Kitahara Kaede seems to have another idea. Kakashi stopped and said, and he didn't let me participate in this matter. About the sprites mission this time, he asked me to collect the sealing technique. Then he brought in the sealing class. B. He also asked me to prepare the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. But it hasn't been used since just now. And Kitahara Kaede, is that the kind of person who does useless work? Kakashi felt something was wrong. And the other side, Kitahara Kaede took out a dagger from the ninja bag. Give me some strength, he said. And the power he wants, is the power of the witch. The Aster is still glowing now, and it also looks like a power bank. Although at the beginning, when Kitahara Kaede was going to give the wooden giant to make, the power of the witch made Ziwan feel a little weak, but soon after absorbing the power of the sprites, she felt extremely full now. So calmly distributed part of the power to Kitahara Kaede. Not so much, Kitahara Kaede said. I need you to use more power in other places. Quote. Aster, do you mean to prophesy for him again? Time. As a witch, her prophecy comes from sleep, but this is uncertain, and it is impossible to grasp the time and object of the prophecy. But now, she feels that she can master it. Whatever you want. Passing on Kitahara Kaede the requested amount of witch power to him, Aster became aloof. But Kitahara Kaede started the mudra, and Kakashi in the distance is still holding doubts. Obviously, the seriousness of the matter has not been discovered yet. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, are there still 1.5 things that have not been resolved? Big Pillar Hanhan, what kind of seal is this? Didn't little Kitahara Kaede not make seals? His seals are all fake. Senju Tobirama. But this time the seal seems to be true. Namikaze Minato. This seal makes me feel very familiar. Senju Tobirama. What seal is it? Namikaze Minato. It seems to be the seal of the Uzumaki clan. Ah, I see. Number 1 Fanbuki in the ninja world, what kind of seal is it? I always have a feeling that it's not too fast. Kurama. Ha, isn't that the seal? That seal's my seal. Big Pillar Hanhan. Seal Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Mito. You people. This is the secret technique of my Uzumaki clan. Namikaze Minato. I see, I have used it too. Big Zuzi Hanhan, so what is it? Uzumaki Mito. Namikaze Minato. Dead ghosts are sealed. Chapter 169 Minato's soul, bring it to you. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Ghoul seal, this is the secret art of the Uzumaki family. When Uzumaki Mito married Konoha, what he brought was not just a container for 9 tails. At the same time, all the secret arts of their family have also been brought over. And one of the sealing techniques is very powerful and also a killer. Then the ghouls are sealed. It's offering your own soul as a sacrifice, and offering it to the Shinigami, who eventually draws the soul of your enemy out. So both of them were devoured by Shinigami. This is a last resort. It is a trick to drag away the enemy even when you are dying. Because ninjutsu is very unique, and not everyone can learn it, it is also listed as forbidden technique. Then it was sealed on the scroll of Senju Tobirama in 2nd generation. I learned it when I learned Flying Thunder God from the 4th generation project. In addition, his wife is from the Uzumaki family, so he got advice, so he learned 14. And, also used out during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Sacrifice his soul, summon the Shinigami, and seal half of the Nine Tails. That's why Nine Tails is so upset. In the small group, its soul body directly cocked its tail, looking very unhappy. Because it is only half now, half of it was sacrificed to the Shinigami and it is completely imperceptible. It's like cracking open, and then don't know. Big Pillar Hanhan, that's how it is, the ghouls are all sealed up. Big Pillar Hanhan, dead ghosts are sealed. Senju Tobirama. Why does Kitahara Kaede use ghouls to seal them all? Senju Tobirama. What does he want to do? Can't he think about it? This trick, like Minato, summons Shinigami, so you have to sacrifice your soul. Boom. Along with Tobirama's voice, everyone found a breath of smoke rising from Kitahara Kaede's abdomen. But this is not some smoke, but a seal already engraved on the abdomen. And this is the performance of establishing a sacrifice transaction contract with Shinigami and getting Shinigami's response. In other words, from now on, Kitahara Kaede's life becomes a countdown. He's about to face having his soul sucked out by a Shinigami. So, isn't this suicide? Tobirama couldn't help being so nervous about 2nd generation. Because, neither fairy spells nor impure world reincarnation can call back lost souls. It's gone beyond what he can help. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama, calm down, the problem is very big now, it's useless for you to panic. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. Yes, the problem is very big now, and it's useless to calm down. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, calm down too. Namikaze Minato. I'm already confused, so, why Kitahara-kun used this trick? Namikaze Minato. Could it be that he is for me? Because I used this trick, I dedicated my soul to Shinigami, so impure world reincarnation is useless to me. Namikaze Minato. He also said that he wanted me to impure world reincarnation, so, then, I have to take back my soul. Namikaze Minato. Could it be that he wants to fight Shinigami? Uzumaki Mito. This kind of thing sounds exaggerated, but my opinion is that maybe he really thinks so. Kitahara Kaede wanted to fight Shinigami. The reason for coming to the country of ghosts, the witch Aster may not be very important, but it is still very important to understand the power of the witch. Moreover, since sprites and witches are powers belonging to other systems, can Shinigami, which can only be extracted from the void, also use the power of this system to interfere? Kitahara Kaede thinks you can try it. And his knot seal has been completely completed, and a phantom several meters high appeared in the void behind him. This phantom is dressed in a white coat, with a shriveled face, and holds a sword in both hands. But both it and its knife are void and transparent. Because this is Shinigami and its knife. Shinigami raised the knife and bit into his hand. Its vision fell on Kitahara Kaede below. It has already concluded a contract with Kitahara Kaede through the ghoul seal, so after completing the other party's commission to capture the soul of the enemy, then it can also harvest the soul of Kitahara Kaede. It is simply a transaction that earns 2 transactions for 1 transaction. It looked at him with round eyes, as if asking which enemy's soul he wanted to absorb. But there are only Kitahara Kaede and Aster within a radius of 50 meters. So the enemy is Miko Aster. Wait a minute, this Miko Aster. Shinigami's spirit froze suddenly, its eyes fixed on the shining girl. Its brows frowned quickly. Then it looked at Kitahara Kaede, and found that Kitahara Kaede was holding a small dagger in his hand, and the dagger also had the same light as the witch. It should have gained power from the Shrine Maiden. Shinigami. The Shinigami's huge, flowing body seemed to be, took half a step back slightly. Looks like you figured it out. And Kitahara Kaede looked up at the gigantic Shinigami. This is not a normal contract and summoning, 297, but a scam to invite you here. Shinigami. Shinigami couldn't speak with a knife in its mouth, but its hands seemed to be struggling in the air and trying to grab something. And this is swearing and swearing. I can tell from your reaction that my speculation is against it. The power of the Miko can affect you, said Kitahara Kaede. So, this kind of thing can also be done. Kitahara Kaede swung the dagger, but the body flashed in front of Shinigami. Boom. Shinigami's empty sleeves unexpectedly lost half in an instant. Looking at this situation in astonishment, and then, Shinigami seemed to be swearing again. Sure enough, it can hurt you, Kitahara Kaede said. Then let's start negotiating terms. I want the soul of Namikaze Minato. Shinigami. Forest. Shinigami seemed to be dissatisfied and muttered a few words, but nodded. But there was already anger on his face. He just looked warily at the dagger in Kitahara Kaede's hand. I want 9 tails. Finding that Shinigami agreed, Kitahara Kaede made a new request. Chapter 170 Obito, you still don't congratulate your teacher. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kitahara Kaede made a new request. Minato's soul, and 9 tails soul. To be precise, it is Yin Nine Tails who were sealed by Minato and absorbed by Shinigami together. It stands to reason that Shinigami's willingness to release Minato's soul is already very powerful. After all, in the past, it was Minato who used the ghoul to seal it, and then signed a contract with it, and now it spits out Minato's soul, which is Shinigami's deed. But what about now? Not just Minato, you want Nine Tails too? %%. Shinigami seemed to get even more annoyed. Its hands are folded and hugged. Then the eyes are bulging. It seems that he is no longer willing to give in. And he also pushed back the sleeves of both hands presumptuously. Although the language it speaks cannot be passed, its actions have made people understand. It is ready to never regress. Since Kitahara Kaede can hurt it, then it stands here. Casually hurt the other party. Take a step back today, it's not Shinigami. But Kitahara Kaede said calmly. I carefully checked the records of the Uzumaki clan about you. Shinigami is the existence that their clan enshrines. That's why the ghouls are sealed off. It's called ninjutsu, but it's actually asking you to go up. And then it evolved into what it is now. But you were born by their worship and sacrifice, so if you were born from them, then naturally you will be subject to them. They have a mask of you in their shrine. Put on the mask to summon you, and then if the person uses a knife to dig out the stomach, all the souls you have swallowed will be released. And that person will naturally give his life. For you, it's not a good deal. It's not that I'm missing a meal, but I'm going to starve to death, right? Kitahara Kaede said, and Shinigami directly, very backbone, took a step back. Then, %+, Shinigami seemed to say something even more serious. But it frowned, under. It seems to be hesitant. Then, stepping on the air with some embarrassment, and then holding the tadao with his left hand, then hesitating, spreading it all over, and finally slashing towards his stomach. There was a snap. A soul floated out. Namikaze Minato. Ah, this is my soul. Namikaze Minato in the small group responded immediately. But this is not the end. And Nine Tails, said Kitahara Kaede. It's just a strand of soul. Shinigami. Shinigami said a lot of birdsong, and finally patted his stomach with his hands, so another soul floated out, and then entered the soul of the first soul Minato with a touch sound. The souls of the two merged in the air, and then disappeared with a bang. This is not gone, but the soul has returned to the Pure Land. Kurama. Isn't my other half also free? Why I still can't perceive it? Namikaze Minato. I tried to analyze and see. I understand, because I sealed half of Nine Tails, so even if it came out of Shinigami's stomach, Nine Tails should be bind with me. Namikaze Minato. So Nine Tails disappeared with my soul. Namikaze Minato. This means that Nine Tails and I are bound together. Kurama. Hmph. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's how it is. Big Pillar Hanhan, but that means. Minato, you can get out of the dirt here. Congratulations. Namikaze Minato. My Namikaze clan really owes Kitahara-kun another big favor. Namikaze Minato. I will see Mingbao soon. Namikaze Minato. I can see Mingbao soon. Come on, Wu Bao, Dad loves you. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato is very happy. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Phew, I was terrified watching the whole process. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I almost regretted giving the information of the Uzumaki family to Kitahara-kun. 6th Hokage Kakashi. As a result, I still underestimated him too much. Congratulations, Mr. Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Go back to Konoha, Kitahara-kun should come out of you. Namikaze Minato. Well, thank you. Nohara Lin, congratulations, teacher. Namikaze Minato. Lin, thank you. Yi Yuan Lin, Mochianhao Obito, you can also say a few words. At Junior Obito, Shonen Obito, number 1, Obito can talk, and generally just wants to care about Lin's feelings, or talk to Lin. But now, sure enough, I'm not happy. Obviously did nothing, obviously didn't protect anything, but, Ms. Minato naturally wants to embrace happiness. The negativity in Obito's mood has been high. Yi Yuan Lin, at Obito, but now Lin is at him. Youth Obito. Teacher, congratulations. Obito said against his will. Yondeme. Thank you too, Obito. Namikaze Minato. The teacher is very happy. Chapter 171 Aster's prediction. Bah, scumbag. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Although reluctant, Obito still violated his conscience and offered his blessing to Namikaze Minato. But in his heart he doesn't want to see Minato happy. Because, this master clearly never showed up in time when his disciple was in danger, but, why can he still get happiness? He finds it unacceptable. What is just unacceptable is that, he didn't expect that Kitahara Kaede could get Minato's soul back from Shinigami. There is still such an operation. This has strongly violated the common sense of ordinary ninjas. And, what needs more attention is that Kitahara Kaede brought back the other half of Nine Tails' soul from Shinigami. So, in other words, Kitahara Kaede not only got the one tail but also got half a Nine Tails. So, with so many buffs superimposed, does he really have a higher qualification? Obviously, before Nagato joined Konoha, he didn't feel the pressure, but now Obito feels, full of pressure. And the other side, outside of the small group, the Shinigami have been put back. And along with the Shinigami are the souls of Yin Nine Tails and Minato. How could something like this happen? And as a witch, she also comes into contact with such super daily things as sprites, and Zuin feels that she grew up in an instant. Then I was dumbfounded. Is this world so wonderful? Z1 said. 880. Basically, Kitahara Kaede said. I also gained a lot of experience. And, it can be known from Black Zetsu that is the powerhouse of Super Shadow. What he possesses here is not the power of wood style, but the power from a deeper level, the power from Kage. And Kage can use Yin Yang Dun to create Black Zetsu and Sage of Six Paths Otsutsuki Hagoromo, so he naturally also has the power from Kage. FFLX. His left hand was raised lightly and spread out. This palm glowed with the same brilliance as Shien's priestess, Barrier. And this is the same power as Ziwan's enchantment. But not from Aster's, but made by himself. Just now, it was not simply to obtain Ziwan's priestess power, but to let him personally touch and play with it, and then, based on Yin Yang Dun, then condense and transform it into Ziwan's priestess power. So, there is no need for Ziwan or Yao Yao to borrow strength, and when he faces Yao Yao again, he can defeat him by himself. At the same time, if facing the Otsutsuki family who don't know how to use this system, then the Otsutsuki family at the highest point can only watch their attacks fail inexplicably and panic, and then get beaten. His body was completely shattered. In other words, he has learned the new power system. Kitahara Kaede herself could feel her stagnant strength stepping forward with a new percentage increase in strength. It really is worthy of being the theatrical version in the world of Hokage, and it can also supplement the power zone for him who is close to the full level. But thanks to these random theatrical versions, people can become stronger. Otherwise, it would be so boring to only reach the strength of 6 paths. Kitahara Kaede is in a good mood. So, and Aster said here, now that the sprites have disappeared, can my duties as a witch be removed? She has always felt that the duties and tasks of a witch are a curse, but now, it seems that she can break free from the shackles and come here. Probably not. Kitahara Kaede denied her. When the sprites appeared before, I also said that it is condensed by the negative emotions of human beings. Then as long as there are people and negative emotions, the sprites will gather again. So your duties as a witch still need to continue. Aster. This sentence made Miko-san feel bad. She kicked a stone under her feet. And following the movement of kicking the stone, the brilliance on her body dimmed. This is not the loss of power, but the convergence of power. Although she always has a bad personality, she may surpass her mother, Maitreya Miko, in her talent as a Miko. Then clean up the scene and fulfill the agreement with me later. Kitahara Kaede said, the power you have gained now should improve your prophecy ability, although I want you to directly predict the future. But before that, I want you to tell me the location of the dragon vein. Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Aster. Dragon veins. Yes, Kitahara Kaede said, it should be related to Lulin. Lulin. Ziyuan frowned. It seems that there is not much reaction to the name. It should be said that Lulin's popularity is not high. And at this moment, observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Namikaze Minato. Lulin. Big pillar Hanhan. What, Minato, do you know? Namikaze Minato. I don't know about this, but I feel a little familiar. Namikaze Minato. I seem to have an impression and then I don't seem to have any. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So I also have a subtle feeling when I hear this name. 6th Hokage Kakashi. It seems to know, and then it seems not to know. Senju Tobirama. You both have this feeling, so you have to pay attention. Senju Tobirama. After all, it was proposed by Kitahara Kaede. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, I think so too. Yes, of course Kakashi thinks so. Before, he was still wondering what Kitahara Kaede would do with so many sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, but in the end, the ghouls were all sealed up, and there were threats against Lord Shinigami, not all of these. Did it come in handy? So there must be something about this Lulin. Kakashi and Namikaze Minato couldn't find a clue even though they felt a subtle indescribable feeling in their hearts. So I can only watch. Kitahara Kaede and the others evacuated from the sealed ancestral hall. Then he returned to the Shrine Maiden's palace. After Aster absorbed the sprites, her strength was greatly improved, reaching a height that no priestess in the past has ever reached. She possesses the most precise and pure Miko power. It has been possible to determine the object and specific aspects of things to predict, but a model is still needed. That is sleep. Sleep can prophesy. She can see prophecy in her dreams when she falls asleep, and she did this all the time before. So think, to prophesy, then still have to sleep. It's just that, to sleep under the gaze of so many people, the requirements for her are still a bit higher. You guys go out first. Kitahara Kaede also noticed this and said, good, Kakashi and the others had no choice but to evacuate first. Anyway, there are still more than 30 minutes before the daily 3-hour observation, so it doesn't hurt to wait outside the door. So, after confirming that the others had left, Kitahara Kaede looked at the Miko lady in front of her. What? Aster said, you go out too, I can't sleep with someone next to me. It's okay, Kitahara Kaede said, I'll use an illusion to put you to sleep. The effect is the same. Quote. Aster, in other words, is ninjutsu forcing people to sleep. Chapter 172 Searching for the Dragon Vein, Meeting of Destinies, Queen Lulin's daughter. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. In the end, considering that it would be very troublesome to be rode by ninjutsu, Ziwan chose to go to sleep by herself. As a priestess, she knew very well that this was not sleeping but displaying her abilities. Now it is really different from the past, she finds that entering the predictive dream has become more and more convenient. And she was also searching for words like Lulin, Dragon Vein. Finally, a picture appeared in front of her eyes. And this is the scene of seeing the future in the past, she is very familiar with it. And the other side, although Kakashi and the others were kicked out, they are still making their own efforts. The Kingdom of Ghosts also has a library. It seems that a certain Miko-sama has great wisdom, so she built a library and kept important materials here. And because of this, Kakashi and the others got some important information here. For example, Ms. Kakashi, Hyuga Neji noticed something. We found a document. How should I put it? Should be a piece of lost history, Neji said. What does this mean? Kakashi was puzzled, and then he was taken aback after getting the information. Because the information I got was written with some very bad information. Lulin Kingdom, located in the Kingdom of Wind, is a psychedelic country with a fairly powerful self-defense system, and is the most prosperous capital in the Kingdom of Wind. It was destroyed for unknown reasons 20 years ago and the country died. According to speculation about the information, there were traces of Konoha's ninja being active at that time. Quote. Kakashi, the Lulin Kingdom, has been destroyed, and it has been destroyed for 20 years. So isn't the dragon vein of Lulin that Kitahara Kaede wanted long gone? Dragon vein. 2 hours later, Ziwan's prophetic dream time also ended. She yawned lightly and stood up, but soon found that although this was her palace, Kitahara Kaede was still here, so she quickly raised her white palm to cover it. But it seemed that he was in a bad mood, so he took 2 deep breaths. It has been predicted, Miko Aster said. Specifically, I need to figure it out. Okay, Kitahara Kaede thought. The location of the dragon's vein. Now that we know that this is not an ordinary single Hokage world, the chakra system obtained here can give him feedback, so does it mean that other theatrical versions can also be used? That's why Kitahara Kaede obtained information about the theatrical version of Dragon Vein from Aster. In the theatrical version of the original book, the Tower of Long Pengluo, the dragon veins belong to Lulin, which is an aggregate of a powerful chakra. If you think from the perspective of Otsutsuki, then it is probably related to the Sage of Six Paths or the Sacred Tree. Maybe it was the failed fruit of the sacred tree before converting the fruit of chakra, or it could be the remains of chakra left over from the battle between Kage and Sage of Six Paths, or the remains left by Sage of Six Paths, etc., and then eventually a dragon vein was formed. The dragon vein comes from Lulin, and Lulin has the extremely advanced chakra's technology of manipulating puppets. However, if you use the chakra knife, you can cut off the control of the puppet. Then, the specific location is the Kingdom of the Wind. Ziwan said in a summary. The location she gave was the Land of Winds. As for the Kingdom of Wind, then it is Sand Shinobi Village, but now Sand Shinobi Village is attached to Konoha, so it is also possible to attribute the Kingdom of Wind to Konoha. And in this kind of place full of sand and ruins, walking will become very difficult. Baki was chosen to be the guide. The environment in the Land of Winds is harsh, not only full of sand but also very windy. At this time, the movement is very problematic, so Bayuan Oak has selected a convenient transportation tool from Konoha, which can move around in such a sandy place. Shuhei's 2 hands are very long, and his huge body steps on the sand. At the same time, he can use both hands to grasp the ground, and he can run quite fast. Is this a tailed beast? The witch Zuin is just a witch from the Kingdom of Ghosts. In the past generations, she fought against ghosts and monsters, but it has become different in Zuin's class. She's trying to stay seated right now, but her fair cheeks seem to turn pale all of a sudden. Close your eyes if you're scared, Kitahara Kaede said. Just close your eyes and rest for a while and you'll arrive at your destination. That's right, I agree with what the master said. And Shuhei, who was running fast, also made a sound. Hey, little girl, don't worry, and Lousy is super cute. Don't worry about anything. As a guarding crane, one of them was sealed by Jinchuriki in the past, so it is alive now. Although you still need to obey orders, but you can step on the sand directly with your feet, and Shuhei's mood is already very good. Aster, no, this is already scary. Why can civet cats talk? Although she explained to Zuin that Shuhei is a tailed beast, but Zuin still has the preconceived idea that it is a beast, so the talking civet cat, very subtle. Seeking flowers but, Aster looked at Kitahara Kaede, are you sure you still want to look for dragon veins? I think it's best not to. Why? Kitahara Kaede said, because in this business there will be disasters. From a good point of view, maybe it's okay if you don't go. But you've used the word you to show that you've seen a vision of the future and seen that I've gone. And that's the future, isn't it? Kitahara Kaede said, the future that has already appeared cannot be changed. But, Ziwan said, I'm right, you are indeed a scumbag. Kitahara Kaede, doodle, but Shuhei, who was running freely, had already stopped at this time. Hello, Shuhei grabbed the ground with both hands, and a group of people appeared in front of him. It was a carriage, and the horses of the carriage seemed to be frightened by Shuhei, and their feet went limp. The owner of the carriage is a young girl with pink hair in a fuchsia dress. The groom seemed to be saying something to her, she lightly shook her head, and then got off the carriage. Who are you? Kakashi jumped off of Shuzuru, and Baki followed. The survivors of Lulin. The pink-haired girl looked very kind, your forehead protector seems to be the ninja of Konoha. Well, Baki quickly wiped the forehead protector with his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. Because Sand Shinobi Village defected to Konoha, their ninja forehead protector of Sand Shinobi Village also changed. Although this is a last resort, but now, Even other ordinary residents in the land of the Wind Country can recognize Konoha's forehead protector at will, and their Sand Shinobi village is really so unnoticed. What? Ah, I mean no harm. This girl seems to be very good at observing people's hearts, she said. I just think Konoha's ninjas are very kind. Quote. Kitahara Kaede and the others also jumped off Shukaku's body. Are you the daughter of Queen Lulin? Kitahara Kaede stared at the girl. The girl was very beautiful, and at the same time she was holding a very dull knife in both hands. There is also the Konoha logo on one end of the chakra knife. But this chakra knife has experienced weather and frost, and it seems to be an old item from 10 or 20 years ago. If he didn't guess wrong, it was right to bring Aster, because now it has entered the range 0 of the new theatrical version, Lost Tower. Chapter 173 The Lost Tower. Namikaze Minato's Forgotten Memory, Seeking Automatic, Seeking Full Order. The Lost Tower is another theatrical version of the content in the Hokage world. The main content is that Konoha accepted the mission from the Kingdom of the Wind. There is a bad ninja named Centipede who wants to plunder the Lulin Kingdom in the Kingdom of the Wind. The dragon vein power of the old site. So the protagonist team went to the Land of Wind, but when Centipede snatched the dragon's veins, a change occurred, and the protagonist group was also involved. As a result, it came directly to the era when Lulin Kingdom was still there 20 years ago. And there, I met Minato and his party who accepted the task of protecting Queen Sarah of Lulin at that time. And this is also a chance for Naruto to come into contact with the living Minato. Quote. Kitahara Kaede glanced at Naruto who was holding the chakra knife in the hands of the Lulin girl curiously. In the Oni Land quest, Naruto acted as the bait, using multiple shadow clone and impersonating everyone in the Miko Haka, including the slain Aster. Although multiple, 3 or 4 zeros, will pass back the experience points every time the shadow clone technique, but if the clone is broken or killed, it will be a lot of pressure for the caster. But Naruto didn't say a word of bitterness after bearing the weight of more than 300 deaths, which can prove that he is very firm. It is obviously inefficient to let the horse run but keep him from grazing. And Kitahara Kaede is not hacked to that extent. To hire someone, of course, you have to make the other party fall in love with free and work overtime for you. In this way, Naruto, I'm posting a new mission. Kakashi, arrange for someone to contact Yamato, said Kitahara Kaede. This time I will perform the task with the two of them. The content of the task is to seize the dragon vein. If you are rewarded, well, a bonus of 20 million, then the contribution points will be 30 points. Good, Kakashi nodded. Then, I'm also ready to go on. No, you don't have to go to this mission. Kitahara Kaede said. Kakashi, quote exclamation mark quote. Kakashi froze for a moment. I'm not going. Yes, you are not going. Kitahara Kaede said. Father and son meet, what are you going to do? Kakashi, beep. Observation of today's share Kitahara Kaede. _small group open. Observation Kitahara Kaede. _small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, the wait is finally here. Big Zuzi Hanhan, but what happened? Big Pillar Hanhan. Kakashi, what did you do to prevent Kitahara Kaede from following you? Senju Tobirama. This environment seems to be in the territory of the Kingdom of Wind. Has the dragon vein been found? Namikaze Minato. Kakashi, we have just returned to the Soul, and we are a little confused about the current scene. Namikaze Minato. Hi, let me explain. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I am still confused. At this time, Kitahara Kaede released Shikai. Dragon veins are a special kind of chakra belonging to Lulin. In the past, Lulin Kingdom used dragon veins to control puppets and achieved great strength. However, the success and defeat of the dragon veins soon took place, and the Lulin Kingdom suffered heavy losses as a result. Right, Princess Lulin. The girl with pink hair, Princess Lulin. Yes, it's amazing, you know everything. Lulin's princess was a little surprised. I came here today to visit the grave of my mother. This Konoha's chakra knife is her relic, which is said to have been given to her by the hero in a dream. Afterwards, although Lulin was shattered, it was also broken and then established. But you actually know so much. Princess Lulin said. Why is this? Of course I know, Kitahara Kaede said. After all, this is the original plot. I also know that dragon veins have special powers that can allow people to travel through time and space. And I came here for this. Then, Kitahara Kaede said, if you go back 10 years, then, Naruto might be able to meet his father. Nani. Naruto had no complaints when he was called to carry out the task, but it can't be regarded as that he didn't hear it. He can see his father. Nani. And the same utterance was still in the small group. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Nani, Minato, what else is going on? Big Pillar Hanhan. So, little Kitahara Kaede wants to use the dragon vein to go back to 20 years ago, but now it is 20 years later. Big Pillar Hanhan. And Kitahara Kaede is going to take Naruto to carry out the task, so it is to go back to 20 years ago with Naruto. Well, you should have seen Naruto already. Senju Tobirama. What's wrong with this world? Why are there so many magical power systems? Senju Hashirama's younger brother, I wanted to persuade you not to be so serious, but this can travel through time and space, it's too good. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Kitahara Kaede wants to gain the power of dragon veins, then he wants to gain the power to travel through time and space. Shonen Obito. Obito froze for a moment. He just went online today because he wanted to talk to Lin, but he received such important news. In other words, the dragon veins can travel through time and space. So is it possible to travel through time and space, to return to before Lin died, and then save Lin? Obito's ambition surged up in an instant, but quickly shattered. The reason is simple. It seems that you all know. The witch Z1 also got off the crane at this time. In the future I saw, Kitahara Kaede, Uzumaki Naruto, and a tall but silly Konoha shinobi all crossed because of the dragon vein. Then it was 20 years ago. This dragon vein has the power to travel through time and space. But only once, because things will change very quickly, like this Konoha chakra knife in her hand. It's going to look like this in the blink of an eye. So, traveling through time and space exists, but cannot change the existing reality. Aster said. In other words, the fact that Lin died cannot be changed. Quote. 1.3 If ordinary people don't believe Z1's words, then it is understandable, but Obito is also diving in the small group, but he has seen Z1 absorb the power of sprites. She is a real Miko, not a fake, so her word is believable. Obito. That is to say, Lin cannot be saved by using dragon veins. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Hey. And Kakashi also sighed at this time. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Just now I was thinking that if the dragon veins can be used, then it would be great if Obito can be saved through time and space. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Then Lin can also. Shonen Obito. Obito decided not to speak. He doesn't want to accept such a handout from Kakashi. At the same time, Z1's words also represent, it is meaningless to travel through time and space. Chapter 174 Princess Lulin also wants to travel through time and space. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Because reality cannot be changed. FFLX. The reality now is that Lin is dead, Kakashi is a 6th generation item, and Namikaze Minato's soul is restored, and will soon be reincarnation by impure world. For Obito, it's rubbish truth. He doesn't want such a world at all. So, the time travel that cannot change the existing reality is meaningless to him. But, it makes sense to others. For example, this Lulin girl, Princess Lulin. Then, the girl from Lulin had surprise on her face. Then can I join in? To be honest, my mother died as soon as I was born. That's why I also really want to see my mother. Quote. Aster. But Princess Lulin felt that Z1 didn't reply, so she continued, of course, it doesn't matter if I don't recognize her, I just want to see her. That way it doesn't affect the fait accompli. So can I join too? Princess Lulin said. This is really a requirement that exceeds the original work. In the original book, there is no such thing as Queen Lulin's daughter traveling back to find her mother. By the way, do these plots always appear in the world of Hokage? Kitahara Kaede felt a little subtle, and, when Z1 called him a scumbag when he was in the witch's palace, he was slightly concerned. If that's the case, Kitahara Kaede said, then it won't work, Z1 said, because in the prophetic dream I saw, she wasn't there. Princess Lulin. All right, so everyone waited for a long time, and Yamato, who has been doing Anbu's work, finally arrived. My lord, 5th generation. Master 6th generation. Yamato is a member of Anbu, but suddenly appeared, and then everyone looked at him, he was a little uncomfortable. Yamato, take off the mask. Kakashi said, now you are on a mission with Kitahara-kun as Yamato. But Kakashi-senpai. Oh no, Master 6th generation, Yamato said hastily. He and Kakashi have a pretty good personal relationship. In addition to Kitahara Kaede, he is also an experimental product of wood style, but it is a semi-finished product and then picked up by Danzo. And later cultivated by Danzo, but was soon rescued by Kakashi. Then it was placed in Anbu by the 3rd generation and became a member of Anbu. In the 6th Anbu class, Kakashi was the captain and he was the vice captain. So I always call Kakashi a senior. But, also get bullied by Kakashi. What made him queue up in the middle of the night to buy QR Heaven, or to help grab tickets for QR Heaven movie tickets and so on? Obviously he is Anbu, but he is arranged to do things that have nothing to do with Anbu. Take off the mask, Kakashi said. Quote. Yamato. All right. Yamato then took off the mask, revealing an unpretentious rectangular face. Although it looks ordinary, it always feels very generous. This face is right, Z1 said. Let's go, then, said Kitahara Kaede. In this way, the number of ninjutsu going to Lulin is about the same as the number in the original book. But, Aster said, how did you expect Ryomai to travel through time and space to meet Konoha's ninja 20 years ago? Then, and Uzumaki Naruto's father. It's very simple, said Kitahara Kaede. We don't have a chakra knife now, and the chakra knife that Princess Lulin got is from Konoha, which means that Konoha's ninja passed by 20 years ago. Is it? What a brainy man, but if you use your brain a bit more, you may be able to avoid that kind of misfortune. Aster stared at Kitahara Kaede and thought of their figure. They are now following Princess Lulin. The dragon vein is also chakra, and Princess Lulin's mother brooch has some connection with the dragon vein. So follow Chuck 350 brooch to find traces of dragon veins. And Princess Lulin walked in front, although it cannot pass through itself. But this is also the first time she heard that the dragon veins actually have the power to travel through time and space. And, the dragon veins of Lulin collapsed 20 years ago, leaving only a little trace. And she obviously didn't know, Kitahara Kaede breathed a sigh of relief when she knew. Because this shows that the plan to travel back to 20 years ago to seize Lulin's dragon veins was successful, so there will be no traces of the dragon veins after 20 years. And probably because of the time travel, that's why he didn't absorb all the dragon veins. In other words, this is just a journey with known results. Because traveling through time and space cannot affect the fait accompli, so traveling is just a routine. Thinking of this, Kitahara Kaede put his hand on the remains of the dragon vein. Time and space reversed. Chapter 175 Minato. This Konoha's golden-haired ninja looks familiar. Wait, that's not me. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. A silver-white beam of light shone, and the shining beam of light enveloped everyone standing in front. Kitahara Kaede, Naruto, and Yamato were engulfed in light, and Kakashi struggled to open his eyes. He has perfected his eyesight using Kitahara Kaede's fairy spell. It should be said that it is a spell made by Kitahara Kaede himself, and his eyesight has returned to the best level since birth. But in such light, still can't see anything. Finally, when he felt that his eyesight could adapt, there was nothing left of the traces in front of the dragon vein. Really crossed. Her Royal Highness Princess Lulin watched this scene in surprise. It's not just that, Z-Wan said. Kakashi looked around quickly. I saw that the surrounding scenery had changed, and there seemed to be something on the ground that was about to protrude upwards. Careful, he quickly issued a warning, but everyone was taken aback. Because the ground was broken, what came out was incomplete ruins. It is the former site of Lulin Kingdom. And these incomplete buildings didn't exist just now, as if they passed through Kitahara Kaede, then they can see the light of day again. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Number 1 Funguki in the ninja world, that is to say, after time travels back, is the real completion of history. Senju Tobirama. This is the power of the dragon vein crossing. Dazuzi Hanhan. Tobirama, are you curious about this? Senju Tobirama. I'm curious, but didn't the little witch explain that nothing can be changed after time travel? Senju Tobirama. Because, although Kitahara Kaede took Naruto to Lulin 20 years ago, Minato was still alive at that time. Senju Tobirama. But, Naruto still doesn't know who his parents are. Senju Tobirama. Then Minato didn't have Uchiha either. This shows that this part of the memory has been erased. Namikaze Minato. Second generation master, I won't attack Konoha anymore. Senju Tobirama. I know, I still believe in you. If you want to attack, you must attack Danzo and Sarutobi. If you want to attack, I will not stop it. Namikaze Minato. Thank you Nadaime. Namikaze Minato. But, 8 Tails. How? Namikaze Minato. I think it's a pity, because I actually met Mingbao 20 years ago, but I don't have any memories. Namikaze Minato. And now, Mingbao and the others have crossed, but we can't see anything. Good colored fairy, yes, I wanted to draw materials for QR Paradise and write some rare love stories like Lulin, but in the end, I didn't have a chance. Good color immortal, but the ruins here are still very characteristic, record it. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Is Mr. Jiraiya writing a new book? I strongly support it. Youth Obito. I hope it's not the Emperor's uncle. Good color immortal. Cough cough cough. 6th Hokage Kakashi. That, Obito. Shonen Obito. Don't call me Yellow Kakashi. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Hey, Nohara Lin, well, although the content in the group files is very, so to speak, but since it exists, it has value. Obito don't target Kakashi either. Shonen Obito cut. Namikaze Minato. But it's a pity, I have no memory, and I don't know Naruto and their current situation. Big Zuzi Hanhan, yes. Everyone is a bit disappointed, because the 3 hours of observing Kitahara Kaede shared today has ended. So now I can't see the outside scenery anymore. Then the small group of today's shares will also be closed. Beep. At this time, the system's notification tone suddenly sounded. Today's share of observation Kitahara Kaede's 3-hour start. Closing square bracket. Welcome all members to join the small group. Please stay active. Closing square bracket. Beep. Accompanied by the beep of the system, everyone found that there was a light in front of them. To be precise, the scenery appeared on the screen of the system. That is the scene around Kitahara Kaede. At this moment, he appeared in a courtyard that had been in disrepair for a long time, and in front of him was softly illuminated by the sun and then sprouted green moss. And this is already a new place. It was Lulin 20 years ago. And, Shuhei, hello guys, isn't today's group chat over? Shuhei. Why can I still see the scenery now? 8 Tails. Yes, isn't the live broadcast already over? Dazuzi Hanhan, is there something wrong with the system? Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Senju Tobirama, don't always be What do you mean? Say something. Senju Tobirama. I was analyzing it just now. Senju Tobirama. It was already evening when Kitahara Kaede and the others came to the ruins of the Lulin Dragon Vein, right? Big Pillar Hanhan, yes, the sun is going down. Senju Tobirama. But now it's in the courtyard, but it's still in the morning. Big Pillar Hanhan. What do you mean? Number 1 Maple in the ninja world, I understand, although a day has passed in normal time, but because Baiyuan-kun has crossed over, now for Baiyuan-kun, the Lulin country they traveled back to the time is a new day. Number 1 Funguki in the ninja world, then, the system adopts the time that Kitahara-kun is currently experiencing. Senju Tobirama. Yes, that's what I mean too. Nohara Lin, that's it, that's great. Nohara Lin, today's time has been extended again, I really like the time I can spend with everyone. In other words, the world after death is hard to bear, isn't it? Lin. Wang Wang Jiao Obito. Shonen Obito. Namikaze Minato. Then I can breathe a sigh of relief. Then you can see Ming Bao and the others. However, Minato suddenly froze for a moment. Because he saw on the screen, Kitahara Kaede appeared in the courtyard, but in a corner, a figure suddenly appeared. That person did not appear from hiding, but appeared out of thin air. It seems to use space-time ninjutsu. A handful of kunai flew towards Kitahara Kaede, but Kitahara Kaede didn't move, but a blonde man wearing a mask with the pattern of Sengsengdui came in front of him. The blonde man made a mark on the kunai, then followed the kunai's movements and then flashed over the mark, and then appeared in front of Kitahara Kaede. He seemed to be taking a one-down look at Kitahara Kaede. Then he said, "You are carrying Konoha's forehead protector, is it Konoha's ninja?" Chapter 176 5th Hokage meets 4th Hokage. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Is it Konoha's ninja? The other party asked such a question, but Kitahara Kaede didn't speak, and the other party lightly took off the mask, but instead of showing his face, he revealed the sign of the forehead protector of Konoha tied inside. "I am Konoha's ninja," the other party said. "If you are a Konoha ninja like me, then I hope you can leave this here is not safe." Quote. The other party said so, and then his body became stiff. Because there were two figures in front of him. No, these are not human figures but two bloated puppets. The puppets fired laser-like attacks at them without hesitation. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The ninja unhurriedly threw the shuriken at the two puppets. It was obviously a shuriken, but it made people feel like they saw the stars all over the sky. This is Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Pillar Han. This shuriken is beautifully used, and the performance is beautiful. Senju Tobirama. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, is this an original ninjutsu? Number 1 Maple Blow in the ninja world. No, the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique is said to be the invention of Konoha's third Hokage. Well, that is, the current third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Terumi Mae explained. Although young, she is very knowledgeable, but when she mentioned Sarutobi Hiruzen just now, she used Konoha, which is not quite right. After all, 083 is now a member of Konoha. So the change was quick. Senju Tobirama. Yes, Sarutobi. However, after hearing Terumi Mae's explanation, Senju Tobirama seemed to be dull. As an auxiliary ninja and a top research genius, he hopes that others will do experiments with him, and then explore various ninjutsu forbidden technique. But, Sarutobi forget it, second generation is already disappointed with all their disciples. Dazuzi Han, but the ninja of Konoha can use the ninjutsu developed by Sarutobi. Could it be that the relationship with Sarutobi is unusual? Or, it can't be Sarutobi himself. Dazuzi Han. Although this was 20 years ago, Sarutobi is 49 years old now. Big Zuzi Han, could it be transformation technique? Namikaze Minato. Well, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Minato, what's wrong with you? Namikaze Minato. Well, 6th Hokage Kakashi. This Konoha ninja also gives me a familiar feeling. Nohara Lin. Nohara Lin. Youth Obito. Lin, what do you want to say? Nohara Lin Obito, didn't you also see that, came? This Konoha ninja is the teacher. Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato. I'm going, it's me. Everyone. Big Pillar Han. Minato, you can't even recognize yourself, come on. Namikaze Minato. I didn't realize it for a while, because I don't have this memory. Namikaze Minato. I thought Kitahara-kun took advantage of being able to travel back to 20 years ago, and then brought Ming Bao to Konoha to find me. Namikaze Minato. In the end, we met here. No, one Katabuki in the ninja world. I thought so just now, I thought it was Kitahara-kun who took Naruto to Konoha. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, things suddenly became miraculous. And here in the outside world. Bang bang bang, Minato used the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique to split a shuriken into countless pieces, and then directly smashed through the two puppets like a machine gun. Call. After finishing these things, he breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? He turned around at this moment. I don't seem to have seen you. But I instinctively feel that you are Konoha's ninja. Dazuzi Han and Minato, you are a bit interesting about this. Namikaze Minato. Fortunately, there was no conflict with Kitahara-kun. He is the benefactor of my Namikaze family. Senju Tobirama. But where did Naruto and Yamato go? Big Zuzi Han, that's right, I can't feel their traces around. Could it be that they got lost after crossing? Senju Tobirama. It is possible, because time travel is too unreal and no one has experience. Kitahara Kaede pressed her forehead and stood up. Thank you very much, Beej, and here is Lulin Kingdom. Kitahara Kaede said, in my time, Lulin no longer exists. Quote. Minato. Minato, your time. Quote. Minato, could it be that you are from the future? As expected of Minato, he quickly realized this. Then let me introduce you, Kitahara Kaede said. He raised his left hand, but an end of a tree appeared in his hand. The sole successor of the wood-style experiment. Kitahara Kaede. The current 5th Hokage, quote. Minato. I see. Minato let out a breath. Elite Jonin Namikaze Minato of Konoha has met Master 5th generation. By the way, it was already the 5th generation. Each to each other, Kitahara Kaede said. 4th generation project. Quote. Minato, I go. So, does the village allow me to become the 4th generation? Minato said in astonishment. Now Minato is only 22 years old and has not yet become a 4th generation, but he has this premonition. Because Master 3rd generation let him watch the forbidden technique scroll left by Master 2nd generation, and this scroll is said to be kept only by Master Hokage, and then Master Hokage came to watch it. So 3rd generation made him look at the scroll a bit by default. But he felt that he was still young, so he didn't dare to guess randomly. As a result, is that really the case? So the 3rd generation will give up the position of the 4th generation to him. So, Minato said, you came here through the dragon vein. The reason why I say this is that I was sent to Lulin to protect the Queen of Lulin, and the client, how should I put it, is the previous Queen of Lulin. But it seems that it took a long time for the people she arranged to come to Konoha, and when we received the task, the previous queen had passed away. But the village felt that the task was still going on, so they arranged for us to come here to protect the queen's daughter, who is now the new Queen Sarah. The reason why I judge that you have traveled here is because we discovered through investigation that there was a person named Bezu who also passed through before you. It is also suspected that he murdered the previous Lulin queen. However, his strength is still unclear, so I didn't make a rash move. And my teammates are also in charge of protecting Queen Sarah. Minato from 20 years ago reported what he knew to Kitahara Kaede. This is natural. Konoha at this time is under the control of the 3rd generation, and may not have much ability, but these things in terms of status are still important. So according to his identity, Minato will naturally report to Kitahara Kaede. TB, the future Hokage came in person. Maybe this mission is important. Then he can't hide it anymore. Minato's move 20 years ago was well received by the bigwigs in the small group. Chapter 177 Virgin Minato, you have a son. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Pillar Hanhan. Minato, you are pretty good at this. Big Zuzi Hanhan, after making a proper judgment, he will report the information. Namikaze Minato, because I don't have this memory, I also think it's very subtle when you praise me like this. Senju Tobirama. So, why don't you have this memory? Namikaze Minato. Probably the me 20 years ago was worried about things going wrong in the future, so I erased everyone's memory. Namikaze Minato. I know this ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato. It is forgotten ninjutsu, also from the Uzumaki family. If it was 20 years ago, then I should have been in a relationship with my wife. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I see, congratulations. Big Pillar Hanhan. I like Uzumaki just like you. Uzumaki Mito. Don't say this kind of thing in this place. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Dazuzi Hanhan. Mito, are you unhappy? Uzumaki Mito. No, I just want to remind you what is more important. For example, I don't see Naruto and Yamato now. Big Zuzi Hanhan, that's right. In the current garden, indeed. I don't see Yamato or Naruto. Then let's exchange information, Kitahara Kaede said. I came here for 2 purposes, one is for the dragon veins. The dragon vein is too dangerous, so I need to seal it, eat it. Kitahara Kaede said, it's dangerous. Minato nodded, because he can understand this kind of thing, and then the previous one still has Bezu to travel here and directly murder the Queen of Lulin Kingdom. If this kind of thing happens often, then the ninja world is not complete. Messed up, so he also felt that it would be best if the dragon veins were disposed of. I thought he would have to consider going to the seal, but it's great that the adults from the 5th generation are here now. And, 20 years ago, Minato looked at Kitahara Kaede and always had a subtle feeling, as if he wanted to carry out the other party's tasks or orders inexplicably. This is really strange. It's like I want to get to know each other very much, and then repay each other. So, why is there such a subtle feeling? Then Minato heard Kitahara Kaede continue. Then, the second purpose this time is to bring someone over. He is my companion. The name is Uzumaki Naruto, said Kitahara Kaede. Because he lacked fatherly love since childhood, he wanted to find a father. Minato, lack of fatherly love, oh, Uzumaki Naruto, huh. Minato froze for a moment. Naruto, are you sure it's called Uzumaki Naruto? He remembered that when he read Mr. Jiraiya's novel Ninja Perseverance, the name of the hero was Uzumaki Naruto. Then he also asked Mr. Jiraiya's permission, and obtained the consent of Uzumaki Naruto for the child's name if he has a child in the future. He's only 18 now, he's still a virgin, even Menji only came last month. But, you said, you brought his son to see him. He has a son, Minato. This matter, I'm having mixed feelings right now. Also, Naruto lacks fatherly love, does that mean I died early? Minato said, it should be said that Minato is a guy with a good personality, because when most people hear the announcement from Kitahara Kaede, the first thing they pay attention to is their own future experience. But the first thing he thought of was the situation on Naruto's side, 010405514 Philu 122581011. So he's the kind of guy who puts other people first. Seeking flowers 0. After you became the 4th generation, you were engraved on the Hokage rock. And died, said Kitahara Kaede. Cough cough cough. Minato choked suddenly. As that's so, Minato seemed to be becoming hesitant. He wondered if he would be happy to accept this 4th Hokage position, because poisonous. Become the Hokage who wants to be, and then can't protect the child, and then let Naruto grow up without a father in the future. Also, Naruto's experience was more brutal than you can imagine, Kitahara Kaede said. 0. Minato, Master 5th generation, please let me think about it. Minato said, I'm in a mess right now. Please, Kitahara Kaede said. He stood in the courtyard, which had been in disrepair for a long time, and with his eyes closed, he could perceive some puppet actions outside the courtyard, but the puppet could not continue to go inside. It seems to be subject to some special restrictions. And when Minato was alone in a daze and felt that the matter was unacceptable, Kitahara Kaede noticed a purple red-haired girl in the corner of the courtyard lightly coming in from the outside of the courtyard through the trap, but soon after finding someone in the courtyard, she frowning, he backed away. Instead of seeing others being scared, it was Minato frowning. With such a simple condition, it can be analyzed that the purple red-haired girl just now should be the current queen of Lulan Kingdom Sarah. After all, this purple-haired girl is very similar to Princess Lulan that Kitahara Kaede and the others met in the desert. And this should be the mother of Princess Lulan, Queen Sarah of Lulan. Two people have 70% similarity, confirmed to be related by blood. But this mother is also a young mother, because she doesn't even have a partner yet. Chapter 178 Kakashi is so small, why not bully him? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Quote. I'm done thinking. After about 20 minutes, Minato went through several times of emptying his mind, and finally came to a conclusion, accept the facts. Although according to what you said, if you become the purpose of the 4th generation, you will sacrifice for the village. But this is Hokage, stand in front of everyone in the village. I've dreamed of being Hokage since I was a kid. It is also possible to sacrifice while performing a mission, and become Hokage to sacrifice for everyone. I can accept it, and, said this Minato, I believe in the future, my children will understand me. Because, that's my child after all, Minato said. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Namikaze Minato, I am an idiot. Namikaze Minato, I don't know anything, but I'm so confident now. I hate myself so much now. Namikaze Minato, I hate myself. 6th Hokage Kakashi, well, that teacher. Kakashi feels that the current Minato is not very positive. Even the identity of 4th Hokage seems to be shaken. But this is also normal. After all, who wants to be a 4th generation after knowing the life Naruto has lived? He protected the village, but no one protected his child, and the child was treated as a demon fox since he was a child. At the same time, he originally wanted his son to live and shared the responsibility with his son, but it hindered his son's development. Made Naruto's childhood hard and lonely. As a normal parent, neither would agree or want to see this scene. FFLX. If time can be restarted, then Minato is really very possible. The wrong choice for this 4th Hokage. Not to mention talking about these big truths so brazenly. So, became the present situation. Minato was busy scolding himself. I came here through dragon veins with Naruto and a ninja named Yamato. But judging from the current situation, I got separated from them. The priority now becomes finding them, Kitahara Kaede said. Understand. Minato from 20 years ago stood up and said, then go find it quickly. The surrounding area is very quiet now. If I'm not mistaken, Naruto should be in Lulan Kingdom now. Then, although he said it easily and efficiently, but when Naruto's name was mentioned, Minato's heart tightened. A little nervous, because, whether you accept it or not, your child is there. And, what I know now is, Naruto's life in the future is not very good. Lack of fatherly love. Either way, Minato, who is still a virgin, feels Alexander. In short, find Naruto first. Obviously he has never been a father, but now Minato has taken on the appearance of a father. So under the guidance of Minato, Kitahara Kaede left the courtyard with him. The tall buildings are tall and straight, and the building is quite luxurious. This is Lulan Kingdom. Lulan Kingdom is said to be a country, but it is actually a prosperous city. The population of the city is 11,000 in all. But these are the heydays. Then the current population is only about 4,000. While standing beside Kitahara Kaede, Minato said, why is the population declining so quickly? Kitahara Kaede said, oh, needless to say, I see. Bidianfeng looked forward. They had left the courtyard and came to the main street, standing in a hidden place on the corner. From here you can see that there is a problem with pedestrians on the street. Even though she was dressed up as a servant, but, that was obviously just a puppet. The population of the city was replaced by puppets. The centipede came here 6 years ago and killed the queen. Then, under the pseudonym Enlushan, he became a minister under the name of being attached to the little queen, Sarah. And in the previous generation of queens, Lulan Kingdom also studied the combination of dragon veins and puppetry. But at that time, it was not like it is now. During the process of Beizu's power, he kept making puppets, and then replaced the puppets with the people in the city to confuse the public. And now, there are not many people in the city, and the people who were replaced seem to be driven to work to make new puppets. Where it was driven, I don't know yet. Minato shared the information. When did you come here? Kitahara Kaede said. About a month ago, Minato said. Then bring the members. Well, I brought 3 teams with me. Ah, one of them is coming. Minato suddenly raised his right hand, and then a small figure ran towards the ninja here. After a while, it appeared in front of the two. Seeing the unfamiliar face of Kitahara Kaede, this little figure seemed to be a little vigilant, but he turned his gaze to Minato to the side, as if he was waiting for Minato's order. And this small figure was wearing a black tights, with big silver hair, and then wearing a mask, covering half of his face. Namikaze Minato. This kid looks very familiar. Shonen Obito. Nohara Lin, the teacher is really bad. 6th Hokage Kakashi. What are you familiar with? Isn't this money from childhood? 6th Hokage Kakashi. And this stern look, seems to be after I became Genin. Namikaze Minato. It seems like this. Yo, when Kakashi appeared when she was a child, Kitahara Kaede pressed the little Kakashi's head. Quote question mark question mark question mark. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Little Kakashi. Miss Kakashi is so young, said Kitahara Kaede. Although you have never bullied me, but the look of your stinky face really makes people want to bully me twice. Quote quote exclamation mark. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I will go, so Kitahara Kaede has always kept this kind of thinking in 1.1. 6th Hokage Kakashi. He is so scary. Senju Tobirama. This is Kakashi when he was a child, I also want to bully him twice. Dazuzi Hanhan, very cute. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Hello. Ms. Kakashi. Get a subtle message. Minato complained 20 years ago. Because, if he is Kakashi's teacher, and Kitahara Kaede is Kakashi's disciple. Ah, so does Kitahara Kaede have to call him teacher too? But not too good. After all, Kitahara-kun is a member of the 5th generation. And, Minato felt, the future Naruto lacks fatherly love, and then Kitahara-kun brought Naruto back, then he is the most gentle person in the Namikaze family. Chapter 179 Naruto, your father is among these people. Superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Minato reported on the situation of his team, he, plus 2 teammates, and then brought little Kakashi in black tights along with him. The Kakashi here is similar to the original book, a genius who graduated early, but, because of his father's death, he has no interest in team formation and the like. Even obeying orders and performing missions with other squads, but he chooses missions instead of teammates. In other words, it doesn't matter whether teammates live or die. So it's not, my mission is important, teammate. Where do I have teammates? Isn't it normal to do a mission and then die a teammate? But this was strongly opposed by his teammates, so, no one is willing to form a team with him. Then 3rd generation called Minato and asked Minato to lead Kakashi. At this time, Minato has not formally led the Minato class. So it's just a matter of managing Shoukaka 14 in advance and getting in touch with it. It can also be seen that Kakashi has a particularly deep teacher-student affection for Minato. Then I will come out to do tasks now, and little Kakashi is a little robot who can't perform tasks with emotion. Well, stare, but come to the corner, here is the place where Minato and the others are temporarily staying. However, although Kakashi stayed quietly in a corner, he stared at Kitahara Kaede with persistent vigilance and a little bit of warning. Apparently he had scruples about Kitahara Kaede teasing him earlier. To use a simple word that is, hold a grudge. Kakashi still has feelings. After all, the current Kakashi is only about 8 years old, so I still can't get emotional. Moreover, he is only experiencing the death of his father, he has not passed through the death of Obito and has not killed Lin himself, and he has not yet received the death of his master and his wife. So the current Kakashi has not experienced a lot. More suffering has not yet befallen him. Kitahara Kaede watched Kakashi. Question mark question mark question mark. Little Kakashi felt baffled. He actually finds himself seemingly, for a split second being sympathetic to Kitahara Kaede. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I always feel like I found a reason. Big Zuzi Hanhan, what's the reason? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Since I met Kitahara Kaede so early, I was bullied by him. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So is it because he has been my psychological shadow since I was a child, so now I often feel that I have to follow his ideas to do things inexplicably after meeting him. And these are the feelings when I just led the 7th class. 6th Hokage Kakashi. So it's not that I'm cowardly, but that I subconsciously acquiesce that I will be bullied by him. Big Pillar Hanhan, according to little Miko Aster, even if little Kitahara Kaede and the others pass through, then the future history will not change. So Kakashi, you should lose this memory. Namikaze Minato. I think the person who did the memory erasure thing would be me 20 years ago. Namikaze Minato. So as long as Kitahara-kun devours the dragon's veins, you will forget all of this. Namikaze Minato. But even if you lose your memory, Kakashi, you still have some obedience to Kitahara-kun. Because this is how the body felt in the past. Senju Tobirama. That is to say, it is subtle. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Very possible. Of course, Kakashi does not admit that he was cowardly at the beginning. Shonen Obito. It seems that Kitahara Kaede's return to 20 years ago is not back to Konoha, but in Lulin, so Lin cannot be seen through Kitahara Kaede's sight. Obito didn't think it needed much attention. Nohara Lin, but Kakashi was so cute when I was young. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Shonen Obito. Alright, Obito thought to take another look. Although he doesn't like Kakashi, he thinks this guy is the same as Minato's old OOO division. Although they are well known, they can't do anything when they are really needed. So he looked at them shamelessly. But, now that Lin thinks so, Boy Obito doesn't think he was uglier than Kakashi when he was a child. Speaking of which, Kakashi seems to have never shown his true face in front of anyone. Boom. And with a rhythmic knock on the door, Minato breathed a sigh of relief. It's my teammates coming back. Minato introduced, and went to open the door. The one who came in was a subtle man with the same Sangsingdui. He was wearing a green coat, and even though he covered his face with a mask, it still made people feel that his sense of existence was very low. After the teammates came in, they found Kitahara Kaede in the house. It seems that he was vigilant. Then he looked at Minato with searching eyes. 7 CE. Chapter 180 Naruto as 7th Hokage. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Minato introduced, this is Konoha's ninja. Come here because of a mission. Like the previous Beizu, it came through time and space through the dragon vein. Minato introduced, and he is Konoha's current 5th Hokage Kitahara Kaede. My lord, 5th generation, this is my teammate Aburame Jawei. Then there is another teammate, Uzumaki Kushina, who is in charge of protecting Queen Sarah. Minato's introduction like this shows that he trusts the members of the team very much, and also shows that everyone knows the information about Centipede. Because there is an example of Beizu in the front, so I have to be mentally prepared to accept that Kitahara Kaede came from time travel. Really, Aburame Jawei thought for a while after hearing this, and took off the mask. It was a plain face wearing black sunglasses. But he seemed to be a little hesitant. It is not known whether to pledge allegiance to Kitahara Kaede. But you must know that there is no 4th generation item in the village now, and now it suddenly says that it is the 5th generation item. He hesitated. It's okay. Kitahara Kaede saw Aburame Jawei's hesitation. I didn't come here alone, I have 2 teammates. But cross over and get separated from them. So you need to get their information quickly. If the person you are looking for is from Konoha, then I probably know it. Aburame Jawei said, he belongs to Konoha's insect restraining family, he is an insect's whole, and he does not know how many kinds of insects have been raised on his body. At the same time, it can also communicate with the bugs and obtain information from the bugs. Is a very convenient intelligence type ninja. I also got a piece of information because I arranged for the bugs to collect intelligence. The bugs informed me that I met a blonde ninja wearing Konoha's forehead protector here in Lulin. But he doesn't seem to be on the ninja's registry. He has the same blonde hair as Minato, but there are very few of us in Konoha who have blonde hair. And there are still ninjas, even fewer. Now he has been arrested. So I came back just to report the news. Aburame Jawei said, what? Kitahara Kaede didn't respond yet, but Minato suddenly came to Aburame Jawei. Minato directly grabbed Aburame Jawei's collar. Where is Naruto now? Surrounded. Minato was in a very excited state. He directly stared at Kakashi on one side, and then made Aburame Jawei a little confused. Aburame Jawei and Minato were born at the same time, and Minato is very good, so he volunteered to be Minato's deputy, and Minato also behaved mildly and easily, as if no matter what task was entrusted to him, he could complete it quickly. But the current gaffe is the first time people have seen it. Well, I'm a little too aggressive. Minato suddenly noticed Aburame Jawei's expression, and he patted his head. Then push away the body. That, so to say, Naruto, but he just opened his mouth and didn't know how to say it. Kitahara Kaede continued, if it's a blonde boy around my age, it should be one of my teammates, Uzumaki Naruto. The 7th Hokage of the future, said Kitahara Kaede. X3, 7th generation project. Little Kakashi, Minato and Aburame Jawei were stunned for a moment. What little Kakashi thinks is that he had thought in the past, to become the ideal of Hokage, but now that 5th Hokage has appeared, even 7th generation has been set by default. So, no matter how hard you try, it's useless, right? Hokage's position is not his turn. Do you want to be so cruel? Naruto is the 7th generation. Minato remembered that Kitahara Kaede told him that he would be the 4th Hokage. Although it is not good to know in advance, it will affect the state of mind, but the adults of 3rd generation let him read the Book of Seals, which is basically a default decision. So I was very happy when I got the information from Kitahara Kaede and knew that I would be the 4th Hokage. As a 4th generation, Naruto doesn't know the identity of his parents, which is very sad. It means that he will definitely die early in the future. I knew the ending of the tragedy before it even started. It would be a lie to say that the heart is not depressed. Although Minato is excellent, he is only a young ninja, and now he has heard new news from Kitahara Kaede. Is Naruto 7th Hokage? Naruto must have experienced a lot of pain, but in the end it became the 7th generation project. Money is good. As expected of his son. Although the current Naruto's strength is not very strong, but he still has the level of elite Jonin, he will be caught so easily. Kitahara Kaede felt a little strange. Because if Naruto was really caught, wouldn't it mean that the special training given to Naruto in the past was meaningless? Then the plan to cultivate Mingzou into Konoha's first thug against Otsutsuki needs to be revised. About this, Aburame Jawei quickly replied, actually he was entangled. The people who caught him were all Lulin's old and weak women and children. He couldn't use force against them, said Aburame Jawei. I see. It turns out that Naruto is free. Chapter 181 Your father is among these people. Middle, seeking automatic, seeking full order. When Kitahara Kaede took over Konoha, Konoha's population ranged from ninjas to ordinary villagers, etc., a total of a little over 20,000. Although Lulan Kingdom is a country, it is actually only the size of a village. The number of people is still relatively small, about 10,000 or so. It is also because of these people that such a tall city wall can be built. These towers are more than 10 meters high, which are different from Konoha's lower buildings, giving people an extremely prosperous feeling. But this is only an illusion. Residents in the city are forbidden to go out of the room, and those who wander outside are made puppets. People can't go out of the city, but the puppets pretend to be residents and walk. Very weird. Not only that, these residents who were prohibited from traveling were only old, weak, women and children, and the young and middle-aged in the family. The first knife was directly taken away by the people arranged by the king. Minato and the others think that this is a conspiracy by Centipede, but it is unclear what the specific conspiracy is. Actually, isn't the whereabouts of these young adults very clear? Kitahara Kaede said while sitting on the edge of the window. Looking down, you can see some puppets walking on the street imitating people. When the eyes are focused, you can see that these puppets are controlled by chakra silk threads. And the threads of chakra converge upwards to form a channel. It can be perceived that there is a large amount of chakra gathered in the pipeline and distributed to the puppets. Kitahara Kaede pointed to the chakra pipeline. The source of those chakras is Lulan's core dragon vein. Yes, Minato nodded. Beizu came here 6 years ago and presented the puppet art to the Queen of Lulan at that time. So Lulan Kingdom began to combine puppetry and dragon veins to develop. It seems to be to make people's lives easier. But Queen Lulan passed away soon, and Beisho helped the new queen to stand firm. He changed his name to Hmph Lucian and became an important minister of Lulan Kingdom. Then the production of the subsequent puppets will be directed by Beizu. And it was at that time that people began to lose weight. And a large number of young people were taken away. We suspect they are somewhere within the city. But there was no trace. After all, it was taken away a long time ago. Minato said. In fact, from his narration, we can already know that their team has enough information. Then I'll add something, Kitahara Kaede said. These young adults who were taken away should still be in this city. Why? Minato looked over. Minato's ability to collect information is already max. So he can imagine that he is also thinking. But according to their family members, these young adults were taken away all at once on the same day. Haven't seen it since. It's because of these puppets on the street, Kitahara Kaede said. What do you think these puppets are for? Confused. What are you trying to hide? Then doesn't it mean that the captured people are still in the city? First of all, it is not easy to make so many puppets, it requires a lot of manpower and material resources. So these young adults may have been involved in making these street puppets. Then, and those battle golems that Minato and I encountered today, if I'm not mistaken, Centipede wanted to make that kind of puppet, Kitahara Kaede said. So, these young and middle-aged men were probably placed somewhere in this Lulan Kingdom, and then they were making puppets day and night. I see. Minato thought for a while and agreed with Kitahara Kaide's thoughts. Then make so many battle puppets. What is Beizu's idea? Probably want to control and directly crush the 5-die ninja village. Kitahara Kaede said. Minato froze for a moment. So arrogant. Yes, these theatrical version of the villains are so arrogant, and so single. It was like this in the time of sprites, and it is also like this in centipedes now. But the top priority now is to save Naruto first. Kitahara Kaede said, and the old and weak women and children of the Aborigines can also come in handy. Yes, Minato glanced at Aburame-Jiwei, and Aburame-Jiwei nodded, so he led everyone to the location where Naruto was found by his bugs. It was the middle floor of a tower building. It's all said. I'm not a weird person. Besides, damn it, Naruto's voice can be heard in the distance. It's just ahead, Aburame-Jiwei reported, and Kitahara Kaede pressed the wall with one hand and looked over, and saw that Naruto was locked in a room, and around him were some old and weak women and children. Naruto's hands and feet are fine, but he can't leave. Because in front of him there were a few children with daggers against their own necks, using self-harm to make Naruto unable to move. Indeed, even though Naruto already possessed a part of his strength, facing this kind of scene, he couldn't handle it. Chapter 182. Your father is among these people. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Who? After finding out that Naruto was safe, Kitahara Kaede ordered the assault. And the old and weak women and children in the house found that someone broke in, but they just wanted to take action in surprise. If you break in, we will commit suicide. It turned out that his body could no longer move. Bang bang bang. They turned their self-mutilating kitchen knives into wood. Trying to push the wood against my neck, but found that it has become harmless. So everyone looked at each other and looked at each other. So, what happened? After Minato and the others took control of the situation, Kitahara Kaede entered the door. North Yuan-kun. Naruto, who had never been restrained before, suddenly saw the kitchen knives of the children around him turned into wood and froze for a moment. This is the transformation technique, Minato said. Transformation technique can be used by us ninjas, but it can also be used by other people. In some unexpected situations, it can come in handy. Minato said while restraining his emotions and looked at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde hair is the same as his, and although the face is not very similar to his, Minato feels that looking at Naruto has an inexplicable sense of intimacy. So, even though he has never seen Naruto, but now, he can already confirm that this blonde boy should be his child. Why does Naruto have whiskers like civet cats on his face? It doesn't look like it was painted or transformed by transformation technique. Quote. Naruto looked at Minato and responded. Then Naruto looked at Kitahara Kaede. Mr. Bayuan, you are here. These people are crazy. Naruto complained. The old and weak women and children who made him unable to move just now found that the kitchen knife in their hands had turned into a wooden stick and had shrunk into a corner. I'm stumped, Naruto said. After all, it doesn't hurt him, but it's the first time he's seen him threaten him with suicide as soon as he leaves. At best, he is just a rookie who has only graduated from ninja school for less than 3 months. And there are only 2 missions to participate in. One is the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, and then it is the mission of the monsters in the Kingdom of Ghosts. FFLX. It was the first time for him to encounter this kind of performance, and he was very confused. Quote. Minato looked at his son avoiding him like this and walking towards Kitahara Kaede, feeling lost for a moment. However, Naruto quickly informed the situation. But in the process, say come, Naruto said, because there are strange ninjas around. This is Aburame Jawei, and this is Hitaki Kakashi. Kitahara Kaede introduced one down members of Minato's squad. Ms. Kakashi. Naruto was taken aback. So small. Oh no, it looks like a stinky face. Naruto circled little Kakashi in surprise. After all, we came 20 years ago, Kitahara Kaede said. So the current Kakashi-sensei is younger than you. Aburame Jawei, small Kakashi. If there was a little doubt about Kitahara Kaide's claim from the future before, Naruto's exaggerated performance with no acting skills has now confirmed them. These 2 people are indeed from the future. And little Kakashi's anxious mood got a little relief. His goal is to become Hokage, and he also wants to become Hokage. But he was told that both the 5th generation project and the 7th generation project have been predetermined. But now, the future 7th Hokage is also his disciple, asking for flowers. So, even if he doesn't become Hokage, then, I think it's worth it. I'm in a delicate mood, Naruto said. So he told him how he came here. He appeared here after crossing over, and found that there were some old and weak women and children in this building who seemed to be plotting a plan to assassinate the queen. It turned out he was found. But, he was invited to join in the assassination of the queen. Of course he refused. Although he is an idiot, he also knows that the Princess Lulin he met in the Kingdom of Wind is a good child, so how could he agree to assassinate the other party's mother? But he rejected these old and weak women and children, but used self-harm to force him to stay here. And although Naruto is unwilling, he is also unwilling to see strangers die in front of him like this, and they are all, these children, so they can only be entangled and trapped here inside. Hey, and Naruto was also curious, he followed Kitahara Kaide's side. Because there are 2 missions here this time, one is to find dragon veins, and Kitahara Kaede wants to get dragon veins. And the second, is that this was 20 years ago, and then he could see his parents from time to time. Naruto was born conscious and was told one thing. He is an orphan. Then, from the words and deeds of the people around him and the disgust towards him, he learned another thing, he is a demon fox. And now he knows himself as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. But his parents' information is still blank. Your parents are not in Konoha, they are among the ninjas sent by Konoha this time. Kitahara Kaede glanced at Minato. See Minato with one hand on his chest. So, your father is Eve in this house now. Chapter 183 Naruto, the unexpected number 1 ninja. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Your father is in the house. When Kitahara Kaede said such words, Naruto's expression froze directly. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Namikaze Minato, I always feel that Mingbao's state is a bit subtle. Does he really hate me? Big Zuzi Hanhan, what are you nervous about? Big Pillar Hanhan, you didn't abandon him on purpose, so he won't hate you. Senju Tobirama. Naruto is a sensible child. Tobirama also affirmed. Namikaze Minato. Well, Kurama. Hmph. July 17th. Namikaze Minato, 9 tails, what do you think? Kurama. You ask me. Namikaze Minato. You are also in Naruto's body now, so, can you try to analyze, understand Naruto's mind? Kurama. I am a tailed beast, what do you think I know? Or, I am in a sealed state. Kurama. But I can see the outside through Naruto. Kurama. So I have seen everything he has experienced since he was a child. Namikaze Minato. So what kind of reaction do you think Naruto will give? Shuhei. 4th generation, you guys are like being a father for the first time. Namikaze Minato. I became a father for the first time, and then I didn't get along with Naruto. Shuhei, it seems to touch your heartache. If you want to be an example of being a father, I can help you at Luo Sha. Namikaze Minato. No, this is unnecessary. Minato immediately refused. Because who is Rosa? This is the 4th Kage, is called the worst Kage. And this Raden not only means that 4th Kage's strength is the worst, but also his character is the worst. I have been jealous and hating my children all the time. 4th Kage also sealed the tailed beast on the body of his own child. But, Luo Sha just hates and treats the child as a tool person. But Minato is different. At that time, The situation of Nine Tails attacking the village was critical, and his wife was dying, and if Nine Tails were not sealed on Naruto, then, there would be no usable Jinchuriki in the village. The strength of Nine Tails is too strong, and they need the blood of the Uzumaki clan to suppress them. So at that time, Naruto could only be chosen as a stopgap measure. At the same time, this is the only choice that as a fourth Hokage, as a Hokage can only make. Moreover, by sealing Nine Tails on Naruto's body, Nine Tails can become Naruto's cheat. Certainly, he took it for granted. Not only did Naruto not use this cheat, but something went wrong. Even his strength in all aspects fell behind his peers because of the existence of Nine Tails. Let him be bullied, let his countless efforts fail to come true. No more. Thinking about it this way, Minato felt more and more. Namikaze Minato. What to do? I think Mingbao might hate me. So, will Naruto hate Minato? My father. Is it right here? No, Naruto said. It's actually here. It's here. Naruto made a sound, and at the same time both hands grabbed his own blonde hair in distress. My father. He looked at Aburame Jue who had taken off his mask. Is my father actually Shino's father? OMG, I'm actually brothers with Shino. Naruto said as if he was very distressed. Aburame Jue, Minato from 20 years ago froze for a moment. And Minato in the small group also froze for a moment. Namikaze Minato. Nani, big pillar Hanhan, ha ha ha. As expected of Naruto, Senju Tobirama. What a ninja with number 1 unexpected characteristics. Senju Tobirama. Minato is so big that he can think wrong there. Absolutely, and Aburame Jue is very confused. I have a son, the future master of the 7th generation, is my son. Aburame Jue's emotions fluctuated. In other words, his heart was shaking. No, Minato turned around hastily, and then took off his mask. 0.0, he showed his handsome face. Then he involuntarily hugged and fixed Naruto's face with both hands. Look at me, Minato said. His gaze met Naruto's eyes. Well, x3, Naruto passively looked into Minato's eyes, and Naruto felt that if he worked hard, he could break free from being fixed. But for some reason, he found that he seemed unable to refuse, or in other words, he had an inexplicable desire to obey this big brother's order. Chapter 184 Young Minato, this Naruto is too clingy. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. It seems that it has been confirmed. Kitahara Kaede said from the side. Obviously he gave a big reminder, but in the end Naruto was able to recognize his father wrongly, which also made Kitahara Kaede sweat a little. But this young Minato is very powerful. After discovering that Naruto admitted the wrong person, he immediately started direct operations. From Kitahara Kaede's vision here, it can be seen that Naruto's pupils are dilated. But this is not the appearance of being stunned, but the appearance of figuring out something. Although Naruto is sometimes stupid, he is not really stupid. And he is still recognizing this fact that he has been longing for all this time. At most, he dare not think about it, rather than becoming completely stupid. So now he should have guessed that the blonde brother in front of him is his father. Think about it too, he is also blonde. Not many people in the village have blonde hair at all. So, Naruto, Minato said in a gentle 14 tone, I once thought that if a child is born in the future, then I will name the child after the protagonist of Teacher Jiraiya's book. The protagonist in the book has gone through many hardships, but in the end he maintained his kind character, perseverance and hard work. Then he realized his ideal. Looking at it now, it looks like dumplings. Minato said, Naruto, you are doing well. But, Naruto's emotions are instantly infected, he has already made it clear that the blonde brother in front of him is his father who has never been masked. But, you know how much I've been through. I don't even know who my parents are. People in the village call me Yahoo. Naruto broke out emotionally. Yeah, Minato nodded. But Naruto's emotions were completely ignited by Minato's calm nod. You be guy. Boom. Naruto struggled to raise his head, but Minato held his head down with one hand. This is head-to-head killing. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Shuhei, I am familiar with this skill. This is called head touching, right? Big pillar Hanhan, I also know this skill. Kurama. No, Senju Hashirama, you better not just learn it. It's been decades since Hashirama caught the scene with true several thousand hands, but seeing Senju Hashirama still alive and kicking, 9 tails is a bit depressing. Because other people only have one hand to touch the head, but Senju Hashirama, don't you have a B number in 1,000 hands? The unacceptable thing that Minato feared at first did not happen to Naruto. Naruto fell silent immediately after being patted on the head. After all, this is a touch from my father. For him who didn't know his parents and had no relatives since he was a child, this kind of contact is already very satisfying. And this satisfaction can trigger new problems. That's what it's going to be like now. Minato, Naruto, can you be less clingy to me? Young Minato has a new problem. Because now Naruto has been watching him. It seemed that he was afraid that he would leave or disappear immediately. And to be watched so earnestly. Young Minato also felt unnatural. You must know that the current Minato is a young Minato, still a virgin. Although he is dating his girlfriend, it doesn't mean he has experience. So, how is it possible to have the experience of already having a son only a few years younger than himself? Opening parenthesis. His heart became melancholy and soft again. The reason is simple, Naruto and Kitahara-kun are both people from the future, so in the end they will definitely perform sealing techniques such as amnesiac. This will ensure that future development will not be affected. Otherwise, if it rings Naruto's 7th generation target identity, he will feel very guilty. Let's do it together, Kitahara Kaede said. The time we spend together will be longer. Otherwise we will be separated soon. And neither of you want to see this situation. Kitahara Kaede said. Minato. Yes. Minato immediately realized that Naruto and Kitahara Kaede are people from the future, 453, and now their purpose is to complete the task and obtain the dragon vein. Then they will go back after completing the task. So, now maybe it's the hard-won relationship between myself and Naruto. And, the fact that Naruto blew himself up just now and was called a demon fox since he was a child also made him very concerned. Could it be 9 tails? Could it be that he from the future sealed 9 tails on Naruto? Jinchuriki in the village could be treated very badly. So Naruto suffered a lot. Minato is a genius, expanding his thinking very quickly. And then thought of the future, anguish. Because Naruto doesn't know who his parents are, and he hasn't seen him, which means that he died very early, at least before Naruto knew how to recognize people. And Naruto also woke up. He came here to complete the mission, and it was already a great gift to see his parents before they passed away. The task is what matters. So everyone shared information with each other, and at this moment, the sound of beating gongs and drums like a festival came from outside. Chapter 185 The Queen of Lulin is Uzumaki Kushina. Not following the script, superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Young Minato stroked Naruto's head, his gaze was looking out of the window. The room they are in now is a tower building, and it is on the 5th floor, from which they can see a relatively wide field of vision. Great for surveillance or observation. And now, the street has become lively. Some colorful lanterns were pushed out, as if they were going to parade, but the lanterns hadn't been pushed away, but the people spontaneously moved towards the tallest tower with the lively drums. But, if you look carefully, you will find that all the people on the street are puppets. And the door on the top floor of the tallest tower was pushed open, and then a young girl dressed in a red queen servant walked out slowly, surrounded by 2 robots in black cloaks. Queen Sarah. The puppets and puppets cheered from below. It's Her Royal Highness Princess Lulin. And Naruto said, oh no. Now this is 20 years ago, so that should be the mother of Her Royal Highness Princess Lulin we met in the Land of Wind. Princess Lulin's mother. Naruto is worthy of being a good boy for intelligence reporting, and immediately let Kakashi and Minato confirm again that Kitahara Kaede and the others are genuine future people. Because if it is not from the future, then this information will not be known. And it was also because of reporting this information, so several people probably understood that this puppet city will soon disappear in the traces of history. Your task is to obtain the dragon's veins, Minato said, and our mission is to protect this Queen Sarah. The previous queen has passed away, so now I can only protect her. But, she didn't trust us very much. Finally, Minato said helplessly, so I had to ask Kushina to protect her personally, and then we thought about how to deal with Centipede. Otherwise our mission cannot be accomplished. Kushina, Kitahara Kaede said, is it Uzumaki Kushina? Yeah, Minato nodded. Then Naruto congratulates you, Kitahara Kaede said, looks like you're in luck. Your parents are here. Hey, Naruto showed a surprised expression. Being able to meet a father he has never met here is enough to make him feel at ease, but now can he even meet his mother? The young Minato made a long note. Hearing Kitahara Kaede's words, young Minato looked at Kitahara Kaede with a subtle look. He wanted to say something, but the sound of gongs and drums outside suddenly became louder, and it was difficult to speak clearly under such circumstances, so he had to stop first, and wait for the sound of gongs and drums to end. And the puppet people below began to cheer. Sarah. From the perspective of momentum alone, it gives people a strong and lively feeling. As if this Queen Sarah was very popular. The princess with the string. And the previous wave of old and weak women and children were lying on the window side, looking outside as if they wanted to see but dared not. And this princess who lifts the thread should be what they call Sarah. They were all contemplating assassinating the incompetent queen who ordered their families taken away. But they seemed to be very afraid of the power of the ninja, so even if no one guards the door, none of these people escaped or screamed loudly. So now I can only watch helplessly. Queen Sarah. The puppets below shouted loudly. They have chakra from the pipeline on their body, so they are full of energy. And Sarah's position is nearly 10 meters away from the bottom, and Sarah's eyesight is probably not very good, so I didn't realize that the people below were all dolls. Instead, she breathed a sigh of relief and walked from the corridor to the outside platform to prepare to deliver a speech as a queen. Noticing this, Kitahara Kaede turned around. Minato, are you saying that Kushina is protecting Sarah? Yeah, Minato nodded. Kushina and I are students at the same time. She is from the Uzumaki good clan, and she is very good at the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. At the same time, her own strength is not low. Because she is a woman, so taking this into consideration, we arranged for her to protect Sarah personally. And now this state is also being protected. We suspect Centipede might be working against her. Because Beizu hasn't come forward for several days, this is different from the information I got before. So, Minato said, we feel that we need to protect her closely during this time. Then, Kitahara Kaede said, why isn't the current Kushina there? Minato, Chapter 186 The Queen of Lulin is Uzumaki Kushina. Not following the script. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Isn't Kushina here? Minato froze for a moment. And at this moment, the young Queen Sarah had already arrived at the guardrail, but the guardrail collapsed with a bang. She looked up in a panic, but her whole body had already fallen down. Tie the motor. Minato's figure flashed out without thinking. Because he originally thought that Kushina would follow Queen Sarah to protect her, but there was no sign of Kushina around. But they came here to protect Sarah. So don't even think about it, just shoot. And Aburame Jouei also realized that he is Konoha's Jonin, so he immediately prepared to instruct the bugs to help. But someone is faster than them. Wood style. Kitahara Kaede's body flashed in an instant, and came to the third-floor balcony of another tower building. A large piece of trees grew from Kitahara Kaede's right hand, and then spread out with a snap, then flattened, and then a large wooden bed grew out like a 337 directly. When Queen Sarah fell, she landed on the partition layer directly made by Kitahara Kaede. The twigs are made with a rubber enough composition, so she slapped and landed on the twigs unhurt. Brush. Kitahara Kaede's right hand flicked lightly, and the trees were taken back, and Queen Sarah, who was still a little confused, came to the tower on his side following the movement of the branches. It appears that there is no injury, Kitahara Kaede said. You saved me. Queen Sarah seemed to be lost for a while. Yeah, Kitahara Kaede nodded. Then why are you saving me? However, Queen Sarah took off the crown on her head with one hand and stared at Kitahara Kaede. Do you know that you ruined my carefully prepared plan? Now, Sarah will never believe me. Kitahara Kaede. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, what's the matter with this queen? Dazuzi Hanhan. Obviously her daughter looks polite and gentle, why is she so fierce as a mother? Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Mr. Minato, what did you find? Namikaze Minato. How should I put it? Queen Sarah is a little bit wrong. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Something is wrong. Namikaze Minato. This temper is like someone I know. Hanhan, who is it? Namikaze Minato. It is Uzumaki Kushina. Namikaze Minato. Although we don't spend much time together, this character should be him. Namikaze Minato. And if I guessed correctly, you see. Kitahara-kun's eyes moved down. Yes, it was found that Kitahara Kaede was looking at the crowd below. The ones below are all puppets, but not all of them are. Because the figure of a girl with a headscarf was among the crowd. Her BECJ eyes looked straight up, and the direction happened to be Queen Sarah. She wrapped her head in her hands as if she was about to leave. And this girl with a turban, isn't she the young queen of Lulin Kingdom, Sarah? Sarah. 2 Sarahs. Dazuzi was dumbfounded. Big Pillar Hanhan. So what happened? Minato, please explain. Namikaze Minato. Let me explain. How should I put it? Namikaze Minato. From the information we have obtained now, we can know that my team went here 20 years ago to carry out the task of protecting Queen Sarah. Namikaze Minato. Then the teammate is Aburame Jouei from the Aburame family, and then there is Uzumaki Kushina. And little Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. Aburame and Jouei and I were responsible for finding information and inside stories about Beizu, and Kushina provided personal protection because she was the same woman as Sarah. Namikaze Minato. Presumably during this process, in order to gain Sarah's trust, we told Sarah that Beizu, her trusted minister. Well, now in Lulin, Beizu has been renamed Anlu Mountain. Namikaze Minato. Then this is probably the case. 20 years ago, I told Sarah about the identity of Enlushin, but Sarah didn't believe it. Namikaze Minato. Kushina felt that Enlushin would be unfavorable to Sarah, and even removed Sarah in this celebration. So she pretended to be Sarah and returned to the danger herself. Namikaze Minato. It should be for Sarah to see the true face of Enlushin directly with her eyes. Namikaze Minato. But the current situation is, Sarah saw the scene where Kushina was rescued, so, it is likely that this is Kushina's self-directed and self-acted scene. Namikaze Minato. 7. Namikaze Minato. So it became like this. Big Zuzi Hanhan, so that's how it is. And in the real world. Don't put me down yet. Kushina thought, to break free from Kitahara Kaede's wrist. Chapter 187 Both parents are here, Naruto's short-lived happiness. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Kakuna wanted to break free from Kitahara Kaede's wrist, but she was surprised to find that her incomparably strong self couldn't break free. Obviously the other party looks smaller than her, but he is more powerful than her. Sarah is gone. It appears the plan has failed. Kakuna had no choice but to look down, but she couldn't find Sarah in the crowd. But she saw Minato's figure flashing nearby below. Thinking about it, Minato will go to secretly protect Sarah. What strange things are you talking about? Kushina said, you are a ninja from Konoha. It's really adding to the chaos. Kushina feels dissatisfied, and Kitahara Kaede has let go of her. She moved her wrist quickly. Wanted to chase but gave up. Kitahara Kaede, Uzumaki Kushina, right, I don't like hearing that from you. Although you pretended to be Sarah, which stunned me for a while. Kitahara Kaede said, but your plan is meaningless even if I don't stop it. Because Sarah won't change her mind. What you did was useless. Or, you are working for nothing, Kitahara Kaede said. Kushina's emotions seemed to be showing, coming out. She is a survivor of the Uzumaki clan, and was brought to Konoha to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. She knows all these things. But the people in the village didn't accept her very well. And when she went to meet Uzumaki Mito-sama, Mito-sama told her to endure, but also reminded her that the important thing is to look down on herself, and if her own strength improves, the eyes of others will also change. Those who come here as the country of Uzumaki don't need to feel inferior. In the past, the Uzumaki clan was allied with the Senju clan. So after she relaxed her mind and improved her strength desperately, the people around her finally didn't dare to point fingers at her anymore. But now, has he been rejected again? It was also said that it was a waste of work. Kushina. At this time, Aburame Jawei had already arrived. Kushina, don't be rude to this lord. Aburame Jawei said. Quote. Uzumaki Kushina, you have a weird attitude, don't you like flattering? Aburame Jawei choked. I'm not flattering, this is Lord 5th Hokage from the future. What he used just now is the wood style of Shodai. Quote. Uzumaki Kushina. Uzumaki Kushina is an intelligent man. She knows many things and will accept them directly. But, wood style, indeed. The person who saved himself just now is the power of wood style, currently no ninja can use it to hold back and change into trees. So, it really is from the future. Kushina felt incredible. It's from the future, Kitahara Kaede said. And then I brought your son here, Kitahara Kaede said. Quote. Kushina, you're crazy, I haven't dated yet, and I haven't married yet. You told me that I have a son. Uzumaki Kushina's attention was instantly attracted. This is not the place for talking, Kitahara Kaede said. Asking for flowers. Quote. Kushina's dark green pupils hesitated for a moment, and then followed Kitahara Kaede back to the previous tower. After entering, I found that there is only little Kakashi left here, and Naruto and Minato are not here anymore. Ms. Minato went to follow Sarah. Then, Uzumaki Naruto also followed. Little Kakashi reported the situation, and those old and weak women and children who stayed here were driven to the next room by Kakashi. Unlike Naruto, although little Kakashi is also small, but he does the task first, so regardless of his companions, then you ordinary people. 0. The old and weak women and children probably also found that their threats against Kakashi would not succeed, so they had to be pushed aside. Quote. Kushina. Kushina reacts to the new name Uzumaki Naruto proposed by Kakashi Jr. Uzumaki Uzumaki Naruto's name Kushina has never heard of it. But, her surname is also Uzumaki. Could it be that? So, I'm already a childhy mother. Kushina thought it was hell. Obviously she didn't think about who to start a family with. The result, Naruto isn't here, so you're out of luck. Kitahara Kaede said, but good luck for Naruto. After all, his parents are here. Kitahara Kaede said, then let's get back to the topic. Kitahara Kaede said, don't do the act of pretending to be Sarah and let Sarah watch from the side. Useless small. Chapter 188 Minato. No, Kushina is not my wife. Seek full order. Useless. Kushina is doing futile work. Nothing works, Kushina said. Obviously I have thought deeply about the way. Sarah is very uncooperative. If she doesn't cooperate and be protected, then my job will be difficult. If this job is successful, then I can get contribution points. Ju Zunai said, I'm just a Jonin now, I can't reach elite Jonin, I can reach. But contribution points are not enough. You're obsessed with what other people think of you, Kitahara Kaede said. But you know what, people only believe or want to see what they want to see. So, no matter how outsiders show, 723, what they don't want to see, they won't admit it. That's why I said you were doing useless work. Kushina. This sentence actually walked into Kushina's heart. Boom. She disarms transformation technique. And Kitahara Kaede also met Girls' Generation's Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. This chili pepper is known as the second most beautiful woman in the ninja world. She has long red hair that looks like a ripe tomato, which is simply tied into a single ponytail, and her facial features are dignified and beautiful. There is no red lips applied, and the lips are also pink and bright red. The color of the tomato. Kitahara Kaede said, looking at Kukina's red hair. It's such an annoying title again. Kushina seemed a little dissatisfied, but you are so impressed with me, and you still know my name, which means that I will be very strong after 20 years, right? Am I becoming the 4th Hokage? You are the 5th generation, then I am the 4th generation. When Uzumaki Kushina, a woman from outside the village, came to Konoha's ninja school for the first time, she introduced herself as Hokage. Then be laughed at. However, you must know that during the cultivation of the 3rd generation at that time, all the children were made to work hard towards Hokage, but she said that, but she was laughed at. It means she was rejected. Considered to be outsiders of the village. Not accepted. But, although he just wanted to stay in Konoha, and didn't want to go back to the Uzumaki country that no longer exists, Kushina used the excuse of being a Hokage that the children of the village at that time talked about. But instead of being one with everyone, I deeply realized that I was excluded and not accepted. Then, she wants to be Hokage. Yes, after being rejected she thought, to be Hokage. Her personality is independent and strong, since others do not recognize her, then she will become Hokage and stand in that position. So, it's normal for her to target 4th Hokage. So I asked, about my future. No, Kitahara Kaede said. You are dead. Quote. Kushina, you are poisonous. Kusukina, Don't be so cruel to Master 5th generation. Aburame Jue said while wiping his sweat. As a contemporaneous student, Aburame Jue also knows that Uzumaki Kushina has been moving towards Hokage's position. But, he has long since given up the ideal of becoming a Hokage, and only hopes that his Aburame clan can come in handy, and they are inseparable in the village. But it's an exaggeration to learn about the death of my future companion in this way. Snort. The blood-red pepper glared at Aburame Jue. Anyway, you all despise me from other villages. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, this little guy from the Uzumaki family is quite fierce. Senju Tobirama. It seems that the village is not very accepting of these people from other villages. Hey, Sarutobi. I don't want to talk about him. Tobirama, the teacher, was very disappointed when the apprentices always failed to do their jobs well. Because if a village wants to become stronger, what it needs is for its own people to become stronger, and at the same time constantly absorb the power from outside, and then let them join Konoha. Then get stronger together. This process is required. But, from Kushina's tone, it can be known that she has been in the village for a long time, and she is still being trained as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but, she is still rejected. No wonder Naruto lives like that. In fact, Tobirama himself felt incredible. Existences like the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are like weapons and nuclear bombs in the village. As a result, they boldly rejected them. Aren't you afraid that Jinchuriki will explode? Then the whole village is destroyed. Therefore, the Uzumaki clan who were chosen to be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki must be so pure and kind, and then they did not explode. Uzumaki Mito. Kushina is a good boy. But it's a pity. Namikaze Minato. Yes, I always thought she was pretty good. Ninja World number 5.0 Yaifunbuki. But in this way, Naruto can also meet his parents. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Yes. Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, Naruto has met the teacher from 20 years ago now, but the teacher's wife's words are not here. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. Isn't Kushina Naruto's mother? Namikaze Minato. Didn't I say that? Is my wife Abina? Namikaze Minato. My wife is not Uzumaki's classmate. Big Pillar Hanhan. Big Zuzi Hanhan. You said it earlier. Chapter 189. Who says dead people can't speak? Impure world reincarnation. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. I'm from 2 to 10 years later, Kitahara Kaede said. And in that era, you were already dead. He just died to protect the village. Kushina, let's just listen first. Although Kushina said so, her face turned pale. After all, no one can hear the fait accompli of their future without feeling pale. B. Master 5th generation, my words. Aburame Jue was also a little nervous. Minato's words are 4th Hokage. Kitahara Kaede said, and he died very early, too. Die at the Hokage's duty. Okay, does becoming a Hokage kill people? At least 14 now hit the enthusiasm of Aburame Jue and Kushina all at once. And Kakashi was also silent. Kakashi also wanted to become a Hokage, but now, Konoha's Hokage is a high-risk job. In the past, first Hokage died a few years after the decisive battle with Uchiha Madara to protect the village, and Tobirama, the 2nd generation, was also a young man who died in order to protect the 3rd generation. It is also said that Mr. Minato, who has not yet served the purpose of 4th generation, will die prematurely. Little Kakashi was thinking about whether he should still target Hokage. But even if you want to, it's useless to aim for this. Because the current 5th generation is Kitahara Kaede, his future disciple, and the 7th generation is Uzumaki Naruto who is also his disciple. Little Kakashi, and if he can become the teacher of these two people, then does it mean that he is still alive after teacher Minato dies? Little Kakashi showed an expression that he didn't know whether it was a smile or a miserable expression. So now back to business. Kitahara Kaede tells Kukina some information about Minato. Then I quickly got the information from Kushina. However, the information given by Kushina is not very useful. They wanted to protect Queen Sarah and get rid of Centipede, but Sarah didn't believe them. And they wanted to touch Centipede's face, but Sarah didn't trust them. And they wanted to find evidence that Beizu captured the young and middle-aged labor force in the city, such as processing factories, but they couldn't find it. And they wanted to sneak into the control room of the Dragon Vein, but they were also blocked by the barrier formed by the Dragon Vein, where only the blood of the queen could enter. So if Sarah doesn't agree, there's nothing they can do. So, it has become the current situation. If you can't beat Sarah, you have to protect her and let her believe that she is having trouble with you. And the act of being attacked just now was not directed and acted by Kushina, but controlled by Centipede. Someone tampered with the guardrail, so if you stand on it, you will fall down. But because Sarah played by Kushina was rescued by Kitahara Kaede, the last bit of trust on Sarah's side was gone. Just bring Sarah over here, Kitahara Kaede said. It's like you said that you are from another village and you are not accepted by some ignorant family. Then, no matter how much you try to persuade Sarah, it's better to let her face her own people directly. Then, Kushina looked at Kitahara Kaede. What do you think? Let her come over, then convince her as quickly as possible. Then, find the dragon veins. I want dragon veins, then you deal with centipedes, and then do whatever you want, Kitahara Kaede said. Kukina, this is really a straightforward solution. Although you are Lord 5th Hokage, Kushina said with folded hands. But Sarah's character is not something you can easily persuade. So you're probably just doing as much work as I am, Kushina said. That's just you, Kitahara Kaede said. I'm different from you, can't you be a Hokage? Then let's take a look at the difference of being a Hokage. Kushina. Kushina is easily irritable, and if you keep rejecting her and treat her like a villager, then she is likely to blow up. However, she still has brains 570. It's clear that Kitahara Kaede seems to be just aggressive now, but... Okay, Kushina said. Then let's see how you do it. Yeah, Kitahara Kaede nodded. I only need 2 days to complete the task. Kushina. They have been here for a month, and Kitahara Kaede is only 2 days now. Kukunai said. Then let me wait and see. Now she wants to quote what Kitahara Kaede said, others will only believe what they want to believe and are willing to believe. So even if she told Sarah that she was cheated by Beizu, Sarah would find various reasons and excuses to trust Beizu. Because, after Sarah's mother died, the Centipede family pretended to be good ministers, and played the role of loyal, saint, and guardian in front of Sarah for 6 years. So Kitahara Kaede is challenging his 6-year relationship. So can it be done? Chapter 190 Convincing the young Lulin Queen Sarah in 3 minutes. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. I told you, I won't trust you guys anymore. You ninjas from Konoha, they're all bad guys. I will tell Lucian. Half an hour later, the young Queen Sarah went here. She was searched by Kukina, and then Naruto brought her over. But it was obvious that she was in a bad mood. It is even the performance of those who repel and hate Konoha shinobi. Said she is young, she looks only 67 years old, but that's it, she is already the Queen of Lulin Kingdom. The official replacement of the Queen was 5 years ago, after the death of her mother, the previous Queen. Because a country cannot live without a king, as an only daughter, she inherited her mother's legacy. But, because he was still very young at that time, he handed over all the things to be handled in terms of state affairs to Lucian, the minister whom his mother also trusted. Lucian has been working hard for the Lulin Kingdom, so Sarah also trusts him. After the ceremony, Lucian told her that she had grown up, so she would soon have to govern by herself, that is to say, the power should be returned to her. Then, she absolutely does not believe that such a loyal minister Lucian, who is not interested in fame and fortune, is questioned as a bad person. Only, despite the awkwardness, she still went here. There are new faces, and Sarah found that Kitahara Kaede was in the house, and Uzumaki Kushina, the Konoha female ninja who had been following her all the time, stayed aside, as if she was not ready to intervene. I'm their boss, said Kitahara Kaede. Kitahara Kaede, quote, you can remember my name, but you don't have to. Sarah, you're so weird, Sarah said. Because, although she repelled Minato and the others, she also found that Konoha's ninjas are powerful, and Minato is a type that is almost omnipotent. But now the boss who suddenly appeared. Can you really suppress Minato, Kushina and the others? Sarah eyed Kitahara Kaede suspiciously. Judging from the appearance, Sarah did not lose to Kushina. You must know that the world of Hokage is very unique, and those who belong to the kind of people who have a role in the original work will look good. But think about it now that Sarah is the heroine of the Lost Tower, so it makes sense for her to be good looking. They took your mother's last wish to keep you safe, Kitahara Kaede said. And I still have my own mission, I need your Lulin's dragon veins. That's why I came here. Sarah, you big guy, dragon veins are the treasure of Lulin Kingdom. I really can't believe you're Konoha ninjas, Konoha's ninjas are all the same. It's framing my trusted minister again, and it's trying to take away our treasure. So, Sarah is full of aggressiveness now. It reminds people of the raccoon cat that they just brought home. The Sawamao at that time was also so fierce. Then come and see, the dragon veins of the treasure of your Lulin Kingdom have brought you so much trouble. Kitahara Kaede said, and then clapped his hands lightly. Kakashi, standing over the door, received the order. He opened the door without thinking, and standing outside the door were some old and weak women and children in Lulin. So what he just had was a door-opening job, and he opened the door whenever Kitahara Kaede clapped his hands. Quote. Little Kakashi felt so strange. Why did I subconsciously execute Kitahara Kaede's order? Obviously, he will be the other party's teacher in the future, isn't he? And no matter how surprised little Kakashi was, the door was already opened with a bang. A few people from Lulin Kingdom who covered their faces with cloth came in. They looked at Kitahara Kaede warily, and then looked at Sarah with complicated eyes. Then more people came in. The people who came in were basically children and some women. This queen is real. Kitahara Kaede looked at these people and introduced Sarah. It's not a ninja. Then, Minato, give them back the kitchen knife. They want to assassinate their queen, so come and assassinate. Kitahara Kaede said. Minato was confused by being named, but he did as he did and returned the knives confiscated by the children for threatening Naruto. And when he found out that someone didn't have a weapon, Minato actually distributed a kunai so thoughtfully. The children, Zhao Qianhao, who were holding the kunai were dumbfounded, and Sarah was also dumbfounded. Naruto is also very confused. Naruto made a sound in astonishment, but he was also Kitahara Kaede's teammate anyway, and he knew that his teammates often did not follow common sense. So he quickly covered his mouth with his mouth, and Minato began to distribute the previously collected weapons one by one. All the natives of the Lulin Kingdom got kitchen knives. Then stare at Sarah, and that look is definitely not kind. Hello, Sarah hurriedly made a sound. What does this mean? Is it something funny or entertaining? This kind of thing. I don't like it, Sarah said. Chapter 191 Miko Aster joins the chat group. This doesn't seem so good. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. I don't like this kind of thing, Sarah said. She has found that the people around her look at her with no kindness. Why, you were bewitched by these Konoha ninjas, right? Sarah said. Aren't I very popular with you? Quote. People around. One of the leading natives who had been handed out the yen removed the cloth from his face while the others looked at her and removed it too. Although I don't know what your Konoha ninjas do. But, I thank you for giving us the weapons. Then, that would be boring. Princess with strings, why can you speak to us with an innocent look? We adore you. It's so funny. It should be said that no one in this country will like you. His Royal Highness the princess who lifts the thread. The person speaking has dark skin, but his facial features are very clear. This is the real skin color of Lulan Kingdom. Because Lulan is located in the country of wind, the sunlight is very strong, so most of the residents have dark complexion. But people with royal blood can't, so the princess is very fair. But that's not what needs to be concerned about now. Give our family back. There is a knife in his hand, but the leading native is not stupid, knowing that if Kitahara Kaede really wants them to kill, then he will definitely not choose this situation. And, what they want, is not to kill, what they want, is to take back their family. My father and elder brother were all taken away by you. It's been 6 years. Bring them back, the leader said, and following her voice, the other children cried out. Give it back to me, give it back to my dad, beast dad. I want a brother. Sarah, what are you talking about? I didn't catch anyone at all. Sarah found it incredible, but she also confirmed that these people in front of her were her own people. Besides, the festival this time was spontaneously participated and held by the people who welcomed me. Don't drive a wedge between me and my subjects, Sarah said. So, have you forgotten? Kitahara Kaede said, you blend in with the crowd, those who welcome you, are all puppets, aren't they? There's not a single living person around, right? So, no people are welcoming you at all. Those are just the illusions that Illusion gave you to welcome you. Could it be that? Sarah responded, you deliberately let me mix in the crowd, and then let me find that there are no people around, but, are all puppets. Almost, Kitahara Kaede said calmly. Sarah then bit her lip. Kushina, did she think about it? Actually no, she didn't think so, and she didn't think of it at all. Kushina was still unconvinced by Kitahara Kaede, but when she was mentioned like this, she suddenly found that, what she thought was not far behind. Can't compare to this 5th generation master. And, you see, the current Queen Sarah. Her expression was shaken. Obviously, no matter how much she tried to persuade her before, Sarah didn't change her face, but now, she has already begun to waver. Now Kushina can't help but think that he couldn't persuade Sarah for a month, but this Nadime-sama only took less than 20 minutes. Why is there such a difference? Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan, sure enough, the matter of sleeping clothes has to be handed over to Mr. Xiaobeiyuan. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, a friendly reminder, first Hokage, you still have to strengthen your studies. It's persuasion, not pajamas. Big Zuzi Hanhan, well, I'm sorry. Big Pillar Hanhan, thank you, Izuna. Senju Hashirama's younger brother, Uzumaki Mito. Every time I feel that the title of Uchiha Izuna is very subtle. Senju Tobirama. Sister-in-law, you think so, too, so do I. Senju Tobirama. There is always a feeling that I am a fake brother. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Well, if you give me back my eldest brother, then I don't want this title. Number 1 Funguki in the ninja world. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Senju Tobirama. Haramazukage, what do you think? Don't you think I'm my elder brother's younger brother? No. 1 Maple Blow in the ninja world. Terumi May sweated. What kind of trouble does the fairy-like grievances and hatreds of you seniors cause her? Speaking of, there are still relatively few girls in the group. Beep. And at this moment, the system popped up a prompt. With the prompt sound, everyone saw the new information. In order to enliven the atmosphere, a new member is specially added. This member has been identified and obtained cage level strength to a certain extent. Closing square bracket. So join the group is a special case. Closing square bracket. Welcome Miko Aster to join the group chat. Closing square bracket. Chapter 192 Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. At Monu Guajen, here is the Myriad Realms chat group, also known as the Observation Kitahara Kaede. Small group. Closing square bracket. This group ignores the past, future, and even death, linking everything together. Closing square bracket. Before you, nearly 20 members have joined, let's say hello to everyone. Closing square bracket. At Monu Zisao. Closing square bracket. Congratulations, Miko Aster has gained a new title, Kitahara Kaede's concubine. Closing square bracket, F.A. Big Zuzi Hanhan, I'll go, does this kind of title still exist? 6th Hokage Kakashi. I suddenly feel that my previous title is not lost. Honest Basam, Senju Tobirama. Kisame, are you Honest Basam, well, I'm usually online. No, 1 Funguki in the ninja world, but at this time, should I use a wave of green Hyuga Hinata? Dazuzi Hanhan, yes, I don't even know how the little girl in Hyuga's family is feeling. Senju Tobirama. It's actually pretty good, isn't it? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Why? Senju Tobirama. Because people call her the little wife, but doesn't that mean that the Hyuga Hinata of the Hyuga family is the big wife? Senju Tobirama. So she shouldn't lose money, because she has confirmed her identity. Yeah, at Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Which Aster? Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Mistress Aster is currently in the Land of Winds. Originally, Kitahara Kaede was going to use Dragon Vein transmigration, so her mission was completed. But I didn't expect a system prompt to appear in front of me. There are only a few lines on the prompt. Now Kitahara Kaede has gone to the Lost Tower. Want to take a look at the past? As long as you choose yes, you can join the observation Kitahara Wind. _, small group. Have the opportunity to observe his surrounding vision for 3 hours every day. Closing square bracket. And because of curiosity, she chose to join. Well, because she had a precognitive dream, but what she foresaw was that Kitahara Kaede swallowed the dragon's veins. Then Queen Sarah, who directly left Lulin behind, returned to modern times. Then she saw the queen's daughter appearing again, so she felt that Kitahara Kaede was a hopeless scumbag. However, the time he experienced from time travel to return was only a short day. So in one day, how can you plunder the queen's favor? She was a little curious. Then entered the group. Then, observation Kitahara Kaede, _, small group. Which Aster? Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. What kind of stupid name is this? Zwan's character is inherently bad, so when encountering such a thing, think first. But soon she discovers that she is not alone. There are so many, people I know and people I don't know. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Well, honest Basam, take a look at the introduction in front of you. Honesty is worthy of being an honest man, and he gave Zwan, who was in a state of irritability, a step up. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Zwan then quickly browsed the information provided to her by the system. From the members of the group to Hokage of Konoha, to other ninja villages, and the former Mizukage Terumi-me, he shamelessly became the #1 Katabuki. This maple blowing translates to the meaning of the first dog licking. This title is really subtle. Kitahara Kaede's little wife, forget it. Dazuzi Hanhan, by the way, Miss Miko does not refuse this title. Dazuzi Hanhan, so when did their relationship become so good? Kitahara Kaede's little wife, who are you? Asking for flowers. Big Pillar Hanhan, me. I am Konoha's first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Okay, where's Kitahara Kaede now? Hearing that first Hokage actually bears such a title, Zwan feels that she can do it too. She thought. What she wanted was not to talk to some first Hokage. I mean, first Hokage is dead. So this group, can it really connect the past, the future, the present, and even surpass death? Big Pillar Hanhan, well, Senju Hashirama reminded her, and Zwan realized that there was a screen in front of her, and in the scene on the screen, there really was Kitahara Kaede. Then she quickly found Her Royal Highness Princess Lulin from the video. No, although they look alike, their temper is different from the Princess Lulin they met. Moreover, why does this temper look so familiar? Ziyuan suddenly realized that she seemed to be very similar to this Her Majesty the Queen. At the same time, this queen seems to be, not in love with Kitahara Kaede. Of course Her Majesty the Queen doesn't like Kitahara Kaede, because it was this person, who exposed her experience in life. This kind of thing, I don't want to believe it. I do not believe, and Lucian can't lie to me. Her Lady Queen said, then if I tell you that Lucian's original name is Beizu, and he is a ninja who has learned some puppet arts but is not very good, will you believe it? No, Sarah said, is it? Kitahara Kaede said calmly, then you won't believe that 5 years ago, he killed your mother. Sarah's eyes froze. Chapter 193 Sarah's decision, I am the queen, and I will protect my people. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Lulin was originally a hard-working country, ruled by Sarah's mother. When Sarah was very young, her mother liked to teach her to sing. That's a nice song. Their royal family has guarded the dragon veins for generations. The singing place is in the courtyard, where it is not affected by the dragon's veins. The ray of light rising from the heights of Lulin, the veins of the dragon that must be guarded with mixed emotions. Shooting a white blade, looking up at the sky, a storm of sand and dust comes. The glorious sun that competes for beauty, the flowers are flying and the beauty is inherited, the light on the Rasengan cuts off the dragon's hand and goes to the inner court. Little Sarah also learned to sing, 810, but what she likes is not singing, but being able to stay with her mother. Mother is very hard, because Lulin is not very rich. But a change happened 6 years ago. A man named Lucian came here. He has puppet technology, but needs the support of chakra from the dragon vein. After adding dragon veins to the puppet, the produced puppet can work easily. Can cultivate land. It facilitates the lives of the people. After thinking about it, Sarah's mother decided to open the dragon veins that had been guarded for generations, so she and Lucian formed a puppet-making model. Little Sarah still remembers what her mother said at that time. The dragon's veins are very important, but, Sarah, it is also very important to believe that our people. So little Sarah also wanted to be like her mother. And now, are there no people on her side anymore? How? Kitahara Kaede looked at Sarah's already shaken eyes. Do you want to take back your position from Enlushin? As long as you give me the dragon veins as a reward. Then I can help you with this. As long as you assume that Enlushin is the enemy, you will find that he has used your name to capture all the young and middle-aged people in the city, and it has been 5 years since then. In the past 5 years, he must have formed a super powerful team exclusively for him through dragon veins and puppets. So trying to defeat him, relying on your people who have no backbone or you, is just a dream. Kitahara Kaede said, Minato them, absolutely, as expected of Kitahara Kaede. Such a request was actually made. But, if it's for the people, Sarah said, I can give you the dragon vein. Oh, XN. But Sarah's words stunned those natives who wanted to conspire to assassinate her. Everyone knows that the royal family has always been responsible for guarding the dragon veins, and Lulin has been prosperous for a while because of the dragon veins, but now Sarah wants to pornographic dragon veins. And, for them, feel sorry. The lead woman who initially chose to turn the blade on Sarah apologized. I'm very sorry, your lady queen. Feel sorry, and the people around quickly knelt down together. Before, they laughed at Sarah as Enlushin's string puppet, but now they realized that they were being superficial. Her lady queen was just being deceived. It's fine, Sarah said. She took the shuriken in the hand of a citizen closest to her, held the shuriken in her left hand, and then swiped it to the heart of her right hand. It's like making up your mind. I'll take my place back, and bring your families back, Sarah said. As queen, I will protect my people. Yes, all the natives are willing to listen to her dispatch. If the ceremony and power of Sarah's inauguration as queen were just illusions at the beginning, they have become real now. And with the support of the current batch of natives, she should be able to become a real queen soon after rescuing those people who were taken to work. Then Gogo, Kitahara Kaede said. 2 choices, defeat Enlushin or rescue all your people from the hospital. All I want, Sarah spoke quickly. That's a really greedy choice, said Kitahara Kaede. But it was a wise decision. Quote, Kitahara Kaede held out his hand towards her, and Sarah didn't hesitate this time. 4.5 She took his hand. After all, I am here to protect my people. Even being blinded for a long time, but now, I must also protect my people personally. This is a qualified king. Now she is not wearing a crown, but it makes people feel shining. As she said, she is now a qualified queen. Then summon Enlushin into the palace. Kitahara Kaede said, you don't need to worry about how strong Enlushin has become now. You just have to believe that our side will not lose. Chapter 194 Enlushin, do you know a person named Bezu? Seeking automatic, seeking full order. In the Lulin palace, Sarah returned to her place. She has lived in the palace since she was a child, and basically never went outside. It was also a month ago that Konoha's ninja came here, and then she had time to leave the palace. So what are you usually doing? Naruto asked curiously. Now everyone's position has shifted to the palace. Naruto looked at the surrounding buildings and asked curiously. Naruto is not very smart, but he finds it incredible. Because according to Sarah's words, she would actually live in the palace for more than 5 years. Have you ever considered going out? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been cheated so badly by Bezu or that guy called Enlushin. Probably someone who was told that in order to be a good queen, they need to learn all kinds of knowledge. Then 12 out of 24 hours a day will be asked to study. Kitahara Kaede said, you seem to understand it very well. Sarah turned and said, that's true. Enlushin, no, Bezu told me not to waste the Lulin kingdom that my mother governed and then shoulder the responsibility. Then, start learning knowledge, so you're also studying advanced mathematics. Kitahara Kaede said, now they are in the palace, and this is where Sarah usually studies. Kitahara Kaede picked up a book. The above content is mathematics, but when you open it, it is a high number. Yes, Sarah said, there are many books written by you Konoha. Konoha's book, refer to the exam during the Chūnin exam, many of the questions in it are beyond the outline. And it takes a lot of time to think learn. As someone who took the Chūnin exam and couldn't do a single question. Naruto instantly expressed pain. He quickly left the room and ran outside. He already has a shadow on the written test. But Naruto found that Minato was still here. Well, Ta-chan, how is your academic performance? Naruto said. He felt stupid, but the young father sir seemed not to be. Not only is it gentle and kind, but it also gives people a strong sense of security. Minato shook his head. So, I'm not good at studying this aspect either. Hearing this answer, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Dazuzi Hanhan. So, what is the specific situation of the 4th generation? Namikaze Minato. This, good color fairy, let me tell you, Minato is a genius. When I was in the ninja school, I was always the chief. Good color immortal. And he also likes reading very much, so his academic performance is very good. Good color immortal. You can even be called an elite. Senju Tobirama. So during the previous Chūnin exam, Minato could make some questions. Namikaze Minato. Well, it's probably like this, but I was quite gentle 20 years ago. Namikaze Minato. Naruto seems to care a lot about academic performance, so it was a good response from me 20 years ago. Namikaze Minato. I don't want Mingbao. Dazuzi Hanhan. Yes, when I had a son, because my light was too bright, my son was always a little autistic. Big Zuzi Hanhan, fortunately, too. Uzumaki Mito. That's what I came to enlighten. When I met Hashirama, I discovered that not everyone can be as strong as Hashirama. Big Pillar Hanhan, well. So everyone began to discuss that the parents were too strong, and then the son felt pressured. Then the elder brother is too strong, and then the younger brother is an idiot or something like that. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I always feel that you are stabbing me in the back. Bayuan 047 Feng's little wife. As for Miko Aster, she is much calmer. Because her mother Maitreya priestess is very popular and powerful at the same time, and when she comes to her, she naturally has to survive under the halo of her mother's super excellence. So will she be stressed? Of course, but she won't be too flustered, because her character is so bad, that is to say, she has already started to mess up and lie down. So she doesn't care what other siblings or kids might worry about. What she cares about is that if the mother didn't use cremation, then maybe impure world reincarnation can be done. Some losses are big, and the other side, Her Royal Highness, and Lucian, who had been summoned before, had already entered the palace and then came to see Sarah. Although Lucian captured all the young and middle-aged men who could do coolies in the city, he imprisoned Sarah in the palace in a disguised form, and still made some cover-ups. Chapter 195 isn't the pursuit of a country exhausted by hundreds of feet the impure world reincarnation. Seeking automatic, seeking full order, and Lucian did some cover-ups. For example, originally there were soldiers in the royal palace, but he thinks that because of the advanced puppet art in Lulan Kingdom, ordinary people are still afraid to accept the convenient life of using puppets, so Sarah, as the royal family, should take the lead. So he replaced the palace soldiers with battle puppets, and the battle golem is the one that Kitahara Kaede and Minato saw in the courtyard earlier. So Lucian is changing blood for the royal palace, driving all the soldiers to make puppets by hand, but there are still some camp girls. It's just that these court ladies are probably sealed off a lot, so they are not eligible to leave the palace. So it is clearly in the center of Lulan Kingdom, but the palace seems to be closed. As long as people live inside, they are all in a big deception. From this point of view, Anlu Mountain is quite good. Kitahara Kaede looked at the neatly dressed middle-aged man who was walking over with a kind expression on his face. This is Anlu Mountain. His food may be good, but he is a little bloated. However, there may be some problems with the body. Because he walked over on the red carpet, the sound of his footsteps was not commensurate with his weight. Kitahara Kaede has seen scorpions. Scorpion is the top puppeteer in the Kingdom of Wind. He not only made Third Kage into a puppet, made his parents into puppets, but also made himself into a puppet. According to him, as long as you make yourself a puppet, you may be able to obtain eternal life. However, if Scorpion's puppetry is at the SSS level, then the current centipede's puppetry can only be said to be an A. Even the evaluation may be lower. In other words, this low-level puppeteer should have embarked on a special path to transform himself into a puppet. As long as you transform yourself into a puppet, you will be injured, and you can recover in various ways. At the same time, because relying on the dragon veins, you can also have abundant chakra. #B%. Isn't this the ability after forbidden technique impure world reincarnation invented by second Hokage Senju Tobirama? Beizu has been preparing for 5 years, and even fooled Sarah and even used the labor force of the entire Lulan country. Did it come up with such a simple thing in the end? The deception is qualified, but the strength is still too weak. Meet Her Majesty .. And Lucian's disguise is very good, and the degree of respect shown makes people unable to think that he is actually a bad person. Or even, maybe Sarah's mother-killing enemy. And Lucian, you are here. Sarah squeezed the palm of her right hand with her left hand and said. There were traces of stabbing herself with kunai in her right hand before, and the little bit of residual sting made her cheer up. Make her rational, and Lucian, who was trusted in the past, is just a liar. This kind of thing exist. She was lied to for 5 years. Then treat the mother-killing enemy as a benefactor. Her heart was very sad, very angry, furious, but she remained calm. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, this queen is not bad. Big Pillar Hanhan, although the front is a bit stubborn. But the current performance is remarkable. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world, yes. And in reality, and Lucian's expression changed slightly, because he came to meet the queen, and he found that there were some ninjas with Konoha's forehead protectors in the hall. Count, there are 6 people. One of them, if he's not mistaken, is Konoha's golden glitter, Namikaze Minato. That, your majesty, these people are. And Lucian asked quickly, these are Konoha's ninjas, Sarah said with a calm expression. They took on a mission to protect me. Protect your mission. And Lucian, that is, the body of Beizu stepped back half a step. As the puppet master of the Kingdom of Wind, Beizu is also a ninja. Although he is not well known, he also knows that Konoha is the #1 ninja village. Now Kitahara Kaede and the others traveled to 20 years ago, so Konoha was about 40 years ago. At this time, the ninja world had just ended the Second Ninja World War, and Konoha Sanin's strength and titles were well known in the ninja world. And Baizu crossed over 6 years ago, so he actually lived in Konoha's Sanjin, and when he saw Minato, he instantly felt like an enemy. Because Minato is 4th Hokage. Golden Flash, well known in ninja circles, and 8 Tails Jinchuriki, Good Li Jiao are evenly split with 4th Raikage. So he has concerns about Konoha. Our Konoha ninjas have 2 missions to visit. One is that we have received a commission from the former queen. Although it has been a long time, Konoha's ninjas have not broken their promises, and now they will honor it. And the other, Minato said, then please. Minato paused, and Kitahara Kaede stepped forward to speak. Quote. Centipede. In other words, isn't Namikaze Minato, the person in charge? Obviously Namikaze Minato is the 4th Hokage, so now, this young kid, is his status higher than Minato? Chapter 196 Who says dead people can't speak? Impure world reincarnation. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Beizu's expression is also trying to keep calm. The queen has been fooled by him for several years, so don't panic even if Konoha's ninja comes to the door now. Anyway, no one can recognize him as Centipede now. I came here to track down an evil puppet master. It is said that Lulin has traces of this evil puppet master. The other party's name is Beizu, Your Excellency and Lucian, do you know this puppet master named Beizu? Kitahara Kaede said, quote. Exclamation mark. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Han, ha ha ha. This guy's face turned green in an instant. Senju Tobirama. I originally thought that Kitahara Kaede was going to target Centipede this time, but the result was exposed directly. Senju Hashirama's younger brother. This kind of thing can only be done by people with strength. Senju Hashirama's younger brother and Kitahara Kaide's 143 does have this kind of strength. And the other side. Centipede, puppeteer, and Lucian made a long sound, and he quickly looked towards Sarah. Sarah was expressionless. He wasn't sure if his identity had been exposed. Why? And Lucian asked, if you're looking for puppetry, you shouldn't come to Lulin. After all, there are no ninjas in Lulin. And the current puppetry is also a simple civilian-oriented puppet that I made in cooperation with the former queen. When Lucian spoke, it seemed that he was trying to prove his identity and show how capable he was. But Kitahara Kaede arrived calmly. I heard that the puppet art in Lulin Kingdom was developed 6 years ago. And before that time, Your Excellency and Lucian, weren't you also a ninja? Quote. And Lucian, this is really ridiculous. And Lucian said, I'm just a businessman, and I know a little puppetry. Maybe that's the case, said Kitahara Kaede. Judging from the existing information, your puppetry is very low level, not to mention the red sand scorpion, and even the Chidai mother-in-law. Quote. And Lucian felt the ridicule. As a puppeteer, who doesn't know Grandma Chio? You must know that is the top. And Chio said that one person can control hundreds of puppets at the same time. So terrible, and the reason why we are looking for the puppet technique called Beizu is that the former Her Majesty the Queen died in the hands of Beizu. But all the signs show that you are Beizu and Lucian. So, Kitahara Kaede paused for a moment. And Sarah stood up, so I will never let the person who killed my mother go. Quote. Centipede. No, so, the former Her Majesty the Queen was overworked, and then. Is that true? Kitahara Kaede said, that's right, and Lucian quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, please trust me. Bebg. As a subject of Lulin, I am only for Lulin. And then I never tell a lie. I have been loyal to Lulin for 5 years. Please also judge fairly, although he showed a very cowardly look, and Lucian was not afraid. The reason is simple, the former queen was killed by him. But the queen died a long time ago, so there is no proof of death. But now he is subtly pretending to be loyal in front of Sarah, and at the same time cut off her contact with the outside world, so now Sarah should trust him unconditionally. He couldn't fully connect to the dragon vein before, so he could only use Sarah as the blood of the royal family to open the barrier to let him in and out. But now, there is no need for Sarah to open the enchantment, and he is also recognized by the dragon vein. Then Sarah is useless. Although he didn't want her to die this time, he still had a chance. So, now he is just a little cowardly. If he deceives Konoha's ninja first, then he still has a chance. I see, Kitahara Kaede said, then say the same to the former queen. Centipede. Centipede looked at Kitahara Kaede with a subtle look. He has discovered that Minato has been keeping quiet, which means that the person in charge is Kitahara Kaede. So, what is Kitahara Kaede in front of you? I'm from 20 years later, says Kitahara Kaede. In that era, puppetry has declined. And then there are new operations that go beyond puppetry. That is the impure world reincarnation invented by Konoha's second generation project. It can directly bring back the soul of the dead. So, Your Excellency and Lucian, do you dare to confront the queen? Beiyuan channel, and I know this ninjutsu. See, and Lucian changed his career to C language on the spot. Although there is still some fear, but the ninjas of Konoha. I don't care who you are, as long as I'm in Lulin. So, you all stay here. Anmu Mountain instantly transformed into a 10-legged centipede that is easy to move around. And this is puppetry. He transformed his body into a puppet. Chapter 197 Come, Ming Bao, Daddy will give you a big one. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. And Lucian no longer pretends. In other words, he doesn't need to pretend anymore. Before, Sarah was needed to pass through the barrier of the dragon's veins, but in the past 5 years, Chakra has subtly accepted the dragon's veins, so he has been tacitly accepted by the dragon's veins as his own. Then, you can use the chakra of dragon vein without any restraint. Use that massive amount of chakra. So, no need to install it, just show it. And Lucian directly restored his own form, becoming the most advanced form of his puppet art. That is, one spider with hair. Yes, Centipede stopped being a man, he became a spider. And the name Centipede seems to reflect this to some extent. For example, in the world of Inuyasha, there are centipede monsters and centipedes with many legs. But, even if it is a centipede monster, it is better looking than the current centipede. Don't you think you're ugly? Kushina stayed aside and complained. The meaning of puppet art is to be powerful. Beizu said. So, ninjas of Konoha, come and see how weak and ugly you are. Power is beauty, strength is strength. The puppet master Beizu said. There are battle puppets replaced by him around, and these puppets are also very unique. During Centipede's call, they flew directly towards him, and then all their bodies merged together. And the Centipede's body instantly became 100 times its original size. Kitahara Kaede stared at Centipede, and he felt a tinge of fear in the young queen beside him. It should be only now that she realizes what a terrible thing is lurking around her, and she still doesn't know anything about it. As well as, she held a fist in her hand, and her fingertips seemed to be about to pierce her palm. It must be completely confirmed that Beizu killed her mother. Then it's up to you, Kitahara Kaede said. Next, I took Sarah to recapture the young adults caught by Centipede. No problem, leave it to me, Minato and his son nodded. The young Minato, as Kitahara Kaede has long explained, and Naruto is purely listening. His brain is not very good, so it is suitable for this kind of job of explaining the task and then doing it. And, Kitahara Kaede took him back here on purpose, and met his father whom he had never seen before, which was enough happiness for him. But, Minato handed over a chakra knife with the Konoha logo on it. If you encounter puppets on the road, you can directly use the chakra knife to cut off the chakra connected to them. So they can't move, Minato said. This is what they learned after they came here to observe. So, Kitahara Kaede then left from the tall hall, along with some representatives of the women and children. These people were specially arranged in a corner, and then listened to the conversation of the crowd. It also made them understand that Sarah was indeed cheated. And now, it's time for everyone to save their families. Everyone went to the core of the palace together, the dragon veins guarded by the queen. Speaking of which, what is the origin of the dragon veins in your royal family? Kitahara Kaede asked. Now they are going down the elevator driven by the dragon vein as the power source. The location of the dragon vein is very below. Then it is still in the very center of the palace. Asking for flowers. Thanks to Minato, Naruto and the others for restraining Centipede, the facilities in the palace are basically fine. And that can be a little confusing. Because Sarah's daughter who met 20 years later will tell that Lulin has perished. So, if the building didn't cause so many problems due to fighting, then how could the city of Lulin disappear so quickly? As for the dragon veins, I didn't get a lot of relevant news from my mother. Just know that this is something our family has been protecting. Many generations have passed since my mother, and the existence of dragon veins, led us Lulin, G. Fanshin. But 6 years ago, because of the drier weather, there was a food crisis in Lulin. Although people were arranged to trade with the outside world and a lot of food came in, and then survived this crisis. But Lucian went here later, and he advised his mother about the combination of puppetry and dragon veins. It can liberate the people from hard work, and then use puppets to carry out many operations and infrastructure. Then let us Lulin no longer be attacked by drought, the result. I didn't expect things to develop like this. Sarah's tone was a little low. That said, both the former queen and the current Sarah have good ideas. Focus on the people, even if you want to use or sacrifice the dragon veins. Only such a person is the real king. Of course, for Kitahara Kaede, it does not mean that caring about the people is a real king. Kings are selfish and want to protect the interests of their own clan. It's like Hokage. They are all home workers. Chapter 198 Naruto, Rasengan only 4th generation can. Superior, seeking automatic, seeking full order. The new queen must be the daughter of the previous queen, and the next Hokage is either a disciple of this Hokage or his own child. Refer to Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha, both are very realistic. So what about Sarah? What is her real king? It was she who made this attitude. Then are you afraid that no one will follow? As it is now, bring Naruto in to meet Minato, although according to the problem of time and space, in order not to affect the follow-up, the memory here must be erased. But, only Minato's memory needs to be eliminated, so as long as Naruto remembers, then wait until Minato, everything will not be a problem. 400, Namikaze Minato and Naruto will always run for Konoha. As for the arrival of Otsutsuki that Black Zetsu said, there is no need to issue orders, these people will be the first to greet them spontaneously. That's all I know. What are you thinking? Sarah asked. She was seriously talking about the information she knew, but found that Kitahara Kaede was a little distracted. Fine, Kitahara Kaede said. At this time, everyone has reached the dragon vein. Longmai has a special area, which spreads all over the Lulin area. But at the core is the center of the palace. And the queen's blood itself has the ability to enter the core and cut off the dragon's veins. And this is probably why Baizu has been lying to Sarah. And Lucian asked you to bring him here many times, right? Kitahara Kaede said. Well, now that I think about it, it must be that he can't get in here. What he wants is the core of the dragon vein. He wants to devour the dragon's veins. Sarah's expression was a little annoyed. Not only hateful to Centipede, but also stupid to himself. Not only was Mom assassinated by Beizu, but he also opened the barrier for Beizu. It is really hopeless. Maybe so, Kitahara Kaede said, and they have reached the center of the dragon vein. There is also an altar here at the core of the dragon vein. Sarah stood outside the barrier, and the barrier emitted a green light beam, which soon landed on her body, and then the barrier opened automatically. This is the dragon vein, Sarah said. Then, Sarah wanted to go forward, but Kitahara Kaede grabbed her wrist. How? Sarah turned around. The ground didn't feel right, Kitahara Kaede said. Not quite right. Well, it's so hot. Why? Sarah also noticed that the ground was unbearably hot. From here there is a long passage to the altar, but Kitahara Kaede stands still. Suddenly he squatted down and punched down. The ground disintegrated, and beneath the collapsed ground was hot magma. It seems that if you don't pay attention, it will explode. And if Sarah wanted to walk over just now, then maybe the ground would also shatter and she would also fall. Why did it become like this? Before, it wasn't like this. Sarah was held back by Kitahara Kaede, and was terrified. It seems that I have found the reason why your Lulin kingdom is about to perish. Kitahara Kaede said. Sarah, are you serious? Lulin doesn't exist in 20 years. She was told before that Kitahara Kaede is from the future. But at that time, because of Centipede and her mother, she didn't take it seriously. It's just that the current situation is that the Beizu who believed in it is a fraudster, and the mother who believed in it was also killed by Beizu, and even he himself is regarded as a puppet with strings by the people. So, everything worked out. She should trust Kitahara Kaede. But what I learn now is that my own country will be gone in the future. Sarah found it unacceptable. These tall towers in Lulin were built later. It's heavy and hurts the foundation. And now look at, it should be that Beizu stole the dragon's veins, and then because of the wanton construction, there was a problem with the foundation and it couldn't support it. So, the current situation is that you should take your own people and leave here. Even if the molten ground can be completely suppressed now, it won't last for a few years. So, I suggest that you leave after the matter is over, Kitahara Kaede said. Why is this? XN. The people who followed 3.9 were also fooled. Then are you going to live on it? Kitahara Kaede points to boiling lava. Well, the people hesitated again. This is like dying on the tip of a knife, very dangerous. There's no telling when the ground will cave in and they'll be gone. Quote. The people had no choice but to look at Sarah. It's up to you, Kitahara Kaede said. And now, the others should be found as well. Then where are those people? Sarah said. I haven't seen anyone taken away in the palace. It's easy, Kitahara Kaede said. Chapter 199 Naruto, Rasengan only 4th generation can. Middle, seeking automatic, seeking full order. They were taken by Beizu forcibly. According to Beizu's strength, how could he alone be able to form so many battle puppets, so most of the people should be put in a certain position by him to work overtime. But because the puppets need the chakra of the dragon's veins to maintain them. So, as a family that protects dragon veins, your familiarity with dragon veins is far beyond others. So, sense it, from the core to perceive where the dragon veins need to be consumed the most, then those who were captured should be there. Kitahara Kaede said. But, Sarah thought it was reasonable, but problems soon appeared. Because, the ground has disintegrated and cracked, and the magma that has emerged now separates her from the core of the dragon vein. She's not a ninja, how can she get over it? She can't jump over it at all. 14 inches then let's go over it, Kitahara Kaede said. He held out his hand to her. Well, Sarah nodded lightly, and was hugged by Princess Kitahara Kaede, and he started directly from the spot. Seeing this scene, the people around shouted. Because Kitahara Kaede wants to jump directly from this end to the core position, you must know that the distance of this section is 50 meters. And even a ninja can't jump that far at once. A ninja's physical fitness is stronger than many people, but it's impossible to jump so far in the air. You need to step on a few footholds halfway and then cross. But, Kitahara Kaede jumped into the air and jumped to the top, but he didn't step on it or create any foothold, but paused in midair for 2 seconds, and continued to cross forward with a snap, and after 10 seconds, he landed onto the core console of the dragon vein is there. Looks like it just brought Sarah over. But, observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big pillar Hanhan, sure enough, little Kitahara Kaede can fly. Big Zuzi Hanhan, this is definitely not the strength of my wood style. Normal thinking Chūnin are flightless, even those as strong as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are flightless. And flying is light Konan's kind of paper-made wings, or those with wings among tailed beasts can also fly. But definitely not like Kitahara Kaede. So Kitahara Kaide's pause in the air just now can be directly summarized into the concept of flying. Number 1 Funguki in the ninja world. Does that mean that Kitahara-kun's identity is very unique? For example, he said that people from the Sutsuki era could absorb ninjutsu, and at the same time. Kitahara Kaide's little wife. He should be using the power of the dragon vein. Big pillar Hanhan, Senju Tobirama. The chakra of dragon veins can make people fly up. Kitahara Kaide's little wife. He absorbed some of my Miko's power before, and then directly attacked the sprites, even Shinigami. Kitahara Kaide's little wife. Then why can't we use new power now? Kitahara Kaide's little wife. It has been confirmed that the dragon vein is a kind of chakra that can be used to control puppets, and it can also allow people to travel here, so it shows that it still has the nature of time travel. Kitahara Kaide's little wife. so he should use the power of the dragon veins diffused around him, and then travel through space and time. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Because the time of crossing is very short, it seems to have stopped in the air. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Then with the help of this stop-like movement, you can jump over. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. So, it feels like he was flying just now. Walk in the air. Senju Tobirama. I see. Good analysis. Senju Tobirama. Is the little witch interested in research? Senju Tobirama. I am also very interested in research, especially these unfamiliar power systems. Senju Tobirama. After I am reincarnation by Hmph world, I will form a Senju Tobirama Research Institute. Senju Tobirama. So if you want to learn research, I can teach you. Senju Tobirama. Maybe we can also explore the power of your special Miko. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. I'm not interested in research. Senju Tobirama. Senju Tobirama. Are young people now so straightforward? You must know that I am the #1 researcher in the ninja world. Senju Tobirama. I don't accept ordinary disciples. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, Tobirama, you don't want to accept apprentices anymore, your Sarutobi and the like have lowered your standards. Senju Tobirama. Hey, Senju Tobirama sighed, and with their sighs, Sarah from the outside world has been brought to the core here by Kitahara Kaede. Chapter 200 Naruto. Rasengan only 4th generation can. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. The core of the dragon vein is a hemisphere, and then there is a layer of protection on the outside. But as soon as Sarah appeared, the protection automatically separated and scattered to the two sides, revealing her own smooth sphere. Sarah was put down by Kitahara Kaede. She pressed her hands on the dragon vein, and the sphere of the dragon vein immediately emitted a dazzling purple light, and Sarah did not stop herself. Own actions. She closed her eyes and felt the dragon veins. This is the talent and advantage of their clan, having a natural perception and intimacy with dragon veins. And soon, she sensed the direction of the dragon veins, perceived the stolen components of the dragon veins, and then sensed the location where the dragon veins gathered. Found it. She quickly opened her eyes. I found it. There are a lot of space and dragons less than 1 kilometer away from here. Pulse power. Quote. The power of the dragon veins was directed there. And if I'm not mistaken, that's where Anlu Mountain. No, the location of everyone captured by Beizu. Then, she said to Kitahara Kaede in surprise. But I saw Kitahara Kaede standing on the side, taking off the forehead protector. When holding her just now, the forehead protector was stained with a little dust, so he took it off. Come and wipe it off. But a long time ago, Hinata reminded that Kitahara Kaede had to wear a forehead protector when going out. Because, Konoha's forehead protector has the function of making people ugly, and if you take off the forehead protector, it's easy to restore their original appearance. In other words, now, what is displayed in front of Sarah is the state of Kitahara Kaede who is not sealed by the forehead protector. Well, Sarah felt as if she was a little embarrassed. Because just looking at the face, I always feel a little tempted. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Well, so that's the case. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. I thought the so-called abandonment was going on. It turned out that, it was a unilateral look at her face. Yes, Aster was speechless for a moment. Because the dragon veins are all exposed now, does it mean that the journey to the past is coming to an end? But, in the future she learned as a shrine maiden, Sarah fell in love with Kitahara Kaede. So she was wondering how she fell in love with it. Obviously the time we spent together is so short. In the end, this lady queen is so low, all she can see is the other person's face. Big Pillar Hanhan. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. It's okay, just ignore me. Number 1 Katabuki in the ninja world, but I really want to throw away Konoha's forehead protector, so how much Konoha's forehead protector is limited. Handsome guys and beautiful women. Big Zuzi Hanhan. This is not good, although it looks a little ugly, but it is the symbol of the village, and then it is me. Researched with Madara, Kitahara Kaede's little wife. It seems that everyone has the same idea. Konoha's forehead protector will automatically be 50% ugly. Kitahara Kaede would be super popular if he didn't wear a forehead protector. But as 5th Hokage, you can't help but wear your own village's forehead protector. Dazuzi Hanhan. However, the matter of the dragon veins will be dealt with. Big Pillar Hanhan. But now it's all at the core, so why doesn't little Kitahara Kaede just suck the dragon's veins? Received it. Senju Tobirama. I am also curious. Senju Tobirama. It stands to reason that Beizu borrowed the power of the dragon veins, and here is the core control, so if all the dragon veins are sucked away here, the strength of Beizu will also be affected. Senju Tobirama. It's like cutting off the supply directly. No, 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. Could it be for Minato and his son to spend time together? Namikaze Minato. If this is the case, then I am very grateful to Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. What the original Mizukage said is right. If Kitahara-kun absorbs the dragon's veins now, then maybe they will start again. Back to reality. Namikaze Minato. So I am very grateful to Kitahara-kun. Namikaze Minato. The current Kitahara-kun must have deliberately let me and Naruto fight side by side 20 years ago. Namikaze Minato. Increase the time I spent with my Minato 20 years ago. Good SX Fairy, good Li Jiao people, why do you think Minato is jealous of yourself? Namikaze Minato. Do I have it? Good color immortal, no. Didn't you just mutter that you can rub Rasengan for Naruto? Namikaze Minato. Wu Bao's Rasengan is a good learner, but I always feel that I want to teach him personally, so. If it was me when I was young, then I should be able to guide Naruto. Namikaze Minato. Actually, I used the principle of Tailed Beast Bomb to develop Rasengan in the past, but one of the tricks was Shangxia and together with the children. Big Pillar Hanhan, what is it? Namikaze Minato. Taichi Rasengan column. Chapter 201 Minato. Yes, so I will. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Minato in the small group is sighing. Namikaze Minato. If the Rasengan of the same nature is close, then it can become an effective 1 + 1 greater than 3, and it can even be regarded as a nirvana. Namikaze Minato. I originally wanted to be used by Impure World Reincarnation and then with Naruto, but now, it was probably used by me in Naruto 20 years ago. Namikaze Minato. And then, the mood is a little bit complicated. And the other side, Minato 20 years ago and Naruto here. No, what a sauce. This guy will recover after being beaten. Naruto complained. His skills are very good after training, and he already has the level of elite Jonin. Even the young Minato looks at it and thinks, Naruto is strong, but, both found trouble. That is, when the attack is hit, a large amount of chakra will gather on the centipede's body, and even if some parts are damaged by the attack, they can be restored instantly. It's like constantly returning blood. So how to fight? It's really troublesome, Minato said. However, no matter what kind of attack and power, there are weaknesses. So, Naruto, what we have to do is to find the opponent's weakness and then exploit and break it. Naruto, your strength is very good. Dad is very happy, but not only now, but you may also encounter stronger enemies in the future. Maybe we can't beat each other alone. However, if we can find the other side's weaknesses and exploit them, then we can win. And this is something that must be considered in actual combat. So, Naruto, I hope you can strengthen your combat thinking. The young Minato said, although Minato is very young, he is also Kakashi's teacher, and Kakashi will become a ninja who observes and thinks in the future, and it should also be settled from Minato. Good, Naruto still accepts the teaching from his father. At the same time, it is very important to believe in your teammates and then rely on their strength. Minato continued. Good. Naruto then stayed aside, and the Minato team has been mobilized. Please Kushina and Jouei, Minato said, help me weaken Centipede. Kakashi, you don't have ult to attack yet, so stay aside for now. Quote. Little Kakashi. So, the current situation has become that Aburame Jouei directs the worms to start absorbing the chakra on the centipede. Then Uzumaki Kushina made a hand. Kushina, please, shoot centipede at Minato. He seems to be using the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Aburame Jouei found out that Minato took out a handful of kunai from the ninja bag. Quote closing curly bracket exclamation mark quote. Uzumaki Kushina is also waiting for this opportunity. She was not in Minato's team at the beginning, and she had changed teammates, but she was respected in Minato's team. Let her not feel so much rejection. And, the strength of the members of the Minato team is very strong. Therefore, she will not be squeezed out if she plays to her heart's content. #B%. This bug is so powerful, it actually absorbed a lot of Centipede's chakra. But, Duo-chan, why did you let a girl beat up the centipede? The centipede is so big now. It's more than 10 meters away. Naruto said, fatter than Shukaku. Well, Minato froze for a moment. How should I put it? Minato didn't explain it completely, because the government had already punched Chakra Centipede that had been sucked away in one fell swoop. The huge body flew over and lost control in the air. Violence. Naruto was taken aback. So, never make girls angry. Minato said, but now it's time for us to act. Naruto, I already know that you have learned multiple shadow clone technique, then you can also learn this ninjutsu. This jutsu can be paired with your multiple shadow clone technique. But it's up to you to learn or not. Let me show you first. Minato took out 2 kunai. This is the ninjutsu taught to me by the 3rd generation. It is his self-created ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Used properly, it can create other shurikens. As for Naruto, you can clone hundreds of shadow clone just now, so the chakra consumed by this skill is not a problem for you. Yeah, Naruto nodded, because Kitahara-kun said that I am from the Uzumaki clan. Then have a strong reserve of chakra. But there aren't many left now, Naruto said. But Ta-chan, if you're not from the Uzumaki family, well, I may not be able to share that much with you. Minato said, so watch my tricks now. Chapter 202 Naruto, your father is the 4th Hokage. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Minato for guidance, whoever uses seals in order to use ninjutsu, export the corresponding chakra. So, Naruto, look after you. Minato explained carefully, and the centipede on one side seems to be about to get up. But Naruto has also finished learning here. I see, Naruto nods. Then, Minato started using Shuriken, Shadow Clone technique. According to Naruto's understanding, this is splitting the shuriken in his hand into 2, 3, several, dozens at once, and for a chakra as strong as him, it can be 100. And there is not so much chakra on father's side. I went. Then Naruto saw a piece, the starry sky. Minato threw 2 kunai, but like a star, it turned into ignoring light and shot towards centipede. Yes, not only is it a shuriken shadow clone, but it's like a machine gun shooting centipede in seconds. The various puppet substances on the surface of the centipede's body were pierced, and the humanoid body of the centipede was revealed at the right abdomen. It seems that this is his real body, Minato said. Naruto remembered this position, and with Minato's sound, the body of Centipede's huge puppet is rapidly filling and recovering. But the location of his body has been exposed. Naruto. Minato noticed that Naruto seemed to be stunned. Well, good. The dull look on Naruto's face turned to surprise. Much sauce, you are super amazing. This ninjutsu is completely different from what I just understood. So strong. Of course it's strong, little Kakashi said. The strength of the teacher is top-notch. Even Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, declares that Sensei Minato is a genius. Genius. Naruto made a thought in his mind. In other words, he is the son of a genius, but... Naruto's mood seems to be a little depressed. Naruto, what's the matter? Minato hurriedly asked, and with this time, Centipede has landed steadily, and then his body has almost recovered. The normal choice should be to attack immediately when Centipede is recovering just now, killing with one hit. Instead of giving Centipede extra time to recover. But that's okay. After all, Minato has probably mastered Centipede's strengths, and then there are still weaknesses. So, a centipede who is bound to lose and a son who is depressed, no matter how you think about it, he will choose the latter. Minato felt strange too. Obviously the current self is still young, a virgin. It was just talking about a girlfriend, but now, has such a big son. And, after getting in touch, I found that I really like Naruto. Want to be nice to him. After all, from the information obtained from Kitahara-kun, it can be known that he died very early, and Naruto's life was not good, and he didn't even know the information of his parents. This is a cup. Minato was born in an ordinary family, he already felt a little hard. But Naruto growing up by himself at such a young age, he really can't imagine, so even knowing that the present is short, he still hopes to give Naruto more warmth. What he wants to tell Naruto is that although Naruto doesn't know the information of his parents, as a father, he loves him. Well, I was the tail of the crane in the ninja school, seeking flowers, 0, and then a lot of learning won't. Then the Chūnin exam, I can't do a single question. Naruto said depressingly, but Duojong is a genius. Ah, so am I slowing down? Naruto said, Minato. Naruto. Minato said gently, evaluating a person's talent and worth is not based on his talent for certain things. As for the ninja, I remember what teacher Jiraiya wrote in the legend of ninja perseverance. 1 inch. A ninja refers to a person who can endure. And Hokage is the one who stands in front of the ninjas in his own village, even if they are injured and hurt, they will hold back and move on. Kun Kitahara said that you are the 7th Hokage, this is an affirmation of you. So, attachment is not the end of the crane. Then it is wrong. And speaking of the end of the crane, little Kakashi's opponent, Might Guy, even though he was a low performer in the ninja school, I think he will become stronger in the future, very strong. .. Little Kakashi glanced at Minato sensei. Well, Naruto wiped his face. You were right, Duojong. Yes, Bayuan-kun has recognized me. And, Might Guy, Mr. Guy, super strong. Ms. Kakashi may not be able to beat him. 8 inner gates kicks pen 6 paths. Naruto said, if you kick Kakashi sensei will definitely die. .. Little Kakashi felt that he knew the power of nasty information again. Chapter 203 Naruto, your father is the 4th Hokage. Down, seeking automatic, seeking full order. Little Kakashi thinks he got nasty information. For example, the future Might Guy, will that guy become so strong? And, little Kakashi knows that Might Guy is learning 8 inner gates, and Guy also said. Yo, Kakashi, I will learn 8 inner gates for you. In other words, the future Might Guy can open 8 gate. Do you even want to prepare the last kick for him? Little Kakashi felt his life was threatened. Hey, you guys. And Kushina held his knees with both hands at this time. It doesn't take that long to reminisce about the past. Naruto and Minato hurriedly looked over and found that the centipede had recovered completely, but was bound by the 5 diamond chains of 183. Movement restricted. Adamantine sealing chains. Naruto instantly recognized the chain. He knows this skill. And looking there, the red-haired Kushina was slumped on the ground, and the 5 iron chains came out of her body. Yeah, Minato nodded. Naruto, you have the blood of the Uzumaki family, so you can also submit. You can learn from Aunt Kushina. This is an inherent skill of your Uzumaki clan, because your chakra is abundant and pure. And good at sealing, so the adamantine sealing chains are strong. Adamantine sealing chains are considered to be the tailed beast can be contained. The centipede, which is not even as strong as the tailed beast, will be controlled. Minato introduced. I'm not that old, but Kushina didn't want to. And aren't you called quick? Hurry up and end the fight. I can't hold it down for long. And Minato smiled awkwardly, but he didn't stop. Raise your left hand. Print at a speed 6 times faster than the demonstration just now. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A piece of star appeared again in midair, and once again hit the centipede out of its original shape. The body of the centipede is still hidden in the abdomen. Well, it can be confirmed that the core position of centipede will not change. Minato is satisfied. Then Naruto, Use Rasengan to kill Centipede. Minato said. Good. Naruto is immediately ready to make Shadow Clone. His Rasengan needs to be doubled to rub. But, boom, he only made one Shadow Clone. It's not good. Not enough chakra, said the double. It's okay. Minato said. I'll help you rub it. Minato asked Naruto to raise his hand, and he put his hand on top of Naruto's palm and started rubbing Rasengan like Naruto's Shadow Clone. Do-chan, even if you are a genius, Rasengan is hard to learn. Naruto said hastily. It's okay, Minato said. But it's hard to learn, so this proves that Naruto you are strong after learning. So don't always judge yourself by the tail of the crane. Have faith, Naruto. So I'm strong. Naruto cheered up, but he hesitated when he saw his father rubbing Rasengan for him. Naruto said. The good-colored sage said that he learned Rasengan from his disciple 4th Hokage. So now it's just me and Jiraiya in this world. No, I will, Minato said. No, Duochan, only 4th Hokage. Naruto felt that it didn't make sense. But Minato smiled, so I will. Minato had finished rubbing the Rasengan for Naruto, and at the same time his right hand was raised, and an identical Rasengan appeared. Naruto's brain circuit seemed to pause for an instant. Because if he understands correctly, then, his father, is actually the 4th Hokage. It is the one engraved on the Hokage rock. It is the Hokage that has passed away, and Minato had put his palm on Naruto's hand, and a spinning sphere of chakra condensed appeared on Naruto's hand. This is the Rasengan he uses. Soy sauce really rubs out the Rasengan. But Minato didn't stop, he raised his hand himself, and a Rasengan appeared in his palm. The two-person Rasengan is the size of a eating bowl. But while Naruto was in a daze, Minato moved his Rasengan close to the Rasengan in Naruto's hand. Rasengan was developed by me, Minato said. So, Naruto, I'm glad you learned it. And then as a developer, Rasengan has the same nature as the Rasengan's ability to increase its strength when approached. So, Minato's Rasengan is close to Naruto's Rasengan, and Naruto feels an attraction. Then the Rasengan of the two people actually condensed into a Rasengan that was 30 times bigger than before. If we say that Naruto's Rasengan at the beginning is only the size of a bowl for eating. So now the 3.0 bigger than the tub. Come, Naruto is in your hands. Minato pulled out his hand. And now Naruto alone is supporting Taichi Rasengan. Good. Naruto became heroic in an instant, and Rasengan took off directly. Quote exclamation mark quote. E2. You guys. Konoha's ninja. Damn it. And Beizu was about to roar, but found that his connection with Longmai had been cut off. It is no longer possible to connect power from the dragon vein. Not only that, Taichi Rasengan with Uzumaki Naruto and Minato has arrived. Boom. Chapter 204 Swallowing Dragon Veins, Sarah's request. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. A huge sound rang out. Looks like Minato and Naruto have defeated Centipede. Kitahara Kaede said. And now Sarah and some representatives of the people came to the battle puppet factory where Centipede has been hiding. As it was speculated, so many battle puppets of Centipede were really made by those young and middle-aged people who exploited Lulan Kingdom. According to these people, Beizu caught them here, and then, they had to complete the production of 100 puppets every day. If you don't want to be obedient, then you will be taught by the battle puppets that were made. At the same time, Beizu also said that if everyone cooperates, how long will it take to release some people to go home? Therefore, everyone had to work hard. So it became what it is now. But they were also deceived. The people who were released these years were put to work in another processing factory, and what they did was to create ordinary puppets of passers-by on the street. Used to confuse people, so, this Beizu's strength is not very good, but to some extent he is also a genius in deception. But now these issues have been dealt with. Well, are we free, Dad, elder brother, and they also met their relatives. They were arranged to enter the palace, and those old and weak women and children who followed all the way found their relatives and quickly told the truth. Only then did everyone realize that their suffering had come to an end. And Sarah, known as the princess pulling the string, has finally been recognized. Or, she was cheated, everyone was cheated. There is no right to blame her. Rather, she stepped forward to take responsibility and rescued everyone. She is already a qualified queen. I'm very sorry, Your Highness Sarah. We scolded you before, and some people who were forced to work on the assembly line also apologized quickly. Up to here, Sarah has truly become the queen of Lulan Kingdom. Everyone came up from the underground factory. Because the magma hadn't erupted yet, Sarah didn't let the people evacuate immediately, or if she wanted to evacuate, she had to try to let everyone bring what they could bring. But they have received the news that Centipede has been caught. Trial will be held the next day. This shows that Minato and their actions were successful. Overnight, hateful, Beizu was finally executed for the crime of assassinating the former queen and imprisoning and killing the people. And everyone knows that this time, thanks to the help of Konoha's ninja. It's just that neither Kitahara Kaede nor Naruto showed their faces. Instead, Minato and the others were welcomed. Seeing Minato and the others being welcomed by the crowd, Sarah said to Kitahara Kaede beside her. Are you sure you don't want to introduce yourself? Sarah said. She is very clear that Minato is very strong, but if Minato is really useful, then the current situation will not be delayed for a month. So, the person who convinced her and finally pushed her forward was also Kitahara Kaede. So the real object of gratitude is him. Need not. Kitahara Kaede said. Don't introduce me, I'm from the future after all. So if the future isn't affected, then it's best to reduce existence. Really? Sarah said. In fact, she also knew what Kitahara Kaede said was true. Sarah said, I have a request. Quote, Kitahara Kaede turned around. It is 11 o'clock in the morning, and the sky in Lulan Kingdom is blue. They are on a tower. Below are the puppets of passers-by who have been cleared away. The real people of Lulan walked out of their homes and returned to their own streets. It's impossible to say that you want me to keep the dragon's veins. Kitahara Kaede said, that's what I'm here for. And, I guess you all have a deep hatred for puppets. So I don't really want to disarm them anymore, Kitahara Kaede said. This is natural, the people who regained their freedom spontaneously burned the puppets. I am so angry, I didn't go back on my promise to give you the dragon vein before. 560. Sarah said, I can still do this. And after this time, I already know that our Lulan does not have the strength to protect the dragon's veins. Even if I survived this time by chance, everyone is innocent and guilty, so as long as the dragon's veins continue to exist, then maybe we will meet someone with a malicious heart like Bezu again. Although there is no dragon vein, there is no need to continue to guard the dragon vein. But I also hope that I can protect the people of Lulan like my mother. So, can you lend me your strength? Right now I'm still weak, but if there is a child, I believe she can do it. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, oh. This little girl, the queen, actually said here. Shuhei, yes, this is the first time I have seen such an active girl. Because the translation of this sentence means that I hope to find Kitahara Kaede to borrow. It probably meant that he hoped to obtain his blood. Chapter 205 Minato's memory. He remembered. Superior. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Observation Kitahara Kaede, _small group. 8 tails. Why, Shuhei, can you say this kind of thing? It stands to reason that I am good at this kind of thing. Shuhei, although I was sealed in Jinchuriki's body before, I can still see the outside world, so what happened to watching some human emotional experiences? Shuhei. But why are you also good at 8 tails? 8 tails. You also know that my last Jinchuriki was Killer B and Killer B. Although it seems that he likes to sing and dance, he is very independent, but this guy actually likes girls of. Shuhei. Oh, so is he very popular with girls? 8 tails. No, he confessed to many people, but none of them got consent. Sho Crane. Feelie. Shuhei, then what are you talking about, you loser? Namikaze Minato. But I don't think Kitahara-kun will accept it. 8 tails. Why, Shuhei? So you don't understand 8 tails. Shuhei. Didn't the little witch girl say that the future will not change? Shuhei. So, in order not to affect the future, you see, Kitahara Kaede. The master doesn't even show his face in front of the public now. Shuhei. Doesn't this mean that he won't be involved in the present matter? Shuhei. So, he will refuse. Number 1 Funbuki in the ninja world. It sounds a little pity, but I feel very lucky. Shuhei, what are you lucky about? No. 1 Katabuki in the ninja world. Well, how should I put it? I'm on Hyuga Hinata's side. Look, if you accept it, won't Ms. Hinata be green? Number 1 Maple in the ninja world. Then we have to hit the green Ms. Hinata on the public screen. Big Pillar Hanhan. Well, how should I put it? Actually, I think it would be great if little Kitahara Kaede accepted it. Senju Tobirama. Why did the elder brother say that? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. I do know. Senju Tobirama. What do you mean? Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Your eldest brother wants to go all the way. Kitahara Kaede's position is very important. And as a ninja, you also need to plan ahead. So, Senju Hashirama's younger brother. Your eldest brother wants Kitahara Kaede to spread its branches and leaves. Then teach the juniors well in the future. Then the sleepy leaves can be stabilized even after many years. Senju Tobirama. So that's how it is. It's like who established a country and was immediately asked to give birth to an heir. Senju Tobirama. Not only can the blood be passed on, but it also strengthens the stability, so that those around him who struggle with him can also have confidence. Senju Tobirama. If this is the case, then I agree. Namikaze Minato. I see, although I think a loving combination is better, but Ms. Sarah seems to like Kitahara-kun quite a lot. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. What do you think? The future will not change. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. Say in the ruins of the Lulan Kingdom in the Kingdom of the Wind, isn't it Sarah's daughter? And, the Princess Lulan said that Sarah was dead. Big Pillar Hanhan. Senju Tobirama. History is like this, so no solution. Senju Tobirama. It's like I always want to go back in time and replace Sarutobi's Hokage position. And in reality, if you want to resurrect your mother, I can help you use Impure World Reincarnation. She is innocent, Kitahara Kaede said. Sarah froze for a moment. Then he stared blankly at Kitahara Kaede's face. Then nod. Then I'll leave it to you. Sarah smiled with a slightly lonely expression. 3 days later, the people of Lulan Kingdom were fully prepared and ready to leave here. And Kitahara Kaede is still here at the core of the Dragon Vein. The task has been completed, so now is the time to give him the Dragon Vein. Sarah stood on the perimeter, and her Impure World Reincarnation mother was there. And Kitahara Kaede, Naruto, and the Minato team are all in the core. Du-chan, are we going to separate like this? Naruto felt very sad, but the time is over, and Konoha's side also sent a message to ask them about the completion of the mission for money. So young Minato and the others can't continue to drag on. Naruto. Minato touched Naruto's head, although we have only gotten along so far, we will meet again in the future. So don't be sad. But, Naruto felt unacceptable, but Minato's big hand was on the man's head. Naruto has gone quiet, so, see you then, I will be stronger than now. Naruto said, yeah, Minato smiled a little, and Aburame Jiwei and Shao Kakashi stayed quietly. Chapter 206 Minato's Memory. He remembered. Down. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Kushina, this is really a bad fate. Kushina complained. Kitahara Kaede on the side had already put his right hand on the core of the dragon's veins, and looked over after hearing this. How? Quote. Kushina went outside to wait for Sarah, who showed a reluctant expression and held back. Nothing, she said. Then I used amnestics. Minato said. Kushina helped me. The so-called amnesiac is a special sealing technique, and the name of this kind of ninjutsu is oblivion ninjutsu. Minato learned various sealing techniques from his girlfriend, Uzumaki Abina, who is also from the Uzumaki clan. And these sealing techniques are the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Girlfriend Uzumaki Abina, like Kushina, was chosen as a candidate for Nine-Tails Jinchuriki following the death of first Hokage's wife Uzumaki Mito-sama. So the two-person 553 learned all kinds of knowledge about the Uzumaki clan and sealing techniques from Uzumaki Mito. But the person who finally confirmed Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is Uzumaki Jushinya. And this can also reflect that Kukunai's strength is very strong. A member of the elite Uzumaki clan. Let's start then. Uzumaki Kushina didn't refuse. It is absolutely reasonable for everyone to complete the task now and get back on track. But there is always a feeling of loss, not because she has lost something in her heart, but because she feels that she has not accomplished anything, and also got word of her from this guy from the future named Kitahara Kaede, who ended up dying too. This is a subtle emotion of knowing one's own sad fate in the future, certainly. It's not that she wants to run away. As long as she died for Konoha, can anyone still question her determination to join this village? That's why, even if she knows that her life in the future is very short, but Uzumaki Kushina, even if she can't become a Hokage, then she has to choose to become a qualified Konoha shinobi. So, even after she died, no one dared to speak of her or reject her anymore. After all, she gave her everything for Konoha, isn't she a Konoha person? Thinking of this, Kushina felt a little pessimistic mood, suddenly disappeared, and then was rendered by absolute strength and self-optimism. Yes, I did what I thought of at the beginning. I want to join this village. I want to be Hokage. Nope, her first half sentence is correct. She wants to join this village, because the country of the vortex is destroyed, and all she sees are corpses and war chaos, so she wants to have a place where she can settle down. And this place is Konoha. So, even if she is facing death in the future, she must have died to protect the village, so, she has accomplished her goal. Then Kitahara Kaede, who had absorbed the dragon veins, and Naruto came to the circle. Because Kushina and Minato have started to perform the sealing technique, the patterns printed with the words of the country of the vortex have covered the ground, which is to erase all the memories of this part of the existence of Kitahara Kaede and Naruto. And Sarah was staying with her mother now, but at this moment she seemed to want to say something. Kitahara Kaede, actually, she just started to speak, but Kitahara Kaede found himself and Naruto had a radiance. This is the performance of traveling through the dragon veins, but going back. And Sarah discovered this too, so she changed the words that came to her lips. I will continue to protect Lulan Kingdom with my mother. I will not put my people in danger again, she said. Kitahara Kaede glanced back at her upon hearing this. Well, I believe you. Although she learned that Sarah's result was not good from Princess Lulan's mouth, Princess Lulan was very proud of her mother. So Sarah did everything she said. Along with Kitahara Kaide's voice, light appeared on him and Naruto. Observation Kitahara Kaede, small group. Big Zuzi Hanhan, looking at it this way, it means going back. Big Pillar Hanhan. It's a little regretful, it would be great if the little Kitahara Kaede stayed, then maybe now there will be one more offspring. Senju Tobirama. Well, indeed, Queen Lulan should like him. Senju Tobirama. If he stays, then the issue of heirs can also be solved. Kitahara Kaide's little wife. What are you thinking? Isn't this guy not grown up yet? Kitahara Kaide's little wife. It will take at least a few years for this guy to think about things like offspring. Number 1 Funguki in the ninja world, not too small. Last time I saw him changing clothes, he was quite big. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Namikaze Minato. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Teacher. Namikaze Minato. I think come. Chapter 207 Listen to Nine-Tails tell Kushina's story. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Namikaze Minato. I have some memories of Lulan Kingdom, but my follow-up teammate is Aburame Jiwei, and then there is Akamaki Dingzao. Namikaze Minato. In other words, for a long time after that, I acted with Aburame Jiwei and Akamaki Dingza. Namikaze Minato. So now I see Lulan and Uzumaki Kushina acting together, I feel a bit out of harmony. Namikaze Water, Gate, and it was just now. Minato started talking, but his tone became low. I remembered why my teammates would make changes. Because, it seems that after this mission ended, Kushina returned to the village and took over from Mito-sama as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but died suddenly because he couldn't bear it. So, my teammates made the substitution. It became Aburame Jawei, Akamaiki Choza. Then, my wife Abina succeeded Kushina as Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. And then after a while, I took over from 4th Hokage. After that, it's history that everyone is familiar with. Nine-Tails was accused control started the Nine-Tails Rebellion, and Konoha was seriously injured because of this. The weakness of the third generation has continued for more than 10 years since this period. The atmosphere became silent all of a sudden. The two previous generation Hokage didn't know what to say. Kurama. Ha ha ha. However, Nine-Tails laughed at this moment. Eight-Tails. Nine-Tails, what's so funny about you? Are you also the person involved? Well, are you the tail beast? Eight-Tails. So it must be very resistant to being sealed, which is why Jinchuriki died. Kurama. Kurama's soul body lay down half lying directly. Kurama. Hee, resist the seal. Kurama. Think about it yourself, why have I attacked humans? Kurama. Tailed beasts also have their own thinking, so I'm not interested in attacking weak humans like you. Kurama. So, it's not my fault at all. So much so that Uzumaki Kushina became my Jinchuriki and then it was gone. Kurama. Then it might as well be that she is gone. Big Pillar Hanhan gone. Kurama. Right, no more. Kurama. She has learned a lot of Uzumaki Mito's seal of 9 tails, the strength is very different. Kurama. But at a certain point in time, her power was suddenly completely withdrawn, so the seal failed. Kurama. So this is not my problem. Namikaze Minato. So, that is, what happened to Kushina when he replaced Jinchuriki? A pair of long claws of 9 tails were placed cross-clawed, and then seemed to be gracefully resting its head on it. Kurama. Almost, I was a little curious at first, but looking at it now, I seem to understand. Senju Tobirama. 9 tails, what do you understand? Kurama. What do you understand? I thought of the reason for Uzumaki Kushina's violation. Kurama. Admonu Zisao, do you really think the future cannot be changed? Kitahara Kaede's little wife. 0. Kitahara Kaede's little wife. What do you mean? Kurama. See for yourself. Kitahara Kaede and Uzumaki Naruto back to modern times. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I have seen him. Kurama. But, don't you think there's one less person in the same company? 6th Hokage Kakashi. Nohara Lin, it's Yamato, right? Kurama. Right, Kurama. Then you see. 9 tails issued an order, and then everyone looked at the screen. Kitahara Kaede has returned with Naruto. B. Naruto met his father, but he had to leave again. Then, his father lost the memory of this period, and he was a little disappointed. And Kitahara Kaede stretched his waist. His goal has been achieved, he has absorbed the dragon's veins, and his own strength has been further promoted. He took a look at the people around him. Same as when we came, Miko Zuin, Shuhei, and Princess Lulin were all there. Kakashi is also waiting here. But, Miko Zuin leaned against Shuhei's furry body as if she was resting, and Shuhei also closed her eyes. Exclamation mark. Kitahara Kaede thought, come on, Yamato seems to have forgotten. The people in the small group stared at Kitahara Kaede intently, and then there was a slap, and almost instantly, everyone saw a big male ninja who passed out behind Kitahara Kaede. An ordinary face without much expression, but honest. This is Yamato 8. Chapter 208. Relatives joined the group. Rose's restlessness. Seeking automatic. Seeking full order. Yamato was part of the team that went to Lulin with Kitahara Kaede and Kakashi. But, it seems that after the crossing, Yamato was disconnected, and no one noticed. But when thinking about Kitahara Kaede, they have already returned. And now, Kitahara Kaede is bringing Yamato back again. Honest Basha. Could it be said that Kitahara Kaede, well, Master 5th generation traveled back to the era of Lulin in the blink of an eye? So you can bring Tianhe back. Kisame really felt that it was very subtle. He has been captured by Terumi Mei and reclassified as Kirigakur's people, but Terumi Mei, 583, surrendered, so he was also recast as Konoha's special Jonin. But as expected, facing the new name of Kitahara Kaede, it was still a bit of a mouthful. Kurama. Yes, hasn't he already obtained the power of the Dragon Vein? Kurama. So he can travel through time and space. Kurama. In this way, I wonder if he did what Kushina died directly. Kurama. And Kushina died at that time, so there is no incompatibility with the present. Namikaze Minato. It's just, why did Kitahara-kun travel to the era of Kushina, and then make this ending? Kitahara Kaede's little wife, who knows? As a Miko who can predict the future, Ziwan is not very interested in this kind of power to travel through time and space. 6th Hokage Kakashi. But in this way, the trip to Lulin Kingdom will come to an end. And almost corresponding to Kakashi's words, in everyone's eyes, you can see Princess Lulin, who looks very similar to Sarah, politely wakes up and bows to everyone, and then leaves with her caravan. Their speed is not very fast, so Princess Lulin can still see the Konoha chakra knife that is her mother's relic, and then wave to everyone. Namikaze Minato. Speaking of which, this knife was given to Kitahara-kun by me 20 years ago. 6th Hokage Kakashi. It should be like this. I didn't bring this thing with me when I was there. Namikaze Minato. From Sarah to Princess Lulin, I always feel a little bit lost when watching such a scene. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes. 6th Hokage Kakashi. However, Queen Sarah of Lulin fulfilled her promise, right? Although she passed away, she still fulfilled her goal. 6th Hokage Kakashi. I think this result is also good to some extent. Youth Obito, that's Kakashi, you can't empathize. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Kurama. Hmph. Ninetales continues to maintain an elegant posture. For it can be analyzed that Uzumaki Kushina's qualifications as Ninetales Jinchuriki are obvious, then Kushina will fail, so it is likely to be related to the current Kitahara Kaede who can use the power of dragon veins to travel through time and space. So, analogy. Come, now the Queen of Lulin Kingdom died just like that, so do you think it's normal? And since Kitahara Kaede collected the power of the dragon vein, he didn't say that he couldn't travel back. It's like going back to fish for Yamato. So, Kakashi, these little ghosts are still too young to think. As a tailed beast that has lived for thousands of years, Ninetales doesn't think he is really like what Uchiha Madara said, it's just a beast and a servant of pupil art. That's only because Uchiha Madara gained the power of Indra, the eldest son of the old man close to 6 paths. Snort. Ninetales used his nose again. Beep. At this moment, the system beeped. Because of this special experience, the system will randomly invite a new person to join the chat group. Closing square bracket. Invite new people in again. Well, Ziwan was considered a newcomer before, but compared to the current world, the time has only passed by a few seconds, so is it necessary to bring in another newcomer? But the system continues to prompt. Conditions for random invitation. Relatives of known members in the group. Now start preparing for the invitation. The countdown to the invitation is 1 minute. Big Pillar Hanhan, huh? Dazuzi Hanhan. That is to say, if you invite your relatives this time, is it okay for Gong or Nawaki to be 1.9? Senju Tobirama. Nawaki, it's okay to reunite him if you want. Senju Tobirama also started to speak. He already knew that Tsunade's younger brother, grandson, had passed away. But there's no inside story here, it's going to war and then hit the enemy's detonating talisman. He didn't know what to say about this ending, but it was still possible to meet his grandson again at this time. So Tobirama agrees. Worst case Luo shot then, it is okay for Garura to be randomly included, right? Chapter 209 Relatives join the group, the expectation of Ninetales. Seeking automatic, seeking full order. Finding that no one replied to him, Luo Sha spoke immediately. Worst case Luo Sha, At this time, a special person also came. Yes, this is the rubbish case father Luo Sha who found out that Gaara was always loved by his wife Garura during the Chūnin exam in the group. He just went crazy, and the sense of presence in the group is nothing other than being inferior to third generation. As a result, no one thought that he would appear at this time. It's just that he will come out, it's normal to come out. After all, this is a guy who doesn't love children and loves his wife, and then treats children as tools, but when he finds out that his wife really loves children, he can't accept the reality and goes crazy. 6th Hokage Kakashi. My words. I can give up my authority. Kakashi doesn't have many relatives, but now that his father has been reincarnation by Impure World, he doesn't have too many regrets. 14. As for the mother, although not very filial, Kakashi has no memory of seeing his mother. So, what he cares more about is his father. So, if there are still people who need this opportunity to see their dead relatives, he can give it up. Kakashi made the others silent. That is to say, it is possible to see relatives in this group now, so it doesn't matter whether the relatives are dead or alive. At this moment, even Uchiha Obito, who was dark inside, was moved. After all, he fell into darkness because he saw that Kakashi couldn't protect Rin, and Rin couldn't exist in this warm, hopeless world. So he only needs Lin. But now there is Lin in the small group. So, the next of kin he can pursue, are his own deceased parents who don't have a memory. Or, the grandma who raised him single-handedly. So, if you can meet Grandma. Obito. No. He woke up quickly. I almost fell into this terrible atmosphere like a warm ocean current. Now Lin is only staying here temporarily, who can predict that this small group will not disintegrate at any time. So, in the end, you still have to rely on yourself. So, Lin. He still wants to create a world with Lin. Uchiha Obito quickly convinced himself. No. One Katabuki in the ninja world. Relatives, as one of Kurigakure, I have no pursuit. Everyone. Dazuzi Hanhan, it should be at 4th Mizukage at this time. 6th Hokage Kakashi. Yes, the Kurigakure made by this guy is simply incomprehensible. The test for Genin to be promoted to Chūnin was to kill himself and get rid of his teammates. Opening square bracket closing square bracket : As a member who emerged from Kurigakure, Kisami's work certainly confirmed that he was alone. So he had nothing in particular to see. In other words, they are not qualified to meet them. 4th Mizukage Yagura. I did not do this kind of thing. I just think Genins need to be bloody. Big Zuzi Hanhan. Well, shut up, the countdown is about to end. Everyone looked over quickly, then I found that the countdown of the system was really only 20 seconds left. 20, 19.18. 8 tails. Speaking of, if this kinship is related to our tailed beasts, is it possible that it is Jinchuriki or the old man of 6 paths? Senju Tobirama. Is it sage of 6 paths? 8 tails. Yes, old man 6 paths. Shuhei, when you say that, I want that guy to come in and take a look. Shuhei. That guy said that one day we will live in peace with human beings, but aren't we all enslaved? Kurama. So for one tail, do you want to find support from old man 0736 paths? Nine tails lightly raised his eyelids. Nine spraying beds. Do you still want to fight with 6 paths old man Yuan Feng? Let's talk about who you want to win. Shuhei, hey, who wins? You're asking me out of my head. Cognitively, the 6 paths old man is the strongest. But he distributed chakra to humans, and his own power became weaker. Shuhei, but maybe it's not the reason. I always think Kitahara Kaede is stronger. Kurama. Haha, you say that, I really want to see these two fight. Although he said so on his lips, Kurama felt a little hopeful in his heart. Because Kitahara Kaede had snatched its other half back from Shinigami. So is it also possible to meet another half-body soul here? After all, it is a part of his own body, so it looks forward to it a little bit. And at this time, the system gave a response.